New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
For so long, this competition has been exclusively held in one region. Southeast Asian teams gather every year for the right to be called the Kings of Sea.
And now, in partnership with the Esports World Cup, the grandest stage ever set for this celebration is finally ready for the world to see.
My name is Mara Aquino.
And I'm Dawood Sandstorm.
And this is the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at Esports World Cup.
Welcome to Riyadh, the host city of MSC 2024, where legends clash and glory awaits.
Geçen sene MSC'ye eksik olarak katılmıştık. Burada tam kadro ve koçlarımız da tam kadro olduğu için çok iyi şeyler yapmak istiyoruz bu sene.
Nandito kami para patunayan at bawiin ang nararapat sa amin.
Kami tak pernah merasa kekalahan lagi. Masa untuk kami buktikan di pentas dunia gegasi merah yang sebenar.
Wala man kami dito nakaraang taon pero ngayon nandito na kami para iuwi ang tropeyo ng MSC.
Enggak. Itu enggak mungkin.
welcome from the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where 16 of the world's best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams gather to see the world. Lafel here, join with me. It's gonna be Mirko as well as Wolf as the analyst. I think I gotta tape this up because it keeps falling down. But either ways, this is gonna be the opening of the first group stage of the Mid-Season Cup 2024. How are you guys doing? Pretty shit. All right, that's it. That's all I got. They're there, but either way, prior to the stage, 8 teams have already gone through the ring where they were playing in the wild cards. Yes, it was 8 team, Group A, Group B, 4-4. I'll figure out. So when that lights up, I just look at the camera that has lights on it. But either ways, we're good. Looking at the group stage, it was very interesting where overall, Homeboys did win, but it wasn't an easy victory. Where even the grand finals, it was a 3-1, where it really looked like it could have been a 3-2, right? Nah, it looked like it was supposed to be a 3-0. Oh my God, this mic. Actually, even if it's here, you can hear me. Yeah, but it's not, doesn't sound as good, right? Yeah. I think it needs to be taped. Got it. You know what? I hate when you guys talk. You know what I do like? I like the format explainer, so let's look at the format.
Welcome, Warriors, to the grandest stage of them all, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Here, legends are made and champions rise from the ashes of battle. Last year, we witnessed the meteoric rise of Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia as they claimed the MSC 2023 championship. Their impeccable strategy and relentless drive crowned them champions, but the story didn't end there. At the M5 Championship, Fnatic Onyx faced their toughest challenge yet, clashing with the mighty Falcons APBren from the Philippines. In an epic showdown, Falcons APBren emerged victorious with a nail-biting 4-3 victory, etching their name in history once again. Now, the question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC champion title? Or will the M5 champions, Falcons APBren, continue their reign of dominance? This year, the stakes are higher than ever as teams from around the world converge in Riyadh for a chance at glory. 3 weeks, 3 stages, 1 ultimate champion. Let's dive into the battlegrounds. First stage, the wildcard stage. 8 teams, 2 groups, 1 shot at glory. In this high-stakes round robin, every match is a best of 1, where victory and defeat hang by a thread. The top team from each group will face off in an epic best-of-5 decider match. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. Simple, brutal, legendary. Stage 2, the group stage. 16 teams, 4 groups, battle-hardened and ready for war. This is where champions are forged. Each team faces off in a series of 2 matches. It's a marathon, not a sprint, where every point counts. If a tie breaks out, a sudden death best of 1 will decide their fate. The top 2 teams of each group advance to the playoffs. Lastly, the knockout stage. 8 teams, single elimination, no second chances. The quarterfinals and semifinals are grueling best-of-5 matches, testing every ounce of skill and strategy. And the grand finale, a legendary best-of-7 showdown where only the strongest will claim the crown. As the dust settles and the final moments draw near, the stakes have never been higher. Teams from every corner of the globe will battle fiercely in Riyadh, each one driven by the dream of glory. Southeast Asia's dominance is challenged as teams from other regions rise, ready to upset the balance and seize glory for themselves. The stage is set. The Warriors are ready. Who will emerge victorious? Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 of Esports World Cup in Riyadh, where legends are born and history is made.
Go. Now we're looking at today's schedule where we're going to start with Falcon APBren going up against XYG. Afterwards, it's going to be C9 going up against Falcon. On Stream B, yes, we got Stream A and Stream B going on Stream A. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcons. And on Stream B, it's going to be NIP Flash going up against Fireflux. So again, just in case you guys are wondering, you guys want to see games from Stream A, you guys can go to Stream A. If you guys want to watch the game from Stream B, go over to Stream B. idle TV power off for that one as well, so that TV might get turned off soon too.
We're still doing rehearsals, right?
Yeah, this is rehearsals.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can talk.
Yeah, I was like, okay. By the way, like, my audio is really, really low. I think we need to get this fixed because I can't hear you.
Have you tried turning the knob on the thing?
Where?
Looking at Stream 8, the teams look amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at all the teams that are going to be playing LaFell, I'm glad to see that we got the wild card first, right? Because with the new meta, with the new patches dropping, we were really trying to gauge what's it going to be looking like, right? Coming into the main stage, which teams are going to be on the top, and with Stream A having all the games played right here, with Stream B also, I really can't wait to see just who actually gets the grasp on the meta faster.
And here's the thing, if you guys are watching here in Stream A, we will be updating on you guys as well, where when Stream B happens, the score 1-0, 2-0, 1-1, we'll let you guys know. So as long as you guys are watching Stream A, you guys will get all the information here live. Now, we got to talk about the ALG match of the day as well, where this is the match that you guys have to look out for, because again, we got a lot of games for today. Being able to see the match of the day, that's going to be intense.
For sure. I mean, just looking at a lot of these teams, I'm really wondering which is going to be the match of the day. Me personally, I think out of all the schedules, man, out of all the matches, I got to be choosing Fnatic Onyx versus Falcons. You know, that's definitely my personal biased match of the day. You probably know why.
Yeah, I definitely know why. And again, the LJ match of the day you guys will be witnessing here soon, where honestly, all of these matches are absolutely amazing, because again, this is the first day where it's gonna be the one setting the bar to see what teams are really prioritizing, especially when it comes to the picks, the pick and bans, where personally for me, I feel like Roger is definitely one of the heroes to watch.
That's the thing. We expected Roger to be super prio in the start of the wild card, and that was what we were seeing. But then towards the end of the wild card, we started seeing teams adapt to counter the Roger instead of picking it up as a prio, not banning it, not picking it, and actually forcing the enemy team to pick it. We saw Homeboys try to counter it with the Minsathar. We saw a lot of other teams as well go for some crazy picks too to really just stop the Roger. I think it was the Odette as well. You remember that?
Yeah, definitely. Now, let's look at ALG match of the day, where it is going to be Falcons APBren going up against Team Falcons. And again, looking at the match of the day here, it's going to be the second match, but the first match definitely is going to set the tempo.
I think looking at the match of the day here, I mean, Falcons APBren have been such an amazing team. We know, again, back-to-back tournament victories and world championships as well. They're technically on their own golden road here, LaFell, but unfortunately, Liquid Echo kind of beat them. But for Fnatic Onyx, you know, 4-peat. LaFell, they've been able to dominate the MPL ID scene for such a long time, from Season 10, with Kyrie's entrance in MPL Indonesia, with him being the first Filipino import in MPL Indonesia. The team has really been able to find their momentum all the way in Season 11 as well, with the change of coaches, with Coach Yeb taking over the throne, I would say, of the head coach, taking the mantle away from Aldo, who moved, and with Adi backing him up. It just seems like this combo is a combo made in heaven.
Yeah, now we're going to look at the groups here. We're going to look at Group A, B, C, as well as D, where again, personally for me, of course, slight biasness. I'm going to be looking at Group B as well as Group C, where...
I really wonder why.
I mean, it could be because there's a Malaysian team, or because Group B is the group of death. But either ways, all the groups look absolutely amazing, but definitely Group B is the one that I'm personally looking at.
Man, I mean, all the groups are certainly amazing. I feel like we got a great mix of groups here. Group B being the group of death, you know, the group of champions, depending on how you want to look at it. Group A as well. A very, very interesting group. But me personally, my favorite has got to be Group C.
Here's the thing. Now we got to look at the patch updates, because we got to look at things that have changed. And so far, Sky Piercer, man, yay or nay?
I would say it's still a yay. It's a massive yay, right? Because obviously, sure, 6% to 4%, that's quite a big nerf. Honestly, we've seen a lot of teams miscalculate with it, but 1,500 gold to get this item is still too ridiculous. It's so cheap for what it gives you.
Now, we're talking about the Sky Piercer. Afterwards, we're going to see what happened during the wildcard. This is how the meta is shaping up, right? We got to look at these stats, the numbers. Looking at Valentina being one of the priority picks, having quite a lot of win rate as well. And again, being the skin, having the dark Nexus skin, it's definitely a buff.
I think, you know, especially for the Valentina, the fact that you're so versatile, the fact that you can go for a lot of these skirmishes as well, you have so much more mobility, you also have CC built in your kit. It feels like Valentina is just a complete mage. You can really do anything on this pick, and that's why it's finding a lot of success here in the meta that actually favors a lot of the skirmishing and team fighting power.
Yeah, right now you guys are about to see the players actually coming to the venue, coming inside the halls, but we got to talk about as well in terms of Wishing Lantern. I've seen Udil use it a lot. Yeah. Now it's going to be very interesting during the MSC group stage. How many players are actually going to be utilizing that item?
I don't know, man. You know, the Wishing Lantern, I think when it was first announced, a lot of people were already talking about, you know, okay, Wishing Lantern on Novaria, it's going to be broken, busted, because of the range, plus that Wishing Lantern passive.
And now, we're going over to stage.
It's a great day for esports and a beautiful day here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Coming to you live from the grandest stage ever, the Amazon Arena.
My name is Mara Aquino.
And my name is Dawood Sandstorm.
And welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Mid-Season Cup.
With a prize pool of $3 million and $1 million going up for first place. And of course, the fight for the right to hoist the trophy at the end of this incredible 2-week journey.
Today we'll witness the excellence of 16 of the world's strongest teams fighting in the Land of Dawn. They stand here not just themselves as players, but to represent their region, their nation, for the ultimate honor and the glory to participate in this prestigious event.
And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's start by welcoming, for the very first time, your MSC 2024 participating teams. Starting off with A. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming the White Tigers, Eva's Glory! Followed by the Bastion of Turkey, Fireflux Esports, the Pride or NIP Flash, and the undisputed champion of the Latin American region, RRQ Akira. These 4 teams stand in front of you now, starting this 2-week journey, and of course, fighting for the $3 million and the right to hoist that trophy. Boys, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see what you can do, and you may now exit the stage.
Now ready to enter the stage. Considered to be the group of death, here comes Group B. The defending MSC champions, Fnatic Onyx. The Cambodian powerhouse, see you soon. The undefeated champion of Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants. And from the skies, the champions of MENA, the kings of Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons. When this group was drawn, the reaction of the world was unanimous. Arguably the toughest group, consisting of 4 MPL champions. This is Group B. You may now exit the stage.
Now, we've seen 2 of these groups, and of course, we still have 8 more teams. We still have 2 more groups to present to you on this Amazon stage. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Group C. With the strongest region's champion, welcome, Liquid Echo. The dark horse of the EECA region, Team Spirit. And set to twist the game in front of the home crowd, Twisted Minds. And followed by the wild card winner from Malaysia, none other than Homeboys. Every single one of these teams stand in front of you right now, starting this incredible journey. They know what the prize pool is. They see that trophy as they walk onto the stage. And only one team will have the right to call themselves champions and hoist that trophy. Boys, once again, we wish you the best of luck, and you may now exit the stage.
And finally, let's welcome the final 4 teams. Group D, starting off with the reigning world champions, Falcons APBren. The new bearer of hope, XianYou. The redemption-seeking squad from North America, Cloud9. And aiming flying high, Myanmar's Falcon Esports. 3 rising regions against a dominant M5 world champions. And you may now exit the stage. And that's it, Sandstorm. We've met the 16 teams of the group stages.
That we have. And honestly, I am worried. There's a lot of strong teams. It's going to be a very strong competition. And it's going to be a very long 2 weeks, Mara.
Now, for the first match of our group stage, we're going to be seeing the world champion going up against a team that's looking to make a name for themselves in the world stages.
That's right. We're talking about none other than Falcons APBren taking on XianYou. Talking about a world champion coming up against, I want to say, an underdog in this tournament.
Now, what's interesting about Falcons APBren is that they've done a world tour collecting trophies from different MLBB tournaments. And they're out to prove that they're still the best in the world. So let's take a look at this video for Falcons APBren. Every single trophy except this MSC trophy.
Yeah, that is very true, and I want to see if that first game is going to be close for the world champion, or is XianYou going to go in an 0-2, or I don't know, it's a best of 2. It's going to be a very, very close series, and honestly, I'm excited, boys and girls. It's going to be a hell of a tournament. It's going to be a hell of a start, and without further ado, let's have a little bit more information about the second team participating in this best of 2. Let's have a look at XianYou. Well, after seeing that, I have high hopes for XYG coming into this game against Falcons APBren.
And you know, Sandstorm, we're doing something a little bit different here at the Esports World Cup. Now, each team will get a personalized key, and this symbolizes their right to participate in the Esports World Cup, a symbol of their success, but only one will get to keep theirs.
That's right. Only one team will be able to hold on to their keys. And unfortunately, if you are eliminated from this tournament, you give your key to the team that eliminates you, and unfortunately, watch it get destroyed. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way it works right here at the MSC 2024. And now, Mara, I think it's time for us to get the show on the road.
That's right, I'm excited, the crowd is excited, and the teams are all hyped up. So now it's time to start the first day of the group stages for the MLBB Mid-Season Cup. Let's head over to the studio.
Much Mara as well as Sandstorm heading on to our first match of the day. It's going to be Falcons APBren going up against XYG. By the way, Mirko, thanks for playing along with the bit.
Yeah, bro.
Wolf?
Yeah.
Just
I wasn't included in there. I felt FOMO, you know, FOMO.
Here's the thing.
You're here for the smart stuff, man.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Now we got to talk about the reigning world champion versus China's new hope. How are you guys feeling about that? Let's start with Wolf.
Yeah, I'm very happy about the progress of China's new hope. You know, especially because there are some Filipinos out there as well. Of course, I'm very biased towards that, but I do know that I've received a lot of news in scrims that they have been performing so well. There are a lot of adjustment with the players. Especially because they haven't been playing in the patch that we are actually playing at. But then their adjustment when they went back to Southeast Asia to scrim with the people out there, they received news that they are doing really well.
Oh, so when he's talking about scrims, it's fine.
When we do it,
when we do it, we got a problem. We got a problem. But either way, world champions should be looking good for this one, huh?
Yeah, I feel like for Falcons APBren, you know, a lot of people are coming into MSC 2024 looking at Falcons APBren still. Even though they didn't win, obviously in MPLPH up against Liquid Echo, they still look like, I don't know, there's an aura about them still. They're still probably one of the best teams, if not the best team in this tournament.
Okay, so I hear about you guys. Now we got to talk to the casters. Leo as well as Gideon, how do you guys feel about this match?
We're here at the Caster's box. Match is about to get hot, and we're excited. How are you feeling, Gideon?
Honestly, I'm feeling hot as well. I can only get excited for the games that are going to be happening ahead of us. Hopefully, it's not going to be a slaughter here at the hot box.
Oh. You know what, Mirko? You're hot.
Hey, you're hot.
No, they are
Okay,
hot.
who's going to compliment me? Come on.
You know, the thing is, you compliment me, I compliment him, they compliment the casters. The casters didn't do, you know, they did you dirty.
You know what, casters? You guys are great. I'm going to let you guys get ready for the game because we still have a few things to talk about here because I'm really looking forward. Where looking at the draft, I heard that in scrims, people have crazy picks, especially in the jungle.
That's right. I believe that there are a lot of flex. There's a trinity now that's working. Like there's assassins, there's utility / tank junglers, and there's like somewhere in the middle. Fighters, I guess you could call them fighters, but they're not actually fighters. They're like, I would call them sustained type of junglers.
Losers?
Yeah, probably. You know,
alphas,
duelists.
Duelists? I mean, what do you think, Mirko? Like aside from the jungle, is there anything else that's interesting? Because we got to talk about XYG as well. Having Chama in the lineup, having KillVJ in the lineup, dude, a lot can happen here.
Yeah, for sure. I think for a lot of us, we were coming into MSC again, looking at the Chinese teams and thinking, all right, they're probably not going to do too well, right? Based on their previous performances in international tournaments. But then you take a look at KBG, how they were almost able to dominate this group. Right. They were able to get such an amazing early game with such a short time at actually adapting to the current meta. So for XYG, they're the champions of the Chinese qualifiers for a reason. And I feel like with KillVJ, with Chama, even though Chama isn't going to be playing, I'm guessing here, just like in the qualifiers, he'll be able to help the team a lot when it comes to the meta game.
And that's very true with KillVJ as well. Just the presence of the experienced champion in the team, MSC champion in that team, and he's already able to like affect the team in a very good manner.
And for you guys at home, mark your calendars on July the 7th. Soul Vessel Series skins. I'm on a Vessel of the Sea as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage. Our Stated 4 is stunning reveal, so don't miss out.
Mon.
Sorry, dude.
Mon.
Dude, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I'm the host. I should have been better.
Yeah.
I will be better.
You should be.
I'll be better than great.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the
That's the previous one.
That's the previous one. But you guys were talking about XYG, which again I'm pretty hyped about. I want to see how they perform in this MSC. But again, Falcons APBren, this is legit, right? Because we're playing a best of 2. We're playing a best of 2. How should they approach this? Should they go all in, or do they have to hide a few secrets for the next stage of the tournament?
I think Falcons APBren is a team. When Vren was there, they were trying to hide some of their strategies, or they're just serving their strategies. I think now that there's a different leadership and they know that they have to really just show their aura as a team, that they have to be the team that other teams have to fear, I think that they will go all out, so even though it's just the group stages.
Yeah, I've got to agree, you know, especially considering how simple, brutal, legendary the format is. It's very, very punishing. If you lose out on some of the early games, especially considering now it's a best of 2, Lafel, you said it, you draw some of the other games against the other teams, and you can actually not make it out of groups. That's a scary thought, and even Naisu talking to us saying like, yo, what if, right? This is just an if situation.
He said like, what if?
What if, bro?
What if, bro?
Listen, what if the Filipino teams don't get out of groups? That'll be crazy, bro.
No, that's crazy. You gotta say it right.
That's
crazy.
Shout out to Eterna.
But yeah, what if that happened? By the way, for you guys at home, a new hero is out. It's Jusin, the new mage hero. But we also got to tell you guys, it's not going to be playable in this MSC. It has arrived with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and the Eternal Serenity skin during the launch week. You only have 460 diamonds. You also can get the skin for only 5 diamonds during the first 14 days. So again, mark your calendars. So again, just in case our people are like, oh, maybe they're hiding in the threat. Nah, it's not usable for this MSC.
That's right. I think you usually have to wait for 2 weeks, which will not be falling in MSC. And I think I've spoken to some of the analysts and some of the casters and the players. They feel like that hero is going to be great when it is available now.
I got to ask you, right? Because we got to look at the EXP lane. FlapTZ going up against KLVJ. KLVJ used to be a jungler, but now he's transitioning into the EXP, which I've talked with some of the teams in their region. The EXP laners are really the carries for the team.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially with the meta game that we have. There was a time where EXP laners were, you rely on them when it comes to setups, but now you're relying on them when it comes to damage and scaling. KLVJ, if you look back at the previous history of this kid, actually plays the side lanes. Back then, we didn't have the EXP and the gold lane, so he's technically
good old times.
The good old times. They call him the quote-unquote off lane, which is also a very farm-heavy type of lane that you rely on. And KLVJ, I think reports say that he is now very comfortable in that lane.
I think considering how team fight centric a lot of neutral objectives will be contested in the early game, the meta is shifting to, these XP lanes are going to have an even bigger role to play. So we've been seeing a lot of the playmaking XP laners all around the world. Heck, even if we go back to the M5 World Championships, Finals MVP was FlapTZ.
Yeah.
The man who was able to create the most impact in the Grand Finals was FlapTZ on the XP, just absolutely stomping on his lane and then utilizing that on other lanes and other team fights.
Personally, for me, I feel like Warcry is one of the reasons why the XP lane has been so impactful, right? Because
not Temporal Rain?
Dude, it's Warcry. Warcry all the way, because again, that extra 8% of damage makes you dominate your lane. And we know the simple rule about the EXP lane, if you're 2 levels ahead, you win the game, buddy. Even if you lose the game. As an EXP laner, you know you won.
You won lane.
2 levels ahead of who, though?
Of the XP.
Other XP lane. Oh, wow. I haven't seen any of that happen. If that happens...
Oh, that happens so many times to me.
Okay.
And that's why I'm now just a roamer.
So you were an XP before. You weren't able to abuse the wild card or the Warcry?
I would appreciate if you don't bring up my pass on live television.
You know what? It's fine, Lafel. We won't talk about your Warcry pass, all right? Let's talk about the XP lane, because again...
I just cry.
It's okay. That's why it's called the Warcry, right? You slash off the war, he doesn't get the war. You know what? It's okay, Lafel.
Thank you.
Now you can use the Temporal Rain or maybe the Warcry in Rome.
Can you let Wolf talk?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You want to talk?
What do you want me to talk about?
The Warcry and the XP.
Warcry and the XP. I don't know why you thought about that.
And jungle.
Yeah, I've done a lot of interesting tests about Warcry. Unfortunately, I think it only fits with some of the marksmen, attack speed based marksmen. I think it's applicable to some of the damage type or / assassin type of junglers, right? Sometimes we say that jungler assassin is the thing. I would label it as damage junglers instead. It's not really just about the assassins, although
have you tried Zong?
Yuzhong in the jungle?
No, Yuzhong Warcry.
Yuzhong Warcry?
It's an XP
Dude,
lane.
it's amazing. Like, you know the Shara through the pool?
Yeah.
That gets 8% as well.
Yeah, that's right. If you
I
land
am
it
right.
do you land it properly though?
Dude, this is right. I can play Yuzhong Roam and it will not work out, but it will feel good.
It's okay as long as you feel good.
Yeah, but then again, yeah, Warcry. I think it's it still is an emblem that you pick up when you want to deal the damage. You want to be the damage dealer of the team. You're like the core of the team. But otherwise, if you're a utility, like if you're the XP and you want to go for the setups instead, you're not going to be relying on damage. Just go for something along the lines of a Quantum Charge so that you can set up properly. It's still role based in the end of the day.
But Mirko, don't we always want to go full damage? Even as a roam.
That's true.
Even though I'm not Baloy, I want to go full damage.
Lubukan
Hell,
Baloy.
Lubukan Baloy.
Gua bisa pakai Harley Roam. That means I can use Harley Roam.
Yeah.
Anyone can use Harley Roam, but not everybody can execute it properly.
Okay, here's the thing. You guys have heard our analysts talk. We've been talking a lot about the heroes being used as well as the emblems that's being used. Again, I personally want to see a lot more of the War Cry, the Sky Piercer as well. It really depends on the team whether they want to put it in the jungle or the gold lane. We haven't seen so much in the EXP. We've even seen one in Rome when using the Hilda. But either ways, that's neither here or there. This MSC will shape up. This MSC will shape up the meta. Whatever you guys are playing in rank, hey, things will shape up. We've seen Roger, hearing from the players. You might see more bait. You might even see Natalia. You might even see some crazy fighters in the roam. So far, it's only the Hilda as well as the Arlet. But again, who knows? I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of Paquito.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of Paquito this meta game just because when there are assassins, you're looking for farm type / split push type of fighters in the XP lane, which, you know, Benedetta as well as Paquito, they're gonna fall into that place. And Sky Piercer, Paquito, man, that's whew. You wanna quit the game. Exactly.
And that's what's interesting about what we saw in the wild card, because in the wild card we didn't get to see a lot of the Paquitos. We didn't get to see the Benedettas at all as well. We saw like one Benedetta throughout the wild card. And for the most part, the wild card teams, they really put an emphasis on team fight. It's all about getting the damage output heroes. Even in the roam, Edith was a super prio pick. They would go for it in the first phase, even banning it out away from each other. So the fact now that you have a lot of setters in the XP lane that is getting so much more value because of the War Cry, because of the changes into the War Axe as well. Like the Terizla, you get so much sustain, so much damage. How is it all going to play out? Is the Paquito going to show up more in the main stage? You said it will, but the wild card says it a bit differently, right? He says, yeah, it could work, but the Terizlas and Yuzongs have been better.
Now, I feel like it becomes a question, is it because of the draft or because of the player, right? Some players don't care about the draft. Just give me a Paquito and it will work. Some teams might be like, in this draft, yeah, it won't work. What do you think? Is it more draft or the player?
I think definitely it's more about the player / the team, the way that they're very comfortable with it. Maybe the wildcard teams aren't yet very comfortable about this kind of split type of compositions. But I'm sure that if you look at the roster of the players that we have right now in MSC, you know that there are really good players that play this Paquito well. Like the gentleman that you saw earlier, it was Baptiste.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the ROG ping test as well. Both teams are setting up. They're both getting ready. And again, personally for me, Wolf, I don't know about you, but even looking at the wild card, I feel like aggression is the key. And specifically, the first 3 turtles, right? I feel like out of 3 turtles, the second one is the most important. But Mirko, what do you think?
I think at this point, every single turtle is going to be very, very important. We've seen that a lot of teams in the early game, even with a 2,000 gold lead, it looks like they're dominating.
It feels like 6,000.
Exactly. The gold lead that you have in the early game, almost gets amplified because of how much team fighting is prio now, right? Because, again, you get the first 2 turtles, and you are able to dictate the pace of the game instantly. You can invade the jungle. You can force some of these team fights away from their even turrets, sometimes diving in their turrets with just a 2,000 gold lead. Now, maybe you can go and deep dive into this, Wolf. Why are we seeing the gold lead in the early game be amplified in the way that we're seeing?
Yeah, I think it's mainly because of the changes with the Lord, which I'm going to be talking about later. But for now, it's the Sky Piercer. I think that really allowed for teams to really dive. That's the stacks, the automatic execution, and the fact that it's very cheap. You know, it's very affordable.
Yeah,
it's easy to
1,500, man.
Just, you know, get it, team fight, and then snowball off of that. Now you can dive. And it's very rewarding to go for snowball type of compositions nowadays. Now, if you're looking at about why aggression is rewarded heavily in this patch, it's mainly because of the Lord dance as well. I don't know if you've you've tried dancing with the Lord right now.
Oh,
it's
tried.
so
We've
difficult, dude.
No, it's like we dance with the Lord, we die.
Exactly.
It's not a dance anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a totally different dance that we're doing. And you definitely cannot face the Lord now, even if you're a tilted jungler. Basically, yeah.
We dance and then we break down and we cry.
Yeah, you get your bones broken. But I mean, technically, for teams like Falcons APBren, we've been known, I mean, in the M5 World Championships as well, how they were always able to get the advantage was through the macro game, right? They wanted to go for these forced errors across the map, utilizing their macro advantage, and then ultimately using the Lord Dance to get the better team fight.
Yep.
Now, what does that put, like, where does that put Falcons APBren? Are they going to like the change of having no Lord Dances or having a very different type of Lord Dance?
Or bunga. Don't think about it, just do it.
Is that what Trevor does?
I think so.
I feel like, you know, personally for me, apologize instead of asking for permission. Do first, think later.
Don't try that at home.
Don't try that.
But what I want to say is that if you look by M5 and MPL PH season 12, the trait that well, they were called APBren back then, but the trait that Falcons APBren had was they were very aggressive. They are so early game centric. Although they fail in the late game, they still are very successful in many games because they end the game fast. I think that will be rewarding right now, especially because they can flex their jungler and their mid laner. For example, let's talk about the Julian. And you're going to see the Julian get picked up a lot when there are Filipino teams, because we know that the Filipino junglers and the position for mages or mid laners can substitute between assassins. Like Julian, for example, can play it in jungle, can play it in the mid lane. Yeah, so you can expect that. Even a Hellcurt in the mid lane is viable nowadays. So that will happen.
And we got to talk about XYG as well. One of the key players is definitely Lung, an amazing gold laner. But again, going up against other teams here in MSC, where they're really looking at the early game as well as the mid-game power spike, I feel like if they secure Lung's hero early, he's got to be very careful. If he takes something that scales a little bit too long, the entire draft has to revolve around him, Mirko.
That's what I'm actually, you know, kind of worried about for both these teams, because even for Falcons APBren, this is the same kind of concern that I have for Super Marco. You mentioned earlier that for Falcons APBren, they like to go for the early game compositions. That's why the Brody was such a big pick at the M5 World Championships. And yeah, for XYG, I don't know. Do you want to go for more early game? Do you want to double down on that early game with a high pressure gold lane like a Herald, like a Roger? Or do you want to put him in the weak side? Because again, if we take our reference from the wild card, most teams who found success with heroes that actually scale up in the gold lane. The Roger's been finding more success in the jungle compared to the gold, and I am actually thinking both teams should try to do that first, right? Have that late game insurance in the gold lane with Long or with Super Marco, and then the rest of the team, they try to scramble, they try to brawl it out for that early game.
Yeah. And the thing is, when we were talking about scaling, some of the early game some of the heroes that are good in the early game can also be scaling. It's just that in the mid game, they're really, really bad. Like, I'm talking about assassins here. For example, in the first 2 minutes of the game, Hayabusa and Ling, very strong. Roger as well, in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
If you use them, you snowball off of it. But come to mid game, when when you need it to farm up, when the enemy roamers have their first item up, it kind of feels like you cannot kill anyone anymore. You need more items. So it's like you have to solve the mid game now. You have good scaling because you're a jungler, assassin jungler, and you have your gold laner. But in the mid game, you have to kind of find out where you have to be farming. Do you contest the turtle against a utility jungler? Do you give up the first lord just to secure your buffs or something like that? So yes, scaling is rewarded in the patch right now, but I think it's more about like how do you solve the mid game problem where you need to farm.
I know I'm just a host here, but if I can put my 2 cents here, I feel like quite a few assassins that have a strong power spike when they get 2 kills before 4 minutes, I feel that they look pretty good, because we've seen a Hayabusa, the changes that the Hayabusa has, makes it so that his farming speed is the same pace as a Nolan. And if you can farm the same speed as a Nolan, that's insane. I've seen Hayabusa go first item, Sky Piercer, and that kind of solves his problem, right? Even if he doesn't have enough damage, as long as the mid laner, say something like a Faramis, able to deal splash damage, get everybody under the 4% threshold, and then getting a triple kill on the first or second turtle just skyrockets the Hayabusa's damage. Of course, so far in terms of meta assassin picks, we've only seen the Ling, we've seen the Hayabusa, Other than that, we haven't seen anything else.
The Nolan, I guess, right?
Yeah, the Nolan, yeah. But
we haven't really been seeing Lancelot even. Despite the war exchanges, you know, a lot of people have been actually trying out the Lancelot, trying to make it work, but yeah, hasn't actually worked out.
Yeah, for sure. But I think you're going to see Lancelot in this tournament, one way or another.
There you go.
Julian is going to be one of the choices as well. That's
Is it super prio? You're throwing out Julian a whole lot right now. Because, I mean, it's flex, and you're saying it's really, really good.
No, I mean, like,
roles.
Okay, sorry to interject, but I feel like one of the heroes that can fight the link pretty well is the Julian.
Exactly. So that's that's your link counter, definitely. When it comes to like farming speed, as well as when it comes to like a 1v1, Julian will actually win it against the link. It's like
Is it a pure counter or is it a skill matchup?
Skill matchup for sure.
Yeah, you know where basically where the Ling lands, right? Because once he uses Tempest of Blaze, you have 1 out of 4 chance. You know which area he's gonna land, and then you just throw your enhanced chain.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? The first combo that you do for the Ling, you force the ultimate, right? And then you kind of him by dashing or using your retribution, and then after a few seconds, after 7 seconds, you have another combo again. The Ling is now in trouble. Ling has to fly away, which means that if the Ling is flying away from the fight, means that he will not be able to deal the damage anymore because he's just out of there. So that's how the Julian counters the Ling.
Speaking of a lot of the counters, again, I want to bring it back to the wild card because we saw a whole lot of winning matchups in the gold lane, LaFell, that just wasn't used as a winning matchup, right? Roger versus Moskov. We saw Harith versus Moskov as well. Yep. And some of these lanes just didn't go the way that we were thinking it would go. Yep. And I think for this particular matchup, that's something we need to talk about because if Super Marco gets a big pick in the gold lane, say he gets a Brody or Roger, that early game, very snowbally, very bully type of laner, you're going to expect that lane to get steamrolling. Maybe the whole Falcons APBren, they might be playing towards Super Marco if he gets an early lead.
Exactly. I feel like during the wildcard, it really is about missed timings because I feel like now the turtle is much more important, so you want to gank the EXP lane perhaps in the patches before. You see maybe some help coming into the gold lane, so perhaps they're adjusting to it.
Yeah.
But what do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, to be fair, I think we have to really look back at the root cause of why the wildcard looks really funky when it comes to like whatever is happening, where we have our expectations and different things happen. It's because the patch was very new that time.
Very new.
I think we have to give credit to all of the teams that played the wildcard. It's difficult to play in that kind of scenario where the patches were the best of ones, patches dropped. You're not prepared. Sometimes you know that you're very strong coming into the tournament, then come a new patch, you're not strong anymore. I think that's probably the root cause of why we're looking at the games in the wildcard and we get surprised so much. Like there was an Alice Angela.
It was KBG.
Exactly. They lost after like dominating. It's like it's very unpredictable because if it was a new patch.
Yeah, and again, I feel like very interestingly because the winners of the group stage, Homeboys, in terms of the bans as well, something we got to talk about is the bans where they ban out something that not other teams ban out. They ban out the Faramis, right? So it kind of shows, according to their data, the Faramis is definitely a big factor. And I feel like it should be a big factor because the Faramis is pretty strong when it comes to the turtle fights. And then late game, once the Faramis has 3 items, and we got to talk about how the glowing one change just made Faramis much, much stronger in the late game. No matter how strong your marksman skills, a 3-item Faramis can burst out most marksmen.
That's true, and Faramis is a problem when you're from a drafter's perspective, because let's just say you let it go, right? And then because the enemy has the Faramis, you are always thinking about, should I get an assassin? Because getting an assassin when the Faramis is up means that you don't have your efficacy is just reduced so much, and then you also have to counter it with a good laner or a Valentina.
Yeah.
Right, and then you also have to answer it with the next lane choice of Lapu Lapu, get the Edith. It just poses so much problems that you'd rather just ban it out and just be free with your draft.
I think that could be said about Roger as well, doesn't it? I mean, for Faramis, you can technically dictate the drafts. You can try to force out that Valentina, the Lapu Lapu, some big AoE abilities to get rid of the Netherrealm or to just, face off against the Netherrealm. Roger, we've seen a bit of the same in the wildcard too. When the Roger gets picked up, you either get slain by him, T2K were able to utilize it so many times, getting Maniacs left and right, or you go for a Mincetar. You go for a big pick that can counter the Roger, that can counter that dive composition. Even the Odette we saw. Yeah. That was what we were talking about earlier. So does the Roger fall under that category as well? Will it be super prio here, just like the Faramis?
Definitely. I think Roger is a valid first pick because you don't really give up any of your composition. Roger can be played in jungle as well as the gold lane. And the thing is, if you're gonna be looking at the heroes that can actually outlane Roger, there's just a very few of them. There's an argument that Harith wins over the Roger, but that's also a skill issue. Moscow versus Roger, also a skill issue, you know?
Agreed.
So, skills matchup, I mean, not a skill issue. But yeah, that's the thing with Roger. It's prio because it fits in almost any kind of lineup. It can be a jungler, and it can be a gold laner. And if you theoretically lose the matchup, you can just call your roamer, and then everything's good afterwards.
Yeah, besides that, I would say Roger has one of the cheaper build paths where I've seen multiple games where the Roger has 3 items. The opposing side only has 1. You know, I mean, sure, getting more kills make it so that you have more gold, but still, it's very insane when 3 items is equivalent to, say, a 2-item build on a different carry. But we got to talk about KillVJ as well. Despite being so new to the team, he has learned some simple Chinese words, and we gotta understand that moving to a different team, understanding their cultures, it's a lot of things to catch up on, right? And I feel like it's not just him, but the entire team has to adjust to him as well.
Yeah. Some of these imports definitely make it look so easy.
Oh,
They just import, they just go to a different country, and it just feels like they are part of that country already.
Yeah, definitely, man.
We saw that from we saw that from Kyrie, and now we're seeing that from KillVJ. And like you said, the interesting thing about this team composition, the lineup, is the fact that the team also needs to try to communicate together with KillVJ. And it seems they've been able to do that very, very quick, all the way from the start of the Chinese qualifiers. They were just doing really, really good. They had the grasp on the meta. And like you said, I think KillVJ, he brings that presence. As a veteran, he understands how to play the game, but he's also able to teach the other players how to actually control the game all the way from the start.
Yeah, I think it's the language of the game, right? If you just show them how it's done and just point at things, you eventually, naturally teach all the players what the meta game is and what the meta game will be. And KillVJ, I think the way that he adjusted in this region is very commendable, because we know for sure that, I mean, the culture of the Philippines is totally different from the different culture. At least, you know, when the Onyx Exodus happened, when Yeb and Kyrie and Baloy went to Indonesia, at least there's a lot of like commonalities between the cultures. So it's easily understandable how they adapted so quickly. But KillVJ and the speed of his adaptability, it's top notch.
Speaking of adaptability, we got to talk about Godyang as well. He used to play gold, and now he's a roam, and he's happy with it because the coach is like, you know, as good as you are on the gold, but dude, roam is where it's at.
You know what? I can actually kind of relate to this, right? Because I'm a gold laner, and I've actually been playing a whole lot of roam. And as a gold laner, you kind of have that understanding of what the gold laner needs. You kind of peel for him in the team fights as well. Sometimes people who actually go and transition from other roles, they're like, yeah, I just want to go in, right? An XP lane to a roam, he's like, I want to go in, just like LaFell right here. That's what he does. He leaves me in the lane alone. I die a couple of times. You can say skill issue, Wolf, but you know, I would just say team issue. I know, roamer diff. But no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you. Anyways, when you go from a gold lane to the roamer, you're more of that, you know? You're cool. You understand what the gold lane needs.
I mean, it really depends. What if the roamer really doesn't like the gold laner? Maybe that's part of the reason why he never ganks that lane.
Is it because the gold laner never wants to speak to that roamer?
It could be, even though they speak roughly the same language, but they're like, maybe because they speak the same language, they understand when they're talking behind their backs.
Fun fact, Baloyski used to play a lot of marksman. Like,
see?
With the gold lane. Technically, it was the gold lane, but it wasn't called the gold lane before. But yeah, Baloyski was a Claude main before.
Yeah, and now we're jumping straight to the draft where Falcon APBren will be on the first pick. XYG will be the second pick. Now, this is going to be interesting, gentlemen. We got to see what are the prio bans here coming up where, again, first pick, Falcon APBren. We've seen a lot of Louis picks.
Rogers even.
Rogers,
Chip.
Angelas, Chip. We got to see what they decide to do.
Ooh, look at this, by the way. Amazing stage. But, Wolf, I definitely got to be asking you right now. First pick and second pick. We've been seeing a whole lot of difference from our MPL ID leagues as well. In the regular season, blue side has been finding so much more success. But then in the playoffs, it starts off as blue side centric, but then it ends up being a red side dominance.
Yeah, I would say that it's with the heroes that we have right now, especially with the rise of Ling and whatnot, maybe teams will prioritize the blue side. You can really swing everything come the last 2 picks For example, you go for flex picks and then finalize your draft in the last 2 picks. It's easier to kind of control the draft from that standpoint. However, there are so many teams in MSC that actually favor the red side. For example, Fnatic Onyx, we know that Coach Eb is there. Coach Eb loves the red side pick because it's the second pick. So, yep.
That's actually a fun fact because, you know, they love the red side so much that even their opponents always take red side away from them, even though blue side has been finding way more success.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it is one of those things where people, I actually do agree. I feel like first pick is overall better where you can dictate the draft, but some teams just want to get a combo piece where I feel like it really is about testing each other. For example, if you know the opposing side can use the Ling Angela combo well, you may first pick the Angela just to break that combo.
Exactly.
So that makes the blue side or the first pick much stronger, but also makes the second pick or the red side very compelling. It's like we can get our combo piece immediately.
It's chess. It's basically a chess game, right? When we get into the drafts right now, especially considering now that we do get to see some of the bans already. Is that a first pick or is that a ban, right? That's the question. It does feel like it's a pick right now. It has been shown. We also have
Loyi.
2 picks.
Okay.
XYG.
So first pick Loyi.
Moskov and Edith.
Yep. Really like the combo picks. However, this is still Loyi, a very strong pick. And what you combo up with the Moskov and the Edith is that you also flex this Edith. Now the Roger is going to come up. Probably a utility, another XP laner at this point. Teresa is open, usually comboed up with this kind of composition, as well as Arlet. However, we don't know the ban, so we can only guess here. I think if Arlet and/or Teresa is available, gonna be picked up in the 3rd slot here from Bren.
Very interesting that Roger was picked up, but picked up after the 3rd pick here. And it looks like it is going to be the Terizla coming in from Falcons APBren. Looking at the bans here, it is going to be the Angela Vixana as well as Minotaur for Falcon APBren, and for XYG, it's going to be the Arlet Ling as well as Chip.
You get the mid laner, maybe a Novaria, because there's the presence of the Lui. Good combo with the Moskov as well, the Moskovaria combo. And the Vexana is going to be the game changer, however, which I feel like is not the best option, especially going up against like a Roger. Imagine they can jump to the Vexana and the Lui could go to the backlines. Vex is exposed here.
Good cover from all 3 of the heroes that we see from XYG. Technically for Moskov, self-peel with the Spear of Misery. We also have that Edith with the CC lockdown. And I think right now, if we take a look at XYG, it's all about team fighting and forcing their opponents to stay in that team fight. They have so much lockdown, so much CC, and technically even so much burst and even sustain damage. They have everything when it comes to the skirmishes. Meanwhile, for Falcons APBren, they really have to find creative angles with the Loyi. And this is something that I want to bring up, the Loyi. We saw the nerf onto the Loyi, the diversion. You're not able to find those creative angles as you used to. Before, you could just feint a lot of times, you know, you abuse that crazy cooldown on the diversion. Now you're a bit safer, and we've seen a lot of teams struggle with this because once you use it and you don't find the value out of it, it's so easy for you to counter. No more diversion, punish.
That's my initial thought about the Lui, the nerfs, and I definitely agree with you that that will be a big hit because it was a very long cooldown. But then we start to see teams now still utilize it, and it kind of felt like, okay, yeah, sure, the cooldowns are longer, but in a team that's smart and the team that really knows the game of Mobile Legends from you know, from every single detail, they know how to use this Lui, and I think it's still a threat. The top teams that they expect, you have to still ban out the Lui. This is a very strong pickup, and I'm scared that XYG might not be prepared for it. Maybe they'll pick up the Yu Zhong along the way. It's one of those counters, which also KalVJ wants to pick when you're going up against Lui.
Look at those assassin bans.
Yep.
Fanny Hayabusa to round up the drafts for the red side. XYG, they really want to try to force the Roger in the jungle, I'm guessing, or force a utility jungler?
Yeah.
They want to force a utility jungler because they have a Vexana. And we've seen Wishing Lantern works well with Vexana. Having Vexana, Wishing Lantern, Glowing Wand, it kind of kills the tank jungler. So I feel like they're trying to force it out. But then Falcon APBren, they have an option for the Julian here. So honestly, even Roger in the jungle is completely fine. Yuzong getting banned out as well. So I kind of feel like SYG, they do want to skirmish, but I agree with you guys. It's going to be very dangerous for you to skirmish against a Lui. So what else is XYG looking for here, Wolf?
Maybe some sort of sustain, maybe somewhere alongside a Minotaur or a Matilda. They go for Nolan instead. Interesting. So this will be an assassin jungler. And usually what you counter with the Nolan is the Ling. However, that was already banned out. The Julian is still open for Falcons APBren, which also is a hero that you can match up, you know, 50-50 versus the Nolan. It's another skills matchup. And the Tigreal, this is an FCAP signature that they use against assassin junglers because they know that they can just invade constantly with that.
I think this could also be a lot of value that Falcons APBren get because it technically forces the Moskov on a Purify or a Flicker, depending on how you want to play it. But we've been talking a whole lot about the Moskov, Lafel. You know how the Moskov has been able to utilize that Inspire for the most part to win out in the lanes. Now with the Tigreal, I think that is crossed it. They basically have denied the Inspire away from the Moskov, and they pick up another damage dealer. You're right, the Julian was coming up.
Yeah.
And what do we expect the Julian to do here?
Yeah, it's going to be the jungler for sure. It's a skills matchup versus the Nolan, so it's going to be dominating the early game. XYG, I think it's better if they go sustain like Minotaur and Matilda.
Minotaur banned.
Minotaur's already banned, so that's a problem. What else are you looking for? Maybe
do you want to go for a bit more tanky?
Or Florin perhaps. But yeah, a frontliner here for sure. Or maybe they just swing it out, like get a Barrett's actually, put that in the XP lane, put the Edith in the roam. Barrett's kind of provides you that front line, maybe a Thams as well, so that they at least have that front line that can allow for the Moskov to just freely hit. Some sort of peel. X-Bar kind of falls in that scenario as well. So that's a really good pickup as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis all across the draft. But now, we're throwing it back to our casters to start our first game of the day.
Thanks to the handsome Lafel, Mirko, and Wolf. Over at the desk, it's us, Gideon and Leo, bringing you the very first match of the group stage here at MSC 2024 at EWC. How do you feel about the draft that Falcons APBren and XianYou Gaming have brought out?
You said that really well, by the way. I just got to compliment you on that. But first, FCAP, they've got such a sexy composition, man. There's so much synergy in between the heroes themselves, and also Ogwen honestly, Tigreal so early on, I'm rather surprised to see this. But XYG's composition, hopefully they're going to be able to pull back. The Edith, I'm not 100% sure if she's going to be the target punishment for FCAP, but maybe, hopefully, we're going to see something happen in the side lanes.
Here we go into the newly minted Land of Dawn for the very first matchup. And now, for all the points, trying to make it through the knockouts. Let's see how far XianYou Gaming can take it against the defending world champions. Again, one of the main properties of this draft that Falcons APBren have brought in is just how deep they can go, how hard they can bring the CC over to XYG. How can this rather soft lineup go against that, Gideon? I'm worried. I'm worried about Long.
I mean, I'm worried about Long as well, but luckily he's taken the Purify, and in these types of situations, he's just got to live this laning phase against Super Marco, right? I mean, if he can win the lane against Super Marco, that's an even bigger statement, to be honest with you.
And again, there's a chip on Falcons APBren's shoulders. They lost in the grand finals 0-4 against Liquid Echo, who's also playing this very same tournament, so they got to show up. They got to show up strong. Ogwen living here in the jungle. Again, this is one of the things that was alluded to, right, in the draft. Like, they can live inside Zed's jungle all they want.
Oh, speaking of which, the first invasion coming in here from Kyle. Hopefully he's going to be able to get something off of it, but no, still dead even. XYG going to be in a pretty good position. Oh, the UI for the in-game equipment looks real nice as well. And at least it gives us an idea of what we should be expecting here. At the very least, both sides are going to be able to have Concealed open. And honestly, I think we didn't get to talk too much about Conceal as a, one of those roaming blessings. It's really, really useful. And I think even more so in this meta now compared to previously.
Yep, currently there are two very set-heavy roamers that need to get in there via the Conceal, and that's going to be important for GodYang and Ogwen to get in there. Something to note as well, emblems. None of the new ones have come through, right? We're about 5 seconds away from the first turtle. Not a single Temporal Rain nor Warcry. So we're playing it close to the chest, seeing how these teams use what they know so far. That's the meta we've been playing for the better part of the year. Kyle TZ, first up to the scene.
Yep. And surprisingly enough, right, you would expect the Julian to be able to actually want to play either Lethal Ignition, maybe if they really wanted to, Warcry as well, but Kyle opting to go for the Impure Rage. Now, GodYang, he's got to be really careful. He doesn't have a lot of escape mechanics, and it's better for him to actually hold on to that Flicker rather than, well, using it defensively.
Calling Falcons APBren from their local homegrown league, I can tell you now that they're having an easy time, Gideon. This is... Very rarely does Falcons APBren get a clean go at a turtle. I'm not so sure if XYG is actually just opening up the map, making sure that Long gets his farm, but so far, Ogun barely needs to protect the buffs.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally a walking sentry guard, right? XYG are very careful around him, and I think worse yet, these team fights are going to be really difficult for XYG. So they really have to take their time, right? Wait for Falcons to make that move, make that first blow, and then look for the counter right hand.
So far, we're looking at about 500, 600 between these two teams. Team fight waiting to break out in the river. GodYang has been doing well. Again, he's checking on Kyle TZ, checking on Ogwin, but not exactly overextending. Are we waiting for him to make the first move, or is it going to be a counter initiation from XYG or Falcons APBren finding them when the time is right? Because, again, you're looking at Kyle TZ also playing. Oh, coming in, implosion!
It's a good implosion. GodYang unable to get him out of there. That's going to be E1 dying over to Julian. Well done to Kyle TZ. Great initiation.
Say his name and he appears. You wonder when the fight's going to break out. And that's the beautiful thing about it. Julian now down bottom.
I mean, KLVJ should be okay for now. He still has his battle spell, but this could be a setup to dive, right? Now look at the pressure that Falcons APBren are pushing in towards Nolan's purple buff.
Oh no.
It's all looking good. Let's cut back over to that purple buff 3v3. Chains have already been used. Kyle, he's taking his time with this.
First blood, more than enough to actually bring in the aggression up top.
Oh, wait, the TP into the lane. Lung, does he know? Fuse already here, finds the yin-yang reaction. That's another kill, and that goes over to Super Marco. And the rest of APBren, they just pull away while this cross-map play happens.
I understand what happened to the international marksman. You can see in his face how he did not see that coming. No need to protect your girlfriends. He is out and about, but he's not going to be able to get any kills or any farm with the way Falcons APBren has been playing. You know what I saw there, Gideon? That was sensory overload. They were fighting in the purple, and little did they know, a second later, oh, we're going to get the Moskov.
Yeah, I mean, these feints are dangerous, especially against the low Yi, but Kyle TZ, once again, securing the second turtle of the game. Very low kill count here, but you can just see that they are slowly finding these small bits of gold, a couple of camps here and there to put XYG behind.
Clearly what I'm seeing happening is Falcons APBren setting the pace. This is their game. They're currently about 2,000 ahead now, 5 minutes in. And I'm thinking maybe what XYG can do is treat KLVJ like a threat magnet. Like, they tried to get him, right? Falcons APBren tried to get him. They have about 2 life bars at this point. I don't think he has any mortality just yet. And that should be the way to open up the rest of the map, because again, they're on long.
Yep, they're gonna try. They're trying to defend this dive against Long. They already called down the Eternal Guard, and Owen, he's in a lot of trouble here. Enhanced Sword gets him out of there, but Super Marco finds 2 easily with a Lycan Pounce, and they also take the tier 1 on top side. A perfect dive coming in from Falcons APBren. A good response from XYG, but they just do not have the stats to make this work, and even Long getting pushed back to the tier 2.
That's a 3 for none. Everything for the Falcons. Nothing much that the little monsters can do.
I mean, Kyle, he's really feeling himself here. He's looking to get an early Holy Crystal. Oh, once again, when the wave crashes, a kill ensues. Long dies over to the yin-yang reaction, and purple buff still secure by Zed. But at this point of time, XianYou Gaming, they are slowing down. Falcons APBren, they're picking up the pace.
And now, again, the aforementioned solution for KLVJ to just hunker down. He's doing that and more. He's also clearing waves in mid, because again, it's hard for Yone to even try and hold it down, because again, the dive comp that Falcons APBren have drafted here, it's just too much. Now look, Ogo's gonna try to push Kiel in.
Yep, KLVJ, he's got to give this up, right? There's no point trying to build up that heat on 3 different people and a 4th coming in for the interception. It's better to just give it up for now. This mid game's not going well, but here comes the diversion into the mid lane just to get, wow, the tempo. I think that's what Falcons APBren are trying to do. Zed gets pushed out, not getting anywhere close to this next 3rd turtle of the game.
So, buffs, forget about it. Turtles, forget about it. XianYou Gaming, now 7 minutes down the wire, looking at the 3rd turtle taken away, has to live in the late game. Like, that's the only option left.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough, and I think the Dementia is going to start kicking in pretty early on. Look at Super Marco, currently 4-0.
There's a reason why they call him bulletproof, now in mid.
All right, once again, oh, penalty zone off the 3 into the back line, instantaneously. Flap Teasy sets it up for Super Marco once again. Who else Can they hit another enhanced chains, maybe into another penalty zone? Everybody can set up for their boy Super Marco.
The Filipino cannon is blowing up right now. 001 does not tell the whole story. He had to push KLVJ out of that lane down bottom and tell XianYou Gaming it's not free. You try to split the map up, it's not going to be for free. And now XianYou's trapped in their own side of them. I don't even call it their own side of the map. I think they're renting from Falcons APBren at this point.
They really are. And I think that at this point, XYG, they need to start counting their odds. They got to roll the dice a little bit against Falcons APBren, because if this keeps on going, that's going to be a 10K gold lead sooner rather than later.
Tomato fried egg seems to be on the menu for the Falcons, and this time around, look at this. They're trapped in their own little corner for the orange. Good news is Zed got it. Bad news is it looks like Falcons is setting up for another big 2 for none, 3 for none, and then set up for the 30 seconds. Oh, here comes the implosion!
Great implosion. Oh, straight away they peel him up and they find Ogwin. But now, at least with the peel, all of the help of KLVJ, they're able to get back on out of there. And this is what we were looking for from XYG, the counter right hand against Falcons APBren with big ultimates.
The first costly trade for Falcons now. Zed going hunting.
Hey, he finds it, but can he finish that kill? Super Marco manages to get out Zed. He didn't want to commit 100%.
All right, close call. But again, XYG is not in any shape or form to try and overextend. A win is a win, but you got to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Lord has spawned now in the upper quarter of the map. Bottom side, still relatively clean. At equilibrium, again, that's the best that XYG can ask for right now. Marco on top of the kill charts, and now we might start what they would call a dance here, but I don't know, the metagame has changed enough that nobody can dance anymore.
And honestly, I think they don't exactly have the most amount of sustainability. Even like for Flapteasy, despite already completing that War Axe, probably can't hold on to this Lord for very long.
Yeah.
You can see Kyle, he's getting chunked out.
Yeah, BOS can't help you time travel, man. This ain't 2021, folks. The dance ain't here. Here comes the conceal. Kill VJ first up. Ogwin looking for one. Kyle TC secures the referee.
No. They'll take anything at this point. They got the Faraga armor, which is pretty good, but I think Falcons APBren, they're fishing right now. They're fishing for XYG, looking for any sort of advantage, but on the opposite side of the map, we are seeing that Long will be able to crash down onto a tier 1.
He's working. Again, he has a dream. Let's get out of the 10-minute mark and see where we end up from there. Lord marching up top, enhanced wave in tow. Oh, that's Zed caught out in the middle. He's got to go home, got to recall, and now the defense. Oh, look at this. I think all waves are going to crash in at the same time.
Yep, they've synced it up really well. Just get rid of the mid one first, right? Get rid of that tier 2, and then we start focusing on everything else. Tier 2s are all going to start crashing down. I feel like Falcon and APBren, they might be able to try and contest for one of these inhibitors, but as we saw previously, those ults, they're dangerous.
Here we go.
The Yin Yang reaction onto Long, he's already chunked down. Firaga armor also gone as well, but with the Eternal Guard, they buy enough space to crack this open. Inhibitor, 50% HP, still alive. Next is the mid wave. Finally, they have to do the sync with top and bottom.
Holy Shields already taken down. Top and mid, bottom left for Zed to go in. No, penalty zone.
He finds 2. Long is trying to peel them away, knocks them back, and GodYang takes the damage. He doesn't mind. He has the Radiant armor, but Falcons APBren smile as they walk away. A missing inhibitor on First Lord. You couldn't ask for more.
Flapteasy is looks maxing. He mewed right into 3, catches 2 with a DPZ, and I'm talking about that deadly penalty zone. And it was more deadly for turrets than it was for heroes. Again, XianYou Gaming not out of it quite yet, but they're still crawling, man. 10K between these two teams right now.
Yep, 10K, and even more so, they are... they're committing war crimes in their jungle, leaving just the small camps, not giving him a full buff as well.
They're starving him. It's tough. As a Nolan, you guys know this. We are currently in the age of the Trinity jungler. Sustain, utility, and damage, as said by our panel. But again, when you're in this kind of situation and you're looking at a roster, a lineup that's as fed as Falcons APBren, and it's going to be tough. Man, let's talk about this. An early Queen's Wings.
As an EXP later, I'm looking at my boy here, and I'm like, you greedy Terizla player.
Pretty Sigma. That's pretty Sigma right there.
It's very Sigma. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if he goes for the brute force breastplate, hey, you know that Falcons APBren are confident to take this away. I mean, considering the engagements, right?
It's giving hard dive. And now we're looking for another diversion. It's been quite a while. I'd say 5 or 6 minutes since we last saw a huge rotation that led to a big take for Falcons APBren. But this does mean XYG gets a little bit of time to breathe. But I don't know if that's enough time.
No.
I'd say they maybe need 5 minutes, min.
I think so. Well, even with the 5 minutes, I don't think they'll be able to catch up unless they get like a full team wipe against Falcons APBren. And I think that's the scariest part for XYG, right? A single bad fight for them, that's game over.
And here's what's difficult. Having seen, oh, here we go, throwing out the SOD, going home,
right?
not going to force it. All right. Watching XYG's qualifiers, watching, oh, here we go!
What a diversion, they didn't even see it coming! It's too late! The Eternal Guard comes down, but nothing to guard! Their marksman is already down, God Gaming is forced to flicker away, and Super Marco, come on, man, know your limits, stay back, keep him on the leash!
Few, let me finish my sentence! But yes, great take by Falcons APBren, shocking even us in the studio. XYG's minimum or average game time is 15 minutes. How do you even expect to go longer?
Yup, and that's going to be KLVJ losing. Oh, the penalties on to follow it up. They don't want them to go back into the fountain. They're going to start farming them under it as they close out this game. GG, well played. That's 1 point for Falcons APBren.
They draw first blood in this 2-week-long competition in a best-of-2 against XYG. What an amazing showing by our defending world champions.
Man, it's brutal. I mean, you can definitely tell that the composition from XYG, unfortunately, doesn't give them the aggression that we're looking for other than Nolan, right? We need more factors. It's tough.
They spared no quarter against a developing team like XYG. Let's throw it over to our analysts as we check out the highlights.
But at least you want to go for the fights.
Now, when the game started, I was actually surprised that Ogwin was already level 4, so he probably might have stolen some of the buffs. Was able to catch a first minute. Maybe was able to steal some of the green buffs, you know. But then, there are so many problems with the Loi that this presented to XYG. That's why I feel like even when the Loi was nerfed against a top-tier team like Falcons APBren that know exactly how MLBB operates, it's very difficult. Like, they even attempted for the play, the cross, like, it's not even a cross-map, it's an outside of the map play where you teleport in with the implosion already so that you'll be able to just initiate so quickly. There was a TP play coming up from Few where he was able to get into that bush up top. I call it the sandwich bush. And they were able to eventually sandwich the Moskov into getting the kill in the early stages. So I think at this point in the metagame, let's not give the lead to a team like Red.
I mean, like, what do you folks think here? Because I feel like in terms of the tempo, XYG was not ready for that tempo because we got to remember one thing that happened during the game is that they got the Lord and then XYG is like, oh, they got the Lord. And then immediately just behind him, APBren just goes in and then they get the kill. So do you think the tempo, XYG was just not ready for it?
I think definitely, right? All the way from the draft, it definitely feels like XYG, they had their expectations as well as to how they could actually hold off in the early game, but the execution was a bit off. Again, they went on for the Vexana, the Edith, they needed to go for a little bit of poke at least. So even if the neutral objectives did go in favor of Falcons APBren at the start, they could, you know, try to punish them a bit more, it feels. They were super reactive, too reactive, and because they were reactive, they were I wouldn't even say it was reactive. You know, I would say they were just too passive because like you said, even the pace of that proactiveness coming in from Falcons APBren, usually as a reactive team, you could actually catch on to that. But here, they just waited for the plays to happen, and it happened, and they weren't ready.
If you're picking up the Nolan as well as the Moskov in one team, surely you're going to be having a lot of problems you're farming. Yeah. It worked before, but usually it is paired up with a very active duo in the mid lane. So Edith plus the Vexana, although it's very strong when it comes to like performing your circle or your box in a team fight setting and a front or back, it's very strong. But when it comes to making the plays, Edith is slower than most. And you also have the Vexana just sits back very definitely. So having the Vexana as well as the Edith in a composition where you have a Nolan and a Moskov that's farm dependent, that is where the disconnect comes from XYG. I feel like it's difficult to pull that off. It has been successful before, but when you're facing up against Louis with the Tiger that's very active, and then you have a very active Terizla as well, that is where the problems really start to pile up.
You know what? I feel like we got a lot to say, but right now I want to hear what our reporter has to say. So, Eterna, do you have something for us?
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and with me is Repo all the way from Malaysia. Repo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good right now.
That's great. I mean, I've been seeing you exploring all these games. What's your favorite so far?
My favorite will be that. Hockey, what?
Air hockey.
Air hockey, yes.
All right, you like air hockey.
Yeah, this is my signature play. Like, this is my best game so far at all of this. So, for me, maybe I can ask Udil to come here to fight against me because I want to revenge.
Open challenge for Udil on air hockey.
Yeah, I want to face against Udil because last time he's taunting against me, he's shooting me. I know, I just moved like other place because I didn't see he's shooting me. But right now, I want to shoot him against this air hockey.
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I bet everyone's excited for that 1v1 Rupo versus Udil for air hockey. I hope we get to see that real soon. But, you know, talking about Udil, it looks like the next team to come up in this next match is going to be SRG, Selangor Giants versus See You Soon. And this is going to be a very crucial match, Repo. How do you feel about this? Do you think SRG can make it?
Yeah, I think he will make it. I trust in SRG because he's very strong at Malaysian team right now. So for See You Soon, maybe I can make you change your name. Maybe you just change your name from See You Soon to See You Later at the airport.
Oh, already spicy things coming out from Repo, ladies and gentlemen. Is that your final word, final statement today?
Yeah, so for my final statement, See You Soon, I think you just better back off. Don't fight against SRG because SRG is not your opponent. I think your opponent is at rank.
Okay, it's getting too hot here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send you over back to the studio.
Thank you very much to our Eterna as our Aces ROG reporter. Dude, I love Rupo and Idil.
Yeah.
Those guys are amazing. Like,
crazy.
Speaking of crazy, shout outs to Eterna again, by the way. We got to go back to the game, but dude, Repo just said SRG ain't your opponents? Repo, even though he's not part of the tournament, he's still spicy. But speaking of spicy, any spicy picks that you saw of Mirko in that game?
You know what? It's not a spicy pick. I think it's a very boring pick, me personally, right? I've been talking about this for the longest time, but the Terizla, it's cool. You know, you go for initiations, but it feels like with the patch changing, you know, before we had boring stuff in the jungle. We had like all these tanks in the jungle. Now it feels with a change, you get damage dealers, you get a lot of fun in the jungle, but the XP will have to be sacrificed because now with the 2 damage dealers you have in your composition, you need someone in the front line, and that's why, man, Flap TZ, props to him because he was the main character for such a long time on the XP lane. You know, you mentioned Paquito, even the new emote coming out, right?
Exactly.
But now on the Terizla, Brave Smite, when a lot of people go for Impure Rage to deal more damage, to have that mana, because you already have the sustain in the War Axe, he's like, nah, you know what? If you want a front line, I'll go full front line. War Axe rush into the Queen's Wings.
Which I love that, by the way.
I love that.
I love that. Second item, Queen's Wings, perfect.
But like, man, it's just so sad for XYG, you know, having to deal with, you already have damage reduction, Queen's Wings, War Axe, and then the Brave Smite.
Especially in a composition where you want to eliminate heroes as soon as possible. The Nolan, Queen's Wings is a direct counter to the Assassins. That's why I feel like even when we know that Assassins will be rising in the metagame because of the Sky Piercer, there's an immediate answer, the Queen's Wings. I will not be surprised if the game goes very late. Some marksman heroes might even pick that up. Like imagine like a carry with a Queen's Wings or a Moskov with a Queen's Wings, just so that they will not be eliminated easily by their opponents. So yeah, and I do agree that the Terizla conundrum that we have right now, where surely you want your assassins to be picked up the jungle. But it's true. The sacrifice is the EX lane. And we saw that from years ago, from seasons ago, like at NBL ID Season 12. Remember this? This was the Onyx play where if they want to pick up the Ling, for example, they force Boots in a utility/sustain XP like Uranus, for example. And now that we have this metagame where the junglers are assassins, expect the Terizla, the Barretts, the Xborgs in that lane.
Yeah, honestly, my dad told me that as well. Like, if you want a spicy pick, you need a boring pick as well.
Your dad told you that?
Yeah, my dad sat me down. It's like, yo, you know Terizla is a pretty good hero. You want to use the Ling? Pick up the Terizla. Don't let all your picks be boring. Don't let all your picks be crazy. My dad said, never go full crazy.
Wow. Is your dad Coach Yep?
No, my dad is bin Muhammad Kamal.
Wow. Right.
That is
W. W dads.
W dads.
W dads. Because
dads.
my dad doesn't tell me that. He tells me to stop playing.
Okay. You know,
okay, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Woo! Woo! For those who know, they know.
If you know, you know.
If you don't, you don't. Let's talk about the game as well. Like, again, I got to ask Wolf whether it's the draft or the play. Because we saw the Vexana as well as the Edith combo, right? Imagine if they go a little bit more aggressive. Yeah. Would that have solved the issue, or the draft itself, the mid duo just can't make it happen?
Yeah, I think they have a different idea, totally different idea. Because they let the Louis in. I think the draft. To answer your question, it's a draft issue because they let the Louis. That's what I'm trying to say. I think their choice of Vexana plus Tidit, it has worked before, but not against a composition that goes aggressively like this. It usually is good versus utility junglers. Knowing that the Roger was picked up, they don't know yet if the jungler will be utility for the side of Falcons APBren. So conceptually, it works as a lineup, but it will not work versus the lineup of Falcons APBren.
And yeah, and honestly, you know what? Sorry to cut you off, but again, it has been amazing. Game number one, but again, this is a best of two. We got to see how both teams react to what happened in game number one. Can XYG increase their tempo to go up against Falcon APBren? Or will Falcon APBren again be showing why they are the world champions and they're able to end it off quick? We're going for a short break, but again, after this, we'll see the continuation of Falcon APBren going up against XYG.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And now we're back. And the thing is, my mom called me. And she was like, okay, I know what your dad said, but believe you me, there'll be teams that will go full crazy. That's what my mom said. But you know what? That's what my mom said. I'm going to ask you guys how you guys feel about that. But before that, I want to listen from Eterna, our ACES ROG reporter. Do you have someone else that you're going to talk to? Eterna, you wanna call in? Eterna? It's crazy.
Hi everyone, my name is Eterna and joined with me today is Michelle, the Chinese host for Mobile Legends, and she flew all the way here to Riyadh to watch her team XYG go head-to-head in their first match against Falcons APBren, one of the tournament favorites, the M5 world champions. How do you think the players are doing and feeling about this next matchup?
Actually, I have just asked coach how did he feel about the game. He was much confident about the game, but whoever comes to play against the championship for last year gonna be kind of nervous. But I think maybe you can just hit the big box at the beginning, so it comes smoother at the last any other games around.
For sure. We were talking about this as well backstage, right? The fact that maybe it's better to just have the big boss in the beginning, and then hopefully their run after that will be much smoother. But of course, we do have another question here. What and how would you support XYG? Because they're going to need all the support that they can get, especially in that first match.
Sure, because we got they got a slogan in Chinese that means like 遇见乘风心向凌云 XYG 加油, which means the sky is your limit, so never say never, just keep your way to a bright future.
Never say never, guys, and the sky is your limit. You guys got to remember that as well. Okay, final question. Give us a little bit of a sneak peek into the players. Who do you think is the most funny? Who do you think sleeps too much? Like any fun facts about the players that we don't know?
The most popular player, sure, for our team is the Long, the gold laner, right? He's very popular in our region, so we just all eyes keep on his performance. And including the Cal, he's very popular in the Philippines, so I think he's really friendly and really nice to us.
All right, so for all the ladies, maybe you guys can come over to the venue and check him out, right? But again, thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy your time at the event as well. And good luck, of course, to XYG in their next game. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Back to the studio.
Do you guys hear what Michelle said?
I did.
The sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. You can fly.
You can fly.
You can literally fly.
Oh, yeah.
You can literally fly. Just
on an airplane.
Look at me.
If that's what flying is, then yes, you can fly.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? I think I caused an earthquake.
No, don't do that to yourself, man.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm gonna be working out. But either ways, we're looking at the players getting ready here. So Wolf, how would you cheer on the XYG team? 加油!
加油!
Yeah, probably. Or for KLVJ, Hamian pre.
What?
Hamian pre.
Ah, yeah, that one works too.
You know what?
Indonesian?
No, that's.
Isn't KLVJ Malaysian?
Yeah, part half, I think.
Oh wait, really?
Marco, don't ask him questions. Just let you know.
I only asked her the first question.
Nah, I'm just kidding. But either ways, again, amazing game. We just got to see the increase of tempo here. So the thing about what we've seen, Marco, is that for teams that are not doing well, especially in game number 1, they might do something crazy in game number 2. So do you think they will go for something crazy or more or less the same? Maybe just change 1 pick or just change 2 picks?
You know what? I have to agree with your mom.
You gotta agree
go
with my
full
mom?
Crazy on this one, right? It's already 1-0 down, and technically in game number 1, they were playing way too passive. So maybe try to change the pace a bit. Maybe try to go even crazier with the drafts. Maybe go for a full damage output draft because
just fly.
Just fly. If flying was like, I mean, if flying was just a jump like you, then fly.
There were.
The jump like you, then fly.
There were the old days where KLVJ will actually play the Export, but I don't want to see him in Export because not because he plays badly with the Export, but it seems like a hero that does not maximize the skill level of KLVJ. You know?
No, I feel like it doesn't work well with the tempo because
that's also true.
Right, the Export wants a bit of time. He wants the War Axe, he wants the Immortality, he wants the Brute Force, and maybe it takes too much time. But we got to talk about the draft here. Minotaur banned out again, Wolf.
Yep. They want to go for another jungler. So Roger might be the first pick, as well as the Louis. It's still open. And this time, Arlott is also open. That's, oh my goodness. Okay, that's an instant Louis. The XYG needs to steal the Arlott. Maybe get the probably get the Edith as well. Edith Roger or Roger Arlott, I think, should be the answer here for XYG.
Yeah, they want to just try to pick it up instantly here, the Arlott. I mean, there are a lot of big options to go for now, right? We did see the Edith. They prioritized the Moskov over the Roger in game number 1. So I'm just very curious as to why the Moskov is super prio. Because in that lane, again, it's a skill matchup, like you said, Wolf, but it does favor the Roger a bit more.
For sure.
And in that game, we did see that, you know, Long, he had to go for the Warrior Boots very early on. They have to give over to Edith as well because they prioritized the Moskov and the Arlott. And this now even looks kind of scarier because that's a flex pick. The Edith can be flexed again. Roger too.
Exactly.
Oh, so much to think about for XYG.
Quickly running through all of the picks here. That's going to be the Fredrin. Now, this almost tells me that FCAP wants the Roger to be in the jungle because they are preventing the utility jungler now for XYG. And like I said in the previous draft, if you want to pick up this Moskov, somebody has to sacrifice, so that may be a utility jungler. I think that XYG might go for a damage-dealing core from Mr. Kel VJ, so that might be the last pick. Perhaps a Yuzong,
a Vendetta
as well, and the Freya that they always use. You know?
I mean, honestly, like going up against Louis, shouldn't Benedetta be doing quite well because you're gonna avoid the yin yang reaction.
Depends on your reaction time, I feel.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, it's Kel VJ we're talking about, right? If anyone can do it, he can do it.
That's right. And this is Arlott. I think it is much more usable against the this Louis. And as expected, XYG will be looking out to ban the Nolan. I think the Roger might be the choice here for the jungler of Falcons APBren. Maybe just look into picking up something like something along the lines of a Beatrix or a Ruby in the Golden if that happens. However, we know still that Hayabusa is still up. I think Vexana, Arlott, and Moskov are heroes that does not stop the Hayabusa. But because of the presence of this Akai, this will be different. So I think Roger this is my guess. For FCUP, they might go for Beatrix and perhaps a Cho maybe for Ogun.
Okay, the Cho could come up. Again, the Edith is still flex, right? So
or
it definitely
Grok,
creates
actually.
so many more questions for XYG to answer. But the fact that they picked up the Akai, this Akai, is it going to be a roamer or a jungle, right?
Definitely a jungler.
The thing is, if it does go to the jungle, we know that right now, jungle clear is super, super important. So the fact that the Baksha, the Fredrin has been taken out, they picked up the Roger as well. Some of the assassins have been banned out by XYG. Akai's going to struggle in that jungle clear department, and it is going to be Roger in the jungle. They'll give over Super Marco that Grok and the Grok too. So it's going to be the Edith in the XP. Man, so much poke. They have a power of nature to play with. So much. Too much, actually. For XYG, even at the start, maybe? Akai's going to just struggle in terms of
I guess. But then there is a world where the Akai is actually the roam here for XYG. So if you're facing up against the Grok and the Claude, it's now difficult to go for an assassin jungler, so maybe you're forced to go for what? Maybe Alpha for XYG, but that's not gonna be winning it. I think this might be just a Paquito last pick for XYG or a Benedetta.
Jungle?
No, Paquito EXP.
So Arlott Roam.
Arlott Roam, perhaps. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. But yeah, if not, then maybe a Hayabusa for XYG. Let's see.
Oh, it's going to be a Lolita pick.
So it's going to be a Lolita. So this Arlott is going to the EXP. This Lolita is going to be interesting. Thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Merkel, for your service. Now we got to throw it over to the casters. Good luck for you guys.
It's time for us to be of service as we go into game number 2 in this best of 2. Once again, between XYG and Falcons APBren. Gideon, you got to consider the amount of regrouping power, the reset that XYG had to go through given that defeat in game 1.
I'll be honest with you, the first half of the draft, I was thinking that XYG was going to replay their composition from game number 1 all over again, but with the minor changes, and honestly, I think our panelists nailed it on the head. Activate KLVJ, put him on something where he can really flex his mechanics, and that Arlott, with the support system that he has, this could be very dangerous.
Now it's a tough call. There has to be a give and a take, an oop to the alley, if you will. Because once KLVJ gets in there, vengeance, vengeance, final slash, vengeance, then there's got to be follow-up. And where's it going to come from? Clearly, it's going to come from Long. He's the only one who can really do it. Him and Yone. Because right now, Zed, one of their star players, is on a playmaker as well, a role-playing playmaker.
Well, I think, the exciting part of this game is at least XYG's composition is a little bit more flexible than before. Now they don't have to just wait for FCAP to do something. They can actually be proactive, and they can play very defensively. So now, Falcons APBren, for them, it's about tempo from the lanes. Can they find it?
And now we're off to a great start. Again, very little in between these two teams in the first minute of the game. Few here about to get collapsed on.
And hopefully he survives. Oh, wait, no, he accidentally whips the skill shot. He's in so much trouble. A simple mechanical mistake costing him his life. And Kyle TZ, he's not going any further than this. He's just going to regroup with his team, focus on maintaining that tempo. I'm sorry, Flap. Hopefully he's going to be able to come back into this with few.
Off to a great start again. A lot of, easy to access CC. There's the onward.
Yeah, but it can't seem to get out of here. Forced to use the flicker early on, and now KLVJ, he's going to have multiple activations here. This is where he's strongest. Somebody give him a little bit more CC so he can vengeance one more time as they find 2 more kills, and that is XYG taking off the chains.
Oh, they are taking everything away from Falcons APBren, clipping their wings right at the root. Ogwin might have even caught some of it if not for the ancient blessing, if not for the extra physical defense that you have as a Grok when you're standing up against the wall or a turret nub.
Honestly, I'm going to be real with you. I was surprised that XYG got so much off of that because they were the ones invading the jungle. The first 2 minutes, they're taking more damage, but it just goes to show that the synergy, and especially when you have Arlet, the more CC you have, the more vengeances you get. Oh, so nasty.
And now that just shows that XYG, where they're playing in a comfortable atmosphere, again, this is how they play back in their homeland, in their league. They want a lot of CC, they want a lot of collapse. And they, again, end games under 15 minutes, now Fuse in trouble once more!
Oh, he manages to hit level 4, but he gets out of the way. This time, he's not missing his skill shots, but man, you can just see, with that being said, XYG now open up the map so much more. Flap TZ, he's playing a dangerous game here, but it's totally fine. Hopefully they find the skill onto Owen, forcing him to flicker away. The anti-CC keeps him alive, doesn't put that demonic mark on him just yet.
All right, still a tough situation. Falcons APBren not out of the woods just yet. They are down about 1,000 gold, give or take, approaching, and this does not help. Zed stealing away these little camps. It's these games of inches that add up to a mile. And now looking at the XP, again, at least Kyle is getting his XP. This is, in some cases, what we call the anti-disaster protocol. Now he's in trouble.
Okay, dodges the ult with the Lycan pounce. Really nicely done. Flap TZ is still stuck in this lane, but unfortunately for him, it's not the best matchup in the world, especially when you're up against the Arlet. A lot of easy micro for him. Oh, I Earth Shatter, I hit Vengeance. Simple as that.
XP going over to Kyle, but gold. That's where Zed has him outnumbered. Look at this. Currently 200 between the utility and the fighter/assassin type jungler. And again, this is where a lot of schools of thoughts come to converge and diverge. Because as a utility roamer, your items are just much cheaper. So this activates XYG just so much faster. Now look at this. They're approaching 1,000 and 500 and change ahead of Falcons APBren. And now, they're going to play it. They're going to get a lot of gold.
They're going to get so much gold for Long here. And even few coming a little late. All because, I missed one skill shot. I ended up dying. And now I'm late on the tempo. Falcons APBren. It's going to be a bit of a struggle through this early 2 mid. And hopefully XYG are able to maintain this pace. Because right now, Kyle TZ, it's not like he's building like crazy fast items like Sky Piercer. He's going very traditional. He's taking his time.
He's still playing the defense despite having a good time, relatively good time in his side of the jungle against a team that's so aggressive like XYG right now. It's still not a good look. We got a turtle spawning in the upper quarter of the map. Look at how deep Flap is. This is a good sign, I'd say, for Falcons APBren on the lower half of the map down bottom. But look at the speed of the rotation. This is KLVJ. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he evens out the lane, but KLVJ sacrifices his entire wave just to be here. Yuan already taking a good amount of damage, but now GodYang holding up that shield. Oh, doesn't hit the final slash. The Earth Shatter connects, but it really doesn't matter here. Walking up is already tough. Yin-Yang reactions are good. He's still thinking about it. It's going to be a 50-50 here. Here comes the heavy spin. They're going to go for it. It's KLVJ who finds that turtle. Eternal Guard going to stop FCAP from progressing forward unless Flap TZ, he finds one. quickly purifies out of there, collides into 2, and luckily that 2 included Super Marco. So now nobody's still down here. They're all so low. And Flapteasy finds one. Lung takes the next trade. And Kyle looking to finish as many people possible. It's a 3-for-1 trade unless they can get one back. Yi1 is out of there. Kill VJ playing it slow, but looking for anybody to quickly jump. And that's a wild shot from Ogren to say no more.
I think the clutch moment for that long, drawn-out team fight was the DBD. Oh,
no way.
SOD on 1.
Come on. Is he brave?
All right, long behave. Long behave. All right, check it out. It started with the turtle fight and the collapse. GodYang goes. This is way past the point wherein Super Marco pulled the trigger on the defensive blazing duet. And then from there, it was all few. It was all Ogwen, it was all Kyle. And then they're able to get a little bit of that green, reposition themselves, regroup, and then collapse on whoever was left. Amazing work by Falcons APBren, but they're, again, still down, 500 gold. Heavy spin on a few.
He can't get out of this at all. The Eternal Guard as well. Can't really peel too much. And now he is gone. Double Oracles being purchased by the tanks from the side of XIG.
He got that OO.
He's got that OO, baby. They're going to be crashing open that mid lane as quickly as possible. But Ogren and Flapteasy are going to try. Oh, wait, the Wild Charge Flicker just to slow them down. But they don't have the damage. They're willing to sacrifice their lives for this as Kyle is able to get a little bit of space. Oh. Do it, Long. Come on. He's brave, right? No, they take the tier 1. He's disciplined.
Not going to force it. Again, you're looking at Flapteasy. You're looking at an Edith, whose kit is made up of 2 ult-level CCs that he can pull at any time. I think Long is just respecting that amount of counter engage from Falcons APBren. That will definitely help them keep their gold lead. Now about 2,000 gold. We're at the final turtle of game 1. This is interesting. I think FCAP's going to trade. I think they're going to let this happen because of what Super Marco's doing down bottom.
Yeah, they don't mind. They're trying to slow this down as much. Oh, a good final slash. Here comes the Eternal Guard in combination. Numenon Blast isn't going to connect on nobody, but that tells Falcons APBren, take our bot tier 1. This neutral is ours. Wait. Oh, he wants to go back in, but dude, Wolf was right. KLVJ, he's so activated on this hero. Every single CC gives him another option to jump.
Activated and hyperactive. He just sees a target, I'm in. He sees 2 or 3 final slash, give it to daddy. And now they take that last turtle of the game. And SOD, they're gonna pull the trigger on Ogwen. Not gonna happen. They are gonna take this tier 2 up top.
Yep, at least the trades are looking relatively good, right? Because despite XianYou Gaming being at 22,000 gold, Falcons APBren at 20,000. So it's only a 2K gold differential overall.
We're wondering where the gold is. A good majority of it is currently on Long and Ione. That's it. Well, a good chunk on KLVJ as well. But you're looking at 2 heroes in the XP. Oh, wait. Marco in trouble.
He wants to get out of there. He's already used the Purify, but now the rest of the team kind of out of position. The Eternal Guard going to buy some time, and KLVJ finds the opportunity, takes down Ogwen, and XYG, they're doing a phenomenal job because the first couple of fights, they're like, oh man, we grouped up too close together. Now, he's just taking hits after hits after hits, and even XianYou are trying to dodge him.
Yep, they bring the fight to few, and that's why the diversion play from the Luyi isn't really happening. One of the main strengths of this super hot commodity in the current metagame is not getting activated. They're not letting it through. So now, on stage, you can see it now, live from Riyadh. The pressure on Falcons APBren's shoulders. The last time they felt this was in the playoffs, in the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 13, in the Hall of Champions. And now they're facing off against, I'd say, a foreign enemy. They haven't met up with KLVJ in years, a lot of these players, right? They haven't seen the king in a while. And now he's so good. He's so activated, 4-1-1.
I mean, he's leaving his mark here for sure. It's like, you can't forget about me. You guys may be world champions, but I've been here longer than most of y'all.
He's a one-time MSC champion about 3 years ago.
So hopefully they're able to go even further, right? Because I think closing out this game is going to be XYG's biggest problem. Because, again, there's just so much peel for the side of Falcons APBren. And if they get a little too low, you can see that Kyle, he's ready to go like and pounce into like and pounce into like and pounce.
Talking about Kyle, again, I'm not so sure what that does for his ego, for his morale. Oh, wait! Super Marco's in trouble, blazing duet!
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Do they know?
Oh,
here comes the diversion.
It's a bait play?
It's a conceal as well. They're all right on top of Long. Numenor Blast, he needs to connect and only finds one so far. Super Marco wants to get back into this, but GodYang is saying no more projectiles for you as the backline getting attacked as well. Flap, TZ's trying to survive in the Primal Wrap. ZZ finds Super Marco, and you know, it does find Flap TZ. It's a 2-for-0 trade, a creative play, but they could not take Lung down.
Target acquisition and economics is what XianYou Gaming has above the defending world champions in this current game. You see that? That was an amazing setup with a diversion, but they were outgunned, they were outmanned, outplayed, and outsmarted in that moment, given that they almost found Long, right? They almost found Long, but they couldn't finish the job, and now they're gonna lose this Lord.
They're gonna do it again, but ZZ, he's already secured one, and now they jump right into it. Few, he's just gone. It doesn't even matter at this point. They're looking to fish for more, and Ogren can only do so much. GodYang, great Numenor Blast to zone out the rest of the members, because they're gonna get another free pick here. Another 2 kills on top of that Lord. Well done, XYG.
Ogren's is buying a lot of time. He knows he's gone for this world, but I mean, he lasted like 5 or 6 seconds longer than he should have.
Yeah, he did. But honestly, it's precious time so that Falcons APBren can start thinking about, hey, we can start freezing our waves. We can start desyncing these waves against XYG. So at most, they only take our outer turrets.
And there is still a tier 2 in mid and in bottom, so they are going to stay inside their base and maybe keep a little bit of their jungle. Best case scenario. Worst case, this is all over. These are the kind of situations that a roam Lolita love, and we don't see really much of Lolita.
Yeah.
But now, check it out. We got GodYang about to make a difference. Oh, they're going to lose this inhibitor?
Yeah, they might just lose this inhibitor here. Lung, he's trying to get these auto attacks in. It's frustrating because he's just out of range. And it's still, the next wave, it's probably going to collapse. But here comes the Lord on the top side of the map, and it looks like FCAP. They're waiting for the opportunity, right? Lung is a little chunked out right now, but they need to deal with one problem at a time.
Let me in, says XYG. And they are going to see this massive wave down bottom. Can FCAP get to it?
They should. Oh, they lost it.
Penetrated. We're in.
All right, all right. So big wins for XYG's side, because most of the time it really comes down to, hey, can I set up that checkmate angle? 10,000 gold lead, first Lord, break open an inhibitor, and then you've got a very clear way to end this game. But XianYou, at this point of time, 6,000 is pretty good for them, but with that open inhibitor, the next Lord is going to be so much tougher for Falcons APBren.
I mean, good news and bad news, right? You're looking at the bad news. Good news is Lord is on the weak side.
Oh,
Lord
it is
where it needs to be for Falcons to be able to defend. And if I'm not mistaken, Purple might go over to XYG. There's a jump!
Yeah, but he gets pushed back by the final slash. And FlapTZ doesn't have enough time. He ends up going down before he gets some real value. Oh, but Ogren, he does get a really good wild charge, but it doesn't matter. Everything's being reflected back. The damage dealers can't get their damage in because of GodYang.
What a perfect Lolita pick. Now the fight continues.
Okay, LVJ, he's out of there finally, despite the reaction. Like in Pounce, it's not good though. Lung, he needs to be careful. He cannot get hit by the second half of that.
That was a bloody battle. XYG really could have gotten punished so hard, but GodYang was where he needed to be, and KLVJ built the right amount of sustain. I'm loving the TB, man. Thunderbelt is on the rise. Permanent hybrid defense for every time you hit an enemy with that enhanced basic attack every 4 seconds. That's going to add up the longer the match goes.
Honestly, this is pretty crazy, right? Because now KLVJ, with Brave Smite as well, he is ultra tanky. He is not easy to take down at all, considering well, FCAP's considerably bad position, but I think it's more towards the economics than anything else.
It's what you call an absolute unit. Reminds me of a good friend of ours, JC.
Yes, yes, Mr. Rezbek himself, the building. But with this Luminous Lord, things are, wait a second.
What?
Did he just... Did GodYang just purchase
this a magic build, Lolita? Let me double check the numbers. Does that scale?
Yes, it does scale. It does scale in a matter of fact, and it also gives her a bit of a shield. So this is kind of interesting, right?
When you're this far ahead, you can afford to do that.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong there. When you got money, you can do a lot of things. But at this point, I think that XYG, they want to end this game in one singular fight.
And they are close to their average game time, about 15 minutes. 14:30 right now, second Lord of the game. They're doing the best rendition of a dance that you can in 2024, in July, in this current metagame. Lord here at 3/4 of its health, get reset.
All right. The fishing continues, right? And I think this is kind of good for at least Falcons APBren. Despite it being on the weak side of the map, they can at least rotate down, get somebody to clear it up. Best case scenario, maybe XYG moves off of the Lord pit.
All right, they do push Ogwin back out. Lone continues to hit that, and oh no!
Oh, it's not good. Ogwin, he gets blasted by U1. And now you can just see how annoying this Eternal Guard is. It's basically Vexana saying, no, I'm drawing a line in the sand. You can't walk past it.
Got sent back right into Ohio. 5-14 currently. XYG controlling a majority of the map, and it's not like they're hurrying to do that. They are literally just walking in the sand. They are just having a good old time, treating this lovely Wednesday afternoon like a Sunday morning. And they get the second Lord of the game. Now it's back to the drawing board for Falcons APBren. Oh no, they're gonna put, oh no, they're salt in the wound. Lord spawns down bottom. That's Falcon APBren's Achilles heel right now.
I think here's the biggest problem, right? XYG, they did this dance for so long. Look at the money, right? Falcons APBren are 2,000 away from the key power spike. And I think when we're looking all across the board, right? Like, Kyle, he's pretty strong. He's got the items.
Yep. Also looking at Super Marco. He needs one more, and then Bob's your uncle. Lord's inside the base. Mid lane in jeopardy. Top lane, Long's getting to it right now. Lord might actually go down. FCAP, maybe, in my opinion, defending the second Lord better than the first.
Yeah, much better, in a matter of fact. You can just see that XYG, oh, hold on, Eternal Guard is already out super early on, but the wave clear is just way better for the side of Falcons APBren with the help of Few, making sure that he's able to spread out the damage.
That's right. The first 5-10 minutes of this matchup was bad for El Capitan. Last time he saw MSC was in 2018. Now he's in a formation.
Oh, the wild touch, and then the heavy spin. He's trying to flicker out of there, but Super Marco is already in the back line, allowing to get Kyle Teasy the kills. And now it's still pretty dead-centered even, but somebody has to go down. Immortality's broken, like it pounce from Kyle once again. Take it, look. Now he gets aggressive, finds a shutdown onto Kyle Teasy. Well done, XYG.
That was tough. The only remaining players from Falcons APBren, Saver, Flap, Teasy, who pulled the Primal Wrath, were the softies. That's why they couldn't lean hard into their current power spike. But that could have definitely gotten much, much worse.
Yeah, this shield coming in from GodYang is is honestly ruining the tempos of Falcons APBren. As soon as XYG suspect, hey, they're walking up, they're about to engage, that shield comes up. Immediately, the range heroes are like, we gotta calm down.
Oh, Numinum Blast.
It's already
catching
down.
No one.
Oh, wait. Oh, a good pushback. But they always lose one person. That's it. He's already down. Wind of Nature coming in from Super Marco. He's looking for as many people as possible. Long is already losing his immortality. Can he get out? No! It's too late despite already switching his items. KLVJ does break the immortality off the Super Marco, but does not secure the kill. That's 3 for nothing.
The king has fallen, and that's a shutdown. Huge swing in the economy. Falcons APBren out of the woods. Gold-wise, they have closed the gap. We are now at deadlock. One more look here at this team fight. I think the key was catching Long. You catch Long, there's no one left for GodYang or Kill to protect. Because, again, you saw how far Yone was.
Yep.
And now Falcons APBren gonna make, they're gonna make a killing on the map. They are playing Monopoly, bro. They are buying block after block after block, and now it's turning blue. XYG, time to pay rent.
Yep, I mean, at this point, they're running out of money, and they're eventually going to have to start paying with real estate here, right? They've already lost a lot of their towers, and maybe, I think that XYG, we need to still remember that their composition is pretty heavily dependent on their ults, and Falcons APBren, they find that window. The shield is down, the Numenor Blast is down, Heavy Spin and Eternal Guard gone. All right, we can make something happen.
And now the quote-unquote dance begins. Kyle Teasy wailing away at the Lord, pulling it out of the pit. That is going to be a soft reset. Right. Now KLVJ and Zed keeping the dance up. Diversion play up top. They are going to send away Super Marco.
Oh, he's probably left the Battle Mirror image back in the mid lane, right? Yup. They're clearing it super fast. Nicely done. Good utilization of the diversion. And even XYG, they're like, wait a second, hold on.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
It's not. Wait, Eternal Guard's already out. Wild Charge as well. Wow, really good Winter Crown coming up from you, Yi1. And now Ogwin, he's getting punished. He's already lost his immortality as the rest of the team are funneling into this choke point. Flaptazy with his ult is cutting them down one by one, but in the back line, look, he's trying to find one. No, he gets blown up by Few. Few's dead. GodYang next to fall. Zed also getting chunked out. Falcons APBren managed to sneak their way through. Another diversion. Send them anywhere they want, man.
Wherever they need to be. Drop pod assault anywhere, man. Exterminatos has been called on the XYG. 3 for none, the first big team fight for Falcons APBren to win in this almost 20-minute bout. And now they're marching it down mid. Gideon, do you believe it? Do you believe it's endable?
It's looking a little endable, I'm not gonna lie, but somebody's got to defend their base while they're taking down the mid inhibitor. Ogwen, once again, good wild charge. E1, he's going down. Can he get out? KillVJ tries to make the hero play. Still, it's not enough. He's too low. Lycanpath finds his second one. Well done. GG, well played. What a comeback coming in from Falcons APBren.
A valiant and definitely impressive showing from XYG in the first 3 quarters of this matchup. But Falcons APBren threaded the needle, put it right through that nanometer width and found the comeback. You can see the disappointment in KLVJ's face. He really worked hard for this.
He did, but they missed that timing, right? That second Lord, they had to force something against them. And I think maybe it could have been a flicker Numenon blast play. It could have been just, landing a single fear. So many things could have been changed differently in that situation, because when you get to that later stages of the game, you just know that something in Super Marco's mind and Kyle's mind, they can just go ham.
Yep, not to mention that last team fight in the orange side of FCAP's base. That jungle fight in that small corridor, that's exactly where Falcons APBren needed XYG to be, and that's what led to this amazing comeback victory.
Oh man, funneling in like that, it's super dangerous against Aloyi of all things. Hopefully, this is going to be a learning experience, especially when you're up against the world champions. There's always a takeaway.
Yep, hopefully XYG can study this experience, look back at what they did right in Game 2 specifically, and they can come back stronger again. Best of 2s against everyone in the group. That was FCAP taking it 2-0. In just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be throwing it over to Marakino and Dawood Stanstorm on stage as they take a few words with our winners.
Oh man, what a game that was. I mean, I think at least when you're looking at the world champions here, it means that they can bleed. It's possible to get that opening to close out the game. It's not like it's completely impossible to get shut out, but you can just see the confidence and how happy these guys are. They are used to this. They are used to that type of pressure. They've been stretched and pulled so often that this is just another day in the office.
And it's part of the game. And they do love the game. They are married to the game. And they are here to play. Ladies and gentlemen, I could not believe...
What a game for Falcons APBren. And here with me, 2-time world champion Few. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's, I have to say, it's been quite an incredible performance, and especially that second game. That was incredibly close. But I do have to ask, coming here to Riyadh to compete in the MSC 2024, how does it feel for you guys? The only tournament that you guys are missing from your trophy cabinet.
We are excited because MSC is the remaining title that we haven't won yet, and the prize pool is very big also.
That's right. I know you're looking forward to that. Now, it's no surprise that a lot is expected from Falcons APBren. You were expected to dominate. You finished the first game in about 13 minutes. Coming into the second game, there was a little bit of a struggle. What happened there?
Yes, we were surprised by their gameplay in the second game. I think in first game they were quite nervous, and in second game you can see that they're really brave now.
They showed their bravery in that second game. Once again, congratulations with that 2-0. It's now time to go back to the studio.
Thank you very much. And now we're looking at the highlight. Let's talk about this. Even though, yes, Falcons APBren, they won, but my goodness, was it a close game, guys.
Your mom was right. All they needed to do was go crazy, and they did.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, even though Falcons APBren won this game, we got to be super impressed with their early invade and all the way. Oh my god, some of these skirmishes went so close, and I thought Falcons APBren would be able to come back just right here after a little bit of a throw, I would say, from XianYou Gaming. They get the neutral objective, they stayed a bit too long, and they got punished for it.
I look back at the first 1 minute, or the first minute and 30 seconds of the game, you saw that there was some sort of vertical jungling that's happening from XYG, which they eventually got 3 kills out of, and that meant that they had a very comfortable early game, despite Kyle TZ stealing some of the buffs, getting the important level gap between the junglers. Eventually, they were able to just overtake and take over. You saw that EWC was very impressive in this game.
Very impressive.
I have doubted this Vexana pick for 2 games now, and now I see in game number 2, the reason why they prio picked this Vexana is because EWC was very, very good at the hero.
We got to talk about the picks here because we have to say that XYG, they made a few mistakes. But one of the players that actually capitalizes on the mistakes is Ogwen. So let's talk about Ogwen and his Grok pick.
Yep, we know that we kind of predicted that this will be picked up eventually, and it was the choice for FCAP, and we saw how good he was. There were amazing utilization of the flicker plus the wild charge, although sometimes it did not have any follow-up, but in the latter portions you saw how important it was. And also there was that reset play that he did for the Lord, which actually eventually made it...
Setting the Lord.
Exactly.
Yeah, again, like I said, I feel like Ogwen was really one of the playmakers, making it so that this game is actually comebackable, because we see a few times... Comebackable, because we saw... Trademark.
All right.
Thank you very much. Definitely comebackable, because again, during the game, we see that XYG, they lost a few fights, and those few fights really turned things around, Mirko.
It really did, right? A lot of the fights in the early game, and you know what? I would say that just their mechanics they were able to shine on their mechanics. Me and LaFell, we were able to, get an interview, a podcast done in the MLBB analyst desk. You guys can check it out with Long. I think he was a sub player for XYG as well, and he did say, that in terms of mechanics, they should be able to be on par with even the world champions. And I think we got to see that. It's a great look for China, great look for XYG, and definitely a bright future for them, because the fact that they were able to make the gods of the game bleed.
Exactly.
Falcons APBren, it doesn't look like they could be beat.
Yeah, speaking of which, your opinion has really helped us a lot. But for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. Anything that we could improve in order to have the best experience for you guys. Now back to the game. Anything else that you saw, Wolf, in that game that really made the difference?
Yeah, KelVJ being more active now with this Arlet pickup. I think although there were so many times where we're like, oh, is he gonna be throwing this game for the
team? He's overextending.
It was a very sweaty game for sure for KelVJ. But I think this is the part where if you're XYG, you now know your strengths. And I think Few also raised an important topic where maybe XYG were just nervous. Maybe they were just jitters. They were looking very comfortable in game number 2. They were so aggressive. They played KelVJ in his comfort play style, and EWC was also shining in this game. You see that even the jungler Zed with this Akai pick, which we thought will be struggling, actually found a lot of good openings eventually. So I think that XYG, what we learned from that game is that now they're comfortable, they have to play with their strengths, and they are a team that definitely has to be feared in this group.
It's all about getting rid of the jitters, right? In game number 1, super passive to a point where they weren't even contesting some of these neutral objectives, not even punishing the enemy team for going for all these neutral objectives, invading in the jungle, taking fights, and forcing that pace. But in game number 2, the complete swap, even though, like you said, the Akai, we did see, by the way, even after the 3 kills, that the Roger was able to just outfar him by a lot. I think it was 2 levels. But the way that they were able to play it around the neutral objectives, it just feels like now they have their core strength, which is the mechanics. Now they need to work on their weakness, which has to be the discipline.
That's right.
Because so many times they were overextending, way too overconfident.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that was an amazing first match to open up the day. But up next, we'll have the second match of the day featuring Fnatic on it going up against Team Falcons. Don't go anywhere. MSC 2024. We'll be right back for more action.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Hello guys, welcome back, and you're still watching the first day of the group stage of Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Lavelle, alongside with me, it's gonna be Mirko as well as Wolf. How you guys been feeling after game number 1?
I feel great, man, especially considering, you know, we were able to get a surprise right off the bat. Even in Stream B, we got a surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think they're still going on with game number 2, but game number 1 didn't go as I expected.
Me neither.
Especially,
it went as I expected.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're paneling alongside 2 Cloud9 fans here.
No, the thing is, I love them. But you know the thing about love is that when you love someone, when you love something, you know they need to be taught a lesson.
So how much do you love Homeboys then? All right.
SRG?
So with that being said, depending on love, you know, we gotta talk to our reporter, Eterna, the reporter for our Aces ROG. We're not gonna be talking about love, but who are you gonna talk to?
Hey everyone, we're back with me, Eterna, and we are backstage for Studio B as we are now watching at the first match of the day here at Stream B. But we are going to be joined with Beloyski, Elda Boy Beloy.
Hello, Eterna.
How are you?
I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah.
That's so great. You're here. Who did you come with?
With Ebos and Onyx.
Oh, that's great. Oh, you know, speaking about those two, we gotta ask, right? All the viewers out there are wondering, who are you supporting between both of these MPLID teams?
Both of them, actually. But
You gotta choose.
if I gotta choose, I'm gonna choose Onyx because I want to see a back-to-back MSC champion.
Oh, you're right. Defending champions with Fnatic Onyx. But okay, so we've talked about MPLID. What about MPLPH? We have TLPH as well as Falcons APBren. Who are we supporting here?
The Liquid is the champion, but I want to see APBren come on top to have a rematch against Onyx.
I'm pretty sure they can, right? They're
Yeah.
looking super solid right now, and they are one of the tournament favorites as well. But Beloyski, I gotta ask you. Earlier, you asked me to introduce you as Elda Boy Beloy. We haven't heard that. It's usually like Big Brain Beloy. But what is this Elda Boy Beloy?
Oh, it's a group for of me, and you're gonna see later who I am with. See you later.
All right, so a little bit of a taste of what Elda Boy Beloy is.
Yeah.
We're very excited to see what that is. But
you gotta see them.
We do,
Yeah.
we do. We're excited to see because you have a few members. So we're gonna throw it back to the studio. Thank you so much, Beloy, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Ito yung mga Beloy.
That was Beloy.
That was Beloy. For the rest of you guys, Lubuk ang Beloy. Now, before we actually go inside the game, in case you guys don't understand, that basically means you're not Beloy. But we gotta talk about the group of Beth.
Beth?
Because it's the group of death. But I gotta say, even in M5, the group of death was B, the group B. So now it's the group of Beth.
Wow.
Group of Beth.
Listen,
Wow.
I know it's a 2 out of 10, but you know what?
We gotta get there.
Give me time. Let me cook, get all the bag jokes out so that the good
Okay.
ones will come later.
I hope so. We'll be waiting.
He
for
may
that.
even come now. Who knows?
Yeah. Group B. Beth.
Group of Beth. Talk about group of Beth having 4 champions in the same group here.
I see the disappointment in your face.
Yeah.
I'll take over first, you know. I mean, for group group of Beth, Group B, I think it's amazing. Seeing Fnatic Onyx.
You're amazing.
Thank you, man. I was caught off guard by that.
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx are amazing. See You Soon are amazing. Team Falcons are amazing. And definitely, last but not least, the team that I'm I'm intentionally not mentioning here, is SRG as well. They're all really, really good. It does feel like for all of them, they have an equal chance, which is kind of crazy to say after saying all those names.
Yeah, and 2 of the teams that are included in this group are already on my top 4, like SRG as well as Fnatic Onyx.
What about See You Soon?
Yeah, See You Soon is definitely a contender for top 4. That's why I feel that this is definitely a group of Beth. Now I use it.
Thank you.
All right, but yeah, SRG definitely can win over Fnatic. I think any team can be defeated by SRG. That's what I feel like. They're really, really strong. And I'm not saying this because there are 2 Filipinos and a coach in there. I'm saying this because they are legitimately strong. And I think the Malaysians in the team improved so much. If you recall how Yums was playing way before this tournament, as well as MPL of Malaysia, it was night and day when it comes to his performance.
Yeah, he was with Toda, and again, now going inside Slangerai Giants, being able to top the teams, they said most of the players, they're roughly the same age group, making it so that communication is much better. But you know what? You guys are watching the ALJ match of the day. So definitely we got to talk a lot about this match here. Where again, match of the day, Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcons. Let's actually start with the rookie coming in from Fnatic Onyx. Let's talk about Loopy.
Loopy has been actually kind of 50-50 when he just joined. When he was a rookie, when he just joined, it looked 50-50. It almost seems like this is an arc that all the rookies go through. They start off being very, very template. They go for only the enabler picks, the playmaking picks, and they listen to the shot call. It almost feels like they don't even have their own thought process. But
are you saying they don't think?
Yes. At the start of their careers, they don't think. They just do whatever they're told. If Keyboy says go in, he goes in.
Yeah.
If if they hesitate, he goes in, and then the rest of the team doesn't follow up. And that's what happened all throughout in the regular season for Fnatic Onyx. They were actually kind of struggling with Lutpi coming in as the replacement to Boots. But then he was able to improve and get that synergy so fast with the rest of the team to a point where I think most people consider him the best XP in Indo.
Hey, imagine this. There's a lot of pressure onto Lutpi. He replaced Boots, which, Captain Boots, which has been Boots Esports for the longest time. Since M3, Onyx was called Boots Esports.
Yeah.
And then it is a big franchise, Onyx. So definitely a lot of pressure there. Now, when it comes to his matchup now, it's going to be Ding.
Yeah.
Ding played in the Philippines before, and I would say that there was a time where he was the playmaker for Team Fnatic. He was the win condition for Team Fnatic. He makes the good plays. He is probably one of the more consistent players in that group, the ex-Minana Evos group. And I'm very proud that he is representing the team as well. This time he's gonna be up against Lutpi. That will be a very interesting matchup because I think that both players are not really the star players in a way, but they are more of role players. The way that they play it.
You see, I feel like even though he's already covered Boots' trails and Boots' role as being a playmaker, he can also be the carry as well, which is going to be the X factor for Lutpi in Fnatic Onyx. It almost feels like Lutpi is a refined version of Boots in a way, or a different version, I would say.
Okay.
Not better at playmaking. I would say still Boots playmakes a bit better, but when it comes to the carry picks, the Mashas, the Benedettas, we've been able to see some crazy mechanics on this kid, and even the Paquitos, so yeah.
You know what? Good opinions coming in from the both of you, but now we actually got to go to the stage because we want to continue this match, and we can't continue until we actually throw it back to the stage.
Welcome back to MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup. Earlier, we saw Falcons APBren sweep their opponent XYG, and
now it's going to be an even spicier matchup. We are talking about the back-to-back-to-back-to-back MPL Indonesian champions up against the MPL MENA champions. And I don't know about you, but that's going to be an incredibly close game.
Oh, definitely. So let's talk about the Sky Kings. So they've been successful in MPL Indonesia, taking the MPL championship for the 4th time in the row. The question is, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC title this year for 2024? Let's take a look at the players here now. They're all ready. And they've been dominating their region, and a lot is expected from them coming here in the Esports World Cup.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, if you win your region 4 times in a row, I think still there's going to be quite a lot of pressure, like you mentioned, and I want to see how they're going to be able to deal with that, especially in the MSC right here in Riyadh. And their opponents, the MPL MENA champions, coming up in Team Falcons, you are talking about Ding, Kenji, Goodnight, Lark, and Super. These guys have had an incredible run. When we're talking about MPL MENA, it was I want to say it was kind of a close final, even though it ended up 4-1 for them, but every single game was very, very close. And I want to see if being here on home grounds, if that's going to help Falcons overcome this obstacle, Mara.
And I know both teams are ready. You're ready.
Hell yeah.
The crowd is ready, so let's turn it over to the studio.
Guys, look up. Look up.
Okay.
Because that's where the battle is going to be. It's going to be battle over the skies.
Oh.
Fnatic Onyx, di atas langit ada Onyx. And going up against Team Falcons, champions of MENA. This battle, our neck's going to hurt. We're just going to be looking like this.
I was expecting you to have a counterpart for the di atas langit ada Onyx.
Di atas langit ada Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, technically for the Falcons.
I mean, Falcons, they fly, okay? They fly. You can do anything. You can literally fly.
If you're a Falcon.
Sorry for the rest in case I'm loud.
Yeah, it's okay, man. I mean, I feel like for Falcons, looking at it, they're definitely coming into it as the massive underdogs, right? Fnatic, Onyx, they've been on a run. 4P'd as well. They've looked so disciplined, and now with the added player, the new rookie in Lutpi, it definitely felt like for the last few tournaments, you know,
yep.
Fnatic Onyx, one of the biggest weaknesses has been the XP. So the fact that they've covered that, and they've also covered early game playstyle that usually, you know, ends up with them losing out. It's great for them. It looks like it's just amazing. But for Falcons, they're also really, really good. I got the chance to cast for the MPL MENA Grand Finals, and the way that they were playing, it really felt like I was watching Fnatic Onyx just with a different flavor, bro.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Because we got to talk about Falcons in their region.
Okay.
They've said that we're too strong for our region at this point. So they feel like, you know, they can do well. But now, I got to say, will the Sky Kings humble the homegrown Falcons? Or will we see something like XYG where a few surprises come in and then they can actually do well?
There was this very old curse, I would say, for Onyx when it comes to international tournaments, that they almost always lose the first series of the game, of the international tournament. You know, that kind of changed a little bit, but you know, this might be the time where it happens.
Listen, Wolf.
Okay, we're listening.
If they lose their first match in the group stages, they usually get grouped. That's the pattern. M3, MSC 2022, and then after that, when they win their first game, they're pretty good. You know, top two at least.
Yeah.
So I get that, but also for Falcons, you gotta pay attention to Goodnight. In my opinion, Goodnight has got to be the star player on the team because it almost seems like, all right, he's going to be the main carry, right? You expect the gold lane to be the super carry. You expect maybe even Ding to carry on these big picks like the Benedetta, the Paquitos that he's been able to use even in the grand finals. But Goodnight, he is a player who would use any hero, even a utility one, an enabler, to just play it as a carry.
Yeah. I think he is really acclimated himself in this region, despite being from the Philippines. He's been part of Okami since early 2023, and now up until today, he's part of Team Falcons. Definitely knows how to play, and they have dominated the region. I agree with you. I think Goodnight has found his own niche in playing. I think there's this what they call in the Philippines where it's sort of a handicap because you're playing in a higher level ping. And then when you get into the LAN situation, you're much better. And I think it really helps the role that Goodnight is playing. Haven't really talked to Jim, but he's not that quote-unquote famous in the Philippines. But when you look at his gameplay, definitely plays really well.
We got to talk about the draft as well, because something that caught my eye was from the previous series is that the mid lane is actually very, very important because we saw how the Luyi was very, very impactful. But we got to talk about how Vexana has been doing pretty well as well. For this matchup, do you guys think that the mid lane is something that we have to pay attention to? Or perhaps no?
100%. I mean, just look at Sans, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably going to be one of the less priority picks because we know that Sans can essentially play anything.
Oh, yeah.
And there will be a lot of flex. I will not be surprised if there will be like a, Hellcurt position for.
I mean, he used to be
Terizla play. Yeah.
Right, he used to be a jungler.
That's right.
Bro, we even saw him play Ling in another tournament, and he went to the jungle. They flexed super hard, but we won't talk about that. I think for Sans, for Goodnight, the fact that we are highlighting both these players, we also technically gotta highlight the junglers as well, because for Kyrie, he might just be able to steal the show on this one, knowing that the assassins are back in, you know, the meta. You can dictate the game on the Lings, the Fannies, the Hayabusas, you name it.
Here's the thing. Good news, bad news. Good news, Sky Piercer came into the game, making it so that kills are very important.
Yes.
The bad news is we might not see highlight clips of Kyrie with 1 HP escaping multiple attempts of kills onto him because, like, again, Kyrie is a highlight machine, man. Every single time you open your TikTok, YouTube, whatever, you'll see the guy and you'll see him cheating death multiple times. Do you think, because now from 6% going to 4%, maybe he can still do it, but maybe it doesn't look as crazy?
Come on, man. I think there will not be an international tournament without a Kyrie highlight. Kyrie surviving with
Kyrie.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know who does that.
Yeah, no one does.
And then from what I hear, Skypiercer is actually named after Mr. Sky King Kyrie.
Oh, that does rhyme with Kyrie. Skypiercer and Kyrie makes sense to me. Sounds the same.
All right.
Same syllable, same letters.
Skyriercer.
Skyriercer.
Scary Piercer.
Scary Piercer.
Scary Piercer.
Scary
Piercer. There you go. There you go. That's how we solved it. Now we're going into the pick and bans here. Falcon is the first pick. Fnatic Onyx, second pick. They ban out the Luyi, and Fnatic Onyx banning out the Chip.
Yeah, I think when it comes to priority for Falcons, knowing that they banned out this Luyi, they probably will go for something really standard, like a Roger, for example, that can be flex. Hayabusa.
I love that ban.
Yeah,
very early ban.
I mean, like, you're going up against Kyrie, man.
Of course.
The scary Kyrie.
The scary Kyrie.
The scary Piercer. The Skyry Piercer.
At this point, by the way, for Fnatic Onyx, this is what they like to do, even in MPL Indonesia, right? They take the red side, but they are the ones to actually force out a lot of the big picks to be left open.
Okay.
You see the chip ban, and then I think for now, they're just going to ban out all the respect bans over, like Faramis, great pick by Good Knight, was able to get them a lot of the crazy victories in the grand finals of MPL MENA. But for Fnatic Onyx, I think right now, they want to leave that Angela open. They want to get the Angeling if possible, and technically it forces Falcons to choose whether you want to ban it, you want to first pick the Angela, or you want to go up against Angeling Kyrie.
If you want to let go of the Angeling, you have to first pick the Valentina if you're Falcon. That's your only answer, your only out for that kind of composition.
And it's just Good Night.
That's right. So that could be the choice here for Falcon versus Fnatic.
I mean, the thing is, we've seen multiple teams actually get, I would say, get baited by allowing the first pick Angela, but I like that the Julian is banned here. So even if they want to, say, first pick the Ling, there are still counters, I'm sure. The Nolan is still open. Kyrie can use the Nolan very well, but it does give options for Falcon here. They want to pick up the Angela first pick. They want to pick up the Ling first pick. It's much more flexible. Now the Hayabusa as well as the Julian gets banned out. Almost like they want to force Fnatic Onyx to pick Nolan or Ling.
Yep, I think the only two choices here for Falcon is Ling or Valentina.
Yep.
Ling is an absolute risk because Fnatic Onyx can just go for invade type of roamers for Mr. Keyboy, which he excels at. Valentina, it should be a vanilla pick for Falcon because it's a one-size-fits-all kind of a hero, you know. But then you give the Angeling to Fnatic Onyx. Even if you draft against it, they're just really good at that hero.
You got so much control now on the Ling, you know, even when you take the purple buff away, it's much more sustainable when it comes to the energy.
Oh, yeah.
But also, a lot of teams, the way that they've been able to beat Fnatic Onyx has been through taking away a lot of the playmakers, a lot of the carries in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeing, you know, the Luyi ban, the creative ban, and that's why they might not want to give the Valentina open, but...
We forgot about the hardest.
I mean...
Oh, man.
Here, there's a reason we forgot about the Harith, right, LaFell? We saw the Harith.
That's Angeling 100%, dude.
Abysmal win rate, but yeah, for sure it's going to be the Angeling. If it's left open, Fnatic Onyx, they never, even in the previous patch, when Assassins were not meta, Wolf, they were forcing the Lings out. So now, they don't.
Okay, so I think that they're giving Angela so that you're baited and then they flex with the Esmeralda last pick for Fnatic Onyx.
Interesting.
So that's still scary. I will advise against picking up the Angela. However, you're kind of forced to if you're...
No, I mean, like, Harith Angela is crazy, dude.
Yeah,
like,
but then again,
Harith has 9 lives.
If, if you, well, that is what a game that we call Esmeralda Ball.
I mean, I don't know.
A backable Esmeralda Ball. We're just making our own, you know, turn.
Personally, for me, I've seen Harith again and Angela.
Yeah.
Playing the Esmeralda, unless you go full damage, it's gonna be a tough time.
Yeah. But then, alright, so Valentina makes a lot of sense. There's the Edith. Really good pick. What happens if you're Fnatic Onyx that you can actually pick up the Angela for sure. But then having the Valentina, which I kind of prescribe as the first pick for Falcon, means that you have a way to copy that Angela, right, with the hard guard. So it's really good. Edith is also generally a good pick. There's the Farsa. It's going to be picked up for that. So no Angeling whatsoever for now.
Look at that duo, man. That looks awesome.
Yep.
But either ways, yeah.
Ling is so tall, dude.
He is.
He's like 6'4".
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but if you want to know that I'm lying. But either ways, Farsa getting picked up here, I feel like is an amazing pick as well.
For sure.
Creating a lot of pressure, especially Sans.
Yep.
Sans is one of those players, if you pick a vulnerable hero, he's not really vulnerable. He finds ways to make sure that he outplays you. Yuzong getting banned immediately.
Yeah. Also a really good answer to the Valentina in a way that you can lean against some of their end. Definitely. Okay, so Yuzong is also one of the heroes that you will consider if you're facing up against the Ling, because there's one-shot combo, especially if the Ling doesn't have the ultimate anymore. So it's also one good ban here coming out from Fnatic Onic. So if you're Falcon, I think you want to ban Ruby, as it is one of those combos with the Ling. Also, a decent laner versus the Harith.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where the Arlet's going, because that could still be utilized as a flex pick.
That's right.
For Team Falcons, it's a really good first phase draft, man. The fact that they picked up the Harith and then they pick up the Edith instantly. Because usually we do see a lot of teams go for the Edith after seeing the Harith. You want to try to force him out after using his Zaman Force to stay in the team fight. You want to try to punish on that cooldown, but finally now we get to see the Angela ban. Still, I really expected Fnatic Onic to go for the Angela over the Farsa.
That's right.
But knowing how early game-centric the game is, Farsa is played in a very different way.
Yeah.
Back then, M3 was like, all right, it's all about scaling, getting into the mid-game, but now Farsa allows you to deal damage so early on, and that burst damage, sure, you can't one-shot people, but it allows Mr. Kyrie Man to fly over, to execute, especially if he goes for Sky Piercer early, and that's what he usually does.
Yeah.
He goes Berserker's Fury, Sky Piercer, no boots.
Yes. And, well, no upgraded boots, because you still need to...
No upgraded boots, just the small boots.
Yeah. The thing with...
Isn't Boots not playing for this game? Like, what boots are you guys talking about?
The one
game boots?
Brown
the
boots?
footwear. The footwear. Sorry, I was talking about the EXP laner, so that was confusion there.
It's okay.
It's okay. We get confused a lot of times. There will... I will not be surprised if Fnatic Onic just picks up their robe.
Should he ban the Esmeralda here, or
their gold laner at their 4th? Yeah, Esmeralda can consider
if
that.
you really want to, you know, like respect it. For me, I would just let it go. I'm like, you know, fight fire with fire, or shield with shield.
Probably would ban maybe Ruby actually. Well, they banned Terizda instead. Yeah, good combo. Link plus Terizda, very good combo. For Fnatic, I think they're gonna be picking up their gold laner now. They sometimes pick up the CC with the Ling.
Yeah.
Which
you a fan of that?
Nah, not really. But I think if there's someone who can pull it off, it's definitely Fnatic Onic. So they lost that game, right? So this could be Ruby or Beatrix. Oh, they pick up Kaja, so they have showed that this Arlet is going to the XP. So Kaja is also an answer to the Harith, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great answer to the Harith. You know, with the Divine Judgment, you do get that suppression down and you lock him down instantly, but you also give a big ultimate over to the Valentina. And it's good night. The guy who can go for these crazy angles, very similar to Sans back in MPL Mina. But now I want to talk a little bit about Fnatic Onic, because usually when we see the Kaja, we expect the carry. But in this game, do we expect the carry? You know, there are a lot of damage dealers here, not a lot of beefy boys. And maybe that illusion is trying to force out Falcons to go for more damage output, and then they can pull off something like a Brody.
Yeah, Brody or a Beatrix, actually. Because the carry is going to struggle against their Harith in the lane. If that goes, that's a very difficult thing to go for. And now it's going to be Baksha, very good pick, and the Benedetta. All right.
Signature ding.
Yep. Gonna be splitting the map for that one. I think Fnatic really is a good Beatrix game if they pick it up.
Beatrix.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the scale is, you know, like they're...
There you go.
Yeah, the scale is going to be something that Fnatic Onic have to look out for. I feel like the Farsa really has to do well, but either ways, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your service here during the draft. But now, starting the second match of the day, we're passing it over to our casters.
Les Champions of Indonesia going up against the hometown heroes, MPL Men's champions in Team Falcons, facing off in the second best of 2 from the group stages here at MSC 2024 at EWC. It's Leo and Gideon at your service. Gideon, how are you feeling about the draft?
Honestly, I was thinking that like, oh, it's not as lopsided as I thought it was going to be, but more importantly, it's highly mechanical. Like a single mistake could lead to an entirely huge snowball that turns into an avalanche.
And there's a good amount of give from both sides. Again, it's very rare that both teams can draft actively. It's very rare that both teams actually walk away with a strategy that they're comfortable with, that they're happy with, and you know what they say about negotiations. If both parties walk away happy, that wasn't a good deal.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary part. Once we get into this game, it's going to be Falcons on a blue side up against Fnatic Onyx on the red side. Both purple buff starts at this point of time, but let's just talk about how this game is going to progress, right? Because I would imagine that they want to be pretty proactive towards the EXP side for the side of Falcons, but at the same time, it feels like Fnatic, hey, if you're going up to the top side, I can attack the bottom side. If you are caught slacking, I can go to the other.
Yep, again, very different dynamics when it comes to the opposite side of the map in the gold lane. You have the Beatrix, oh no, Super gets caught out, pushing Keyboy away. Pretty good damage output from that mid lane from Team Falcons.
Yeah, they just want to slow him down as much as they can, right? Even Baxia should have priority over Little Wanderer, but it looks like Keyboy is able to create just enough space for him. In the meantime, right, at least until level 4, we're not expecting Fnatic Onyx to be doing anything too crazy.
Yep. Something to note here, Kyrie rocking the war cry, and that's interesting. Again, you would assume from the time he lands into a couple of slashes, then the Tempest of Blades deals a lot of damage. That's just value on value on value squared.
And hopefully he's going to make that work, right? Here comes, ooh, Kyrie trying to go, forcing out Good Night to flicker away. These are the small advantages you're looking to create just before the turtle spawns.
Yep, it's tough because the mid laners have yet to hit level 4. So that means they're going to have to double time it up so that this turtle coming up in the quarter of a minute could be better secured for their sides.
Well, I mean, I was expecting maybe one of these teams to like start sending their mid laners to the EXP a little earlier than expected, but it looks like Falcons, right, sneaking around Keyboy. They don't know that Goodnight is on this side of the map just yet, but the fact that he hasn't shown up mid, Lupti, he's pulling back just in case.
All right, say no more. Falcons seems to be ahead, maybe by a step. Now Keyboy looking at the turtle, letting it go. Can Kyrie clutch it? Not going to be finished with the purple just yet. Looks like Team Falcon's going to secure.
Yep, Good Night. He's immediately on it, stealing away the Divine Judgment, getting Kenji the kill that he needs on top of the turtle being slayed.
Where's the give? Fnatic Onyx checked in on the turtle, and here it is. Kyrie going for the purple. The opposite side. Grant that purple. He's going to come in. Tempest of Blades up.
He's trying to jump away. Good Night is trying to make sure that he can't slip through. Finch points out of the way. And even CW, wait, hold on. Lupti on the opposite side, losing this trade against Ding so far. No Petrify used just yet. Ding could look to dive.
That boy elusive.
He's quick.
That boy quick. And that could have been disastrous. Again, you're looking at Team Falcon. Oh.
He's so close, he attempted to dive, used the Petrify, including the Electro Final Blow.
What kept him up, All right, he's got the jerkin.
He's got the jerkin.
That was the main difference because Fury Hammer was Ding's call.
Is Lupti trying to build the Thunderbelt?
Early on? Looks like it. Those are the ingredients, those are the components.
That makes sense, it makes sense, but let's look at this replay one more time because, like, it's so quick. Good Night walks up to Keyboy, instantly grabs his ult, yoinks him, and pulls him away, transforming him outside.
Oh.
But wait, now the Feather Airstrike's coming through. All the suppressed, real good stuff coming in for Keyboy, finding his revenge. The foreshadowing from the replay already coming through, but Good Night, this is where it gets dangerous, right? He's still holding on to the Feather Airstrike.
That does more than close the gap. If anything, now it's Fnatic Onyx who have the tempo up because, again, you have the Finch Poison Kyrie, and then you have the Baxi Unite, the rollout from Kenji. So now you see the difference. Now you see how Fnatic Onyx might make the most of this 10-second respawn timer and allow for Kyrie to get back on track, get that farm up.
Yeah, and better yet, he's already ahead of Kenji by 1 full level. Kenji, he's trying to keep up with Kyrie at this point of time, but these rotations are very, very fast, and any bit of wasted space, Wade. Lupti, he's going to get that final slash down. He just finishes the Thunderbelt. Ding, he's trying to get on out of there. Electro Final Ball with the Petrify. Kyrie picks it up, the alley-oop you were talking about.
The oop to the alley. Kyrie and Lutpi, amazing work from the two in trouble in mid.
Sods, he's trying to survive. Final Ray, wings by wings. Good movement as now the Feather Airstrike into the Divine Judgment. Kyrie coming for it. He's chasing, but no, only the back line. Lupti is going to do the rest of the work. That's a double for him, and even with the Zaman Force, Lark, he's out of there. He doesn't want to be part of this. Ding comes back in, and that's going to be Lupti taking out 3 people by himself. And Keyboy, he doesn't mind. He flickers away into the bush. He doesn't see it. Ding picks up Keyboy just in time, but at what cost?
That wasn't the time. It's possible for Benedetta to go 3v1, 4v1, but not at 4 minutes. It's very difficult. And this is a situation where you gotta ask, who is the beatdown? As a Benedetta, he's building full damage, but right now I think what Team Falcons need to do is play defense. They need Ding to hunker down and take control of the XP lane, not go find team fights wherein they're just cleaning up for scraps. It's difficult to be Team Falcons right now. You don't want to be a vulture, you want to be a falcon.
Exactly, right? It's about these rotations. Unfortunately, if Ding didn't die just now, he would have been there. He would have been a step ahead of Fnatic Onyx. But that's the thing. It's about tempo at this point of time for both of these teams. Even for Fnatic Onyx, they're very patient with it.
This does confirm our suspicions, an early Thunderbelt on to Lutpi. All the while, you see Ding putting down his foot on the clutch, man. I'm gonna switch up. I'm gonna switch up. I'm gonna go ahead and build the Blade of Heptases and then go defense. Something to note, Kyrie now on his way to a Piercer.
Yep. I think this is a really good... I mean, technically, had he just forced the Piercer first, that would have been nice, but still, Berserker's Fury is good. Kenji, Lupti misses it, but it doesn't matter. Kyrie's still in the back, and they give that kill over to CW. Ding, now part of this. He could jump in, but it's not looking good. Divine Judgment is already through. Ding does not find the targets, but still catches 2. Whoa. Can he get a third? No. Eye for an eye to get him away, but Lupti says no more. You do not take out my teammates without the Phantom Tax. Lark finds 1, and Lupti, he could chase, and he could actually win this with no Zaman Force. He just needs to buy time. Oh, no. Flickering behind him. It's too late. Lark goes down, and Lupti just showing that the Thunderbelt is better than you think it is.
Like a true Sigma, coming in, saving the day. Kenji tries to make the most of a losing situation, but that could have been a preview of what Lark looks like in the late game. Here's a quick replay of how it all started. Very good ult control from Fnatic Onyx. They know when ults are to be used. They know when bodies are to be taken down. And it just so happened that in this micro moment, Lutpi just went God mode. Ultra Instinct. And level 5, man. Luffy stuff.
Truly.
I love Naruto.
Oh, what a shot from CW, taking out Ding just like that. Good stuff coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
And that's the last turtle scored by the MPL Indonesian champions. 4-time, back-to-back. Even far away from home, they are soaring beyond the clouds. Man, is it just me, or is maybe Kenji's getting caught out a little too soon and he's not where he needs to be?
Well, here's the problem, right? As much as Kenji wants the front line, he needs angles. He needs the threatened positions of Fnatic Onyx. But Lupti, at this point, he's playing really... Well, hold on. The pick is starting to look good, and it doesn't really matter. Keyboy doesn't have an opportunity to move at all. Just CC to the ground.
You were saying, I'm curious.
Yes. I was saying that they need to make sure that they can telegraph where this fight is going to be. We're looking for choke points, mainly because Ding really works well in these types of positions, right? We saw their backline getting chunked almost 100-0 without getting touched by the Electro Final Blow.
And I understand. And so far, I think that's what he's doing now. He's trying to cordon off where they can go, and now he's in trouble.
Oh, he's trying to have some movement, but it doesn't really matter. Super not in position to peel away from him. And Fnatic Onyx find another kill once again. Good night. He's got to be careful here. A single CC can put him out of misery.
All right. Ding doing some work up top. He's going to get that push on tier 1, but down mid, I think that's the main artery that both of the teams need to focus on. Fnatic Onyx is 3K ahead. That's huge. Honestly, I'm still thinking, when is Lark going to get the dance? Even in that last team fight wherein, you know, they could have gotten away with a huge trade, a huge blowback. Fnatic Onyx just knows when to deny this little boy his playtime.
Yeah, I think it's good that they do, right? That's what this entire composition is for. Ooh, final slash onto Good Night. Oh, Feather Airstrike, one more tick. No, it does not find it, and Super is able to cancel it out. They do lose a flicker, but at least Goodnight is alive. Now, Fnatic Onic will slowly encroach on the Space Key Boy. He does have the Divine Judgment. He needs to pick a target. Oh, dang, he's out of there. No Electro Final Blow. This is starting to look really, really good, but he's waiting for Sans to get his ult back up. Kenji, he's going to engage, but no, nobody's following up on this. They're going to back up. Wait, hold on. Sans is getting a little too low here. He's already used the Purify. Sky Piercer purchased by CW.
Uh-oh. That's two sources.
That's two sources.
Of a kill switch. Fnatic Onic definitely on the offense now. Down bottom, Ding pushing back Kyrie and this rogue wave. And Falcons are trying to go for the contest. Are they just baiting out this Lord?
I feel like they, Keyboy, he flickers forward. Now they can punish him. Look, they flickers as well. They're trying to peel him away. Lark finds one. CW takes Super as a trade, and now they're pushing them out of their jungle now that Kyrie has regrouped with the team.
All right, a 2-second dance is better than no dance. Lark definitely played a key role in pushing back Fnatic Onic. Now the jump once more.
Look, he's jumping. Electro Final Blow. Petrifies it too. Stolen Feathered Airstrike. Cuts CW down. Chewe can't get in.
Oh, Goodnight with a clutch. Ult coming in. Forcing Kyrie back. The secured Lord by Ding. Falcons eating good.
I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting the junglers to be the major sources of damage, and as well as Goodnight and Sans. But honestly, it's the EXP laners.
And that's what's problematic for Fnatic Onic right now. Again, up until the 10-minute mark, they've been calling the shots. They've been winning. But that's where they need to be. If it's the cores that's working, Chewe and Kyrie, that's all good. But since you mentioned it's the XP laners that make the difference, I think Fnatic Onic is caught out in a weird spot. It's like, wait. Why can't Kyrie do much?
Yeah.
Why is Chewe getting caught out second time already?
I mean, the panelists mentioned this before, where a lot of comps are having secondary sources. Wait, here comes the conceal. Kyrie Finch poises out of there, has plenty of energy, and he actually spots 4 members of Team Falcon. He sees Ding by himself, but look at this, right? Kyrie will have to eventually use his eye for an eye and Electro Final Blow out from Ding. And this is why he's been minimized, right? That raw damage forces him to ult too soon.
Ding is amazing at what he's doing. He's basically acting as a threat magnet, a thunder rod from Fnatic Onic, so that whatever they're doing cross-map, he's a single catch-all universal answer. That could have gone so wrong, but Ding is just so mechanically skilled at the Benedetta.
And I mean, to be fair, as long as Ding is trading ults with Kyrie, it's so worth it, right? At least it gives Team Falcons an opportunity to punish, especially with no iframes. Now, in the meantime, we are seeing both teams wrestling for control.
I mean, the main difference, I'd say, is Fnatic Onic still has the Gila, Tiga, the crazy one in Sans.
You're right.
He's still unkilled, man. 308 has the Purify set up. No matter what Goodnight does, no matter how well Ding controls half of the map, a quarter of the map, I don't think Super, nor Kenji, nor Lark can find Sans.
I think even better, right? It's the fact that Sans has been staying so far back in these fights that even Goodnight, he's not just utilizing the IMU every single time to steal the Feathered Airstrike. Sometimes, wait, hold on, Kenji getting chunked out for at least 50% of his HP. Ooh. Conceal comes through, Feathered Airstrike as well. Electro Final Blow gets canceled. He dies. CW takes him out. He's making sure he's got that triple. Gets the Maniac. Give him one more.
That is the Grand Finals MVP. At your service,
Give it to him.
Looking to close it up. Le Sauvage scored in the group stage of MSC 2024 at EWC. That's going to be the call. It's endable.
It's endable. What a play coming in from Fnatic Onic, really taking it to the next level here. A step above the rest.
Beyond the skies lie the Sky Kings, and they are flying high in their first game in all of the mid-season cup this year. Gideon, what a performance. It was a roller coaster, but at the very last moment, after CW Savage, it was lights out.
Chewe, remember the name Calvin Winata. This guy, he is nasty on the Beatrix. He's been out of meta for a long time, but he's gonna be bringing it back to show you how it's done.
It's back to the drawing board for the MPL MENA champions. They've been growing their arsenal, but against one of the most lethal teams, one of the defending champions returning to the mid-season cup. They've got to pull out more than that. I believe it's time to throw back to our analysts while we check out the highlights.
we're checking out the highlights, we got to talk about how in this game, Lupi 1v2, sure he died, but that was awesome. But the savage coming in from CW.
It always seems to happen to CW, dude, right? Like every time we talk about Fnatic Onyx, we're like, oh yeah, Keyboy, Kyrie's a god, Lutpi, new rookie in town, Gila Sans. And then we don't say anything about CW, but he speaks the loudest. He screams in-game through that savage. That was spectacular, but even all the way from the start of the game, right? I mean, the Beatrix pick already to set him up for success, and in the way that he was able to play the Beatrix Wolf.
I think you gotta have to hand it to the team that was losing in this game. I think they really challenged Onyx in this game, particularly how Ding was able to play. This play coming up from Lark, however, Lutpi as well has been unleashed. I really thought that there were so many times where I thought that he would have lost just because of what he was doing, like with this particular play. But then eventually he outplays, he trades for the team. I think one trait that has always been very successful for Onyx in general is that they know how to trade. When they see a play that they might lose on and they may be losing some of their heroes, eventually they pick up the slack and then find a trade from somewhere else in the map. And definitely that's what happened with this game.
Here's the thing. Using a Beatrix, usually you scale, like you take a long time to scale because your first item is the Blade of Despair. And the Blade of Despair is a very expensive item. But the thing is, if you get your Blade of Despair the same time as your opponent gets the Stardom Scythe, dude, I don't know how CW is farming, man, but he's so fast.
He's so active on the map, and I think it all comes down to the question I even asked Wolf, right? Why the Beatrix? Why was the Beatrix so prio here for Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah, well, I would say it was a means to an end. Like I told you before, the Ling was the centerpiece here, and the Beatrix was more of a hero that you used to clear out the lanes fast so that the Benedetta as well as the other members, other members of the opponents will not be as effective. You're the Bruiser as well with your Nibiru as well as your Bennett's Rage, and then the Ling will be the one to kind of sweep it all off. But then CW plays that Beatrix just so well. I think it's one of his signature picks. He was able to get the Savage and, you know, be the centerpiece even when it's just a hero of like a means to an end kind of hero.
You know, the crazy thing is, usually we see this crazy, I would say savages, perhaps coming in from an assassin jungler, but again, CW really showing up. And I gotta say, there were a few times where like, okay, this fight looks 50-50. The moment you see on screen pump, double kill, Beatrix, okay, you know what? No longer 50-50. This is all Fnatic Onyx.
So many ways that they were able to out-micro, I would say, right? Because it definitely seems like for Falcons, they were very, very confident coming into this matchup. Good Knight getting a lot of crazy engages with the Divine Judgment, and also just really good damage as he was poking. But I guess in that department as well, even though he was very, very impressive, Sans kind of outclassed him too, right? The fact that he was up against the Benedetta, the Baksha, this kind of composition that should, on paper, be able to punish a Farsa, yet couldn't at all in the game. 3-0-8, and it wasn't like Sans was playing, in the team fights he was playing all the way in the back, but we were even laughing at how he was flying in front of the turrets. It's Sans doing Sans things.
Inside the turrets, man.
That's just Sans. That's Gila Sans.
He's very good at calculating pixels. I would say he's a pixel art master, where there was a time in the middle where the Edith tried to initiate and try to go for the suplex, but he was able to jump with just one tiny pixel, then stayed in front, like staring him down like with the Farsa wings by wings. You really feel the tension in.
Call him Picasso, man, because he is an artist, an absolute artist. But Lupi as well in this game really showing, I would say, nerves of steel, because he didn't look nervous at all. It looked like he's very comfortable on stage.
That's why I was saying, right, before the game even started, Lutpi, he already went through that arc. He was playing with these players who everybody in Indonesia look up to. So that was the hard part. How do you fit in with the gods of MPL Indonesia? The fact that he was able to adapt in such a short amount of time, the fact that he was able to replace a legend like Boots, a guy who's been in the team for so long, someone that was carrying the team for so long as well from Season 8. Now you get to see it finally on the international stage.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, this performance has been amazing, but based on what we saw in the first match of the day, things can definitely turn around. Team Falcons, at least what we saw in game number 1 going up against Fnatic Onyx, it does look like they have showed instances where the mechanics are there. Ding looked good, Lark looked good. It's just that perhaps in game number 1, they were a little bit taken aback. They were surprised by what happened, but in game number 2, things could change, couldn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think there wasn't really that much when it comes to like the drafting choices. I think the fact that on Fnatic Onyx are in the red side, there's nothing really can do with that last pick. But then again, they were brave enough and bold enough to give the link, so it kind of tells me that they are prepared for this. I don't prescribe it against Fnatic Onyx, but if they are prepared for this, I mean, like they have good coaching staff for sure. They know that they can look at many VODs of Fnatic Onyx. Maybe that they should be doing the same thing. Like I said, I would not prescribe that when going up against Fnatic Onyx.
But that's the thing. I feel like for Falcons, the fact that they gave over the Angeling combination, they were prepared for the Angeling. When they didn't go for the Angeling, they just didn't know. Wait, it's just going to be Ling. All right, they're definitely going to pick up the Angela for first phase, last pick, right? And then they go for the Farsa, and then it confused them even more. So Fnatic Onyx have so many more ways to throw curveballs at their opponents, even in the drafts, and that's why they love the red side so much. They get to react.
Maybe it's just that Fnatic Onyx is like, okay, we've been training for 14 years with the Ling, and then for 13 of those years, they keep on banning the Angela. You know what? You know, I'm sick of this. I don't care about the Angela anymore. Let's just assume we'll never get this hero ever again. And that's why they just be like, you know what, even if it's up, don't take it. You know what? I never liked it anyway. You know what? Extra shields,
I don't need it.
I'm Kyrie.
Yeah.
Right? Say it right.
Huh?
Say it right.
I'm Kyrie.
There you go.
I cannot do that. But then again,
apologize to everyone else in the studio, you know?
There's also this weird interaction where they went in for the Valentina, which is also definitely great against the Angeling in general. Ling versus the Ling, it's great. Versus the Angela, it's also okay. The answer was the Farsa. And then a Kaja, which is interesting because now
was interesting.
You pick up a hero that kind of amplifies the Valentina, right? Exactly. But then this is like you know that options paralysis where you have so much good ultimates to copy, you gotta have to copy the Farsa ultimate or the Kaja ultimate, right? So you're forced in this situation where if you want to pick up the Kaja, you kind of have to find the Kaja, which obviously Hiboy is not gonna let you do that so easily. And then he wants to pick up Sans, he has to get up close and personal to Sand, where there could be a lot of punish. So that's probably how they dealt with it. I still don't think that picking up the Kaja versus the Valentina is good. But hey, this is Fnatic Onyx. Who am I to say?
It's kind of like going to a hotel buffet. There's a lot of picks, man.
Yeah.
Too many picks.
Too many picks. Like, you might want Omali.
You might.
I will always. I want Omali.
Shout
like
out,
right
shout
now.
out to
like
Omali.
Literally right now. I want Omali.
You want it right now?
Like literally right now.
I mean, it's really sweet. It's amazing, just like that victory for Fnatic Onyx. But now we have to talk a little bit about, for me personally, later on, do Falcons want to take away that red side? Because I think that's been a core way to actually try to outdraft Fnatic Onyx. That's what we've seen in MPL Indonesia as well. So I'm expecting Falcons to actually do that up against Fnatic Onyx. Take the red side.
Honestly, my question really is, like, we saw that Fnatic Onyx took the Ling. Was there any real answers for the Ling for the side of Falcons?
They banned it, right, Julian?
Yeah, but I'm thinking Tigreal, actually.
No, I mean, like, the draft that they got at that moment, were any of those picks were any kind of answer for the Ling pick? Like the Valentina,
for sure.
Harith.
Valentina is definitely an answer. Harith is not, but if you play it in a certain way, it could be. Like you saw Lark actually outplaying Kyrie at least one time. So we can also think, if you think about the Benedetta, if you play it correctly, yes, you can outplay the Ling. But then there's a lot of problems that he has to solve. The Farsa, for example, is actually Farsa and Beatrix kind of forces the Benedetta versus Ding to choose between do you have to go to the backlines for?
So
does it have to be the Farsa or something?
So it's basically like the way that Fnatic Onyx draft is that we have a lot of problems. Try to find answers for it. So I kind of feel like during the draft, Falcons, they need to have one answer that can solve multiple problems. But again, it's easier said than done.
Way easier said than done, right? But Fnatic Onyx, they somehow make it work. They're always able to execute these very difficult compositions, because if you give this kind of composition to anyone else, it'd be very hard to pull off. I even remember in MPL Indonesia when the assassins were meta, where it was still the utility jungle meta, and they popped off on the assassins. It looked ridiculous because on paper this should not be a composition that could win.
Yeah, I think maybe it's, if we're gonna be looking at back at the draft, maybe this is a composition versus composition kind of counter, not more of a hero versus hero counter. Wherein if you want to go for countering the Ling, maybe just get another side laner that can split push, like the Benedetta, for example, and the 4 other members will just go and group up and then just push and siege towers over and over. I think they tried to go for that play too. And Harith, Edith, Valentina with with their jungler is that definitely can snowball off of sieging towers, then let Ding take over. However, Lutpi made it difficult. It kind of paralyzed Ding in that regard, where he just really kept Ding in place.
So many layers.
Yeah, I gotta say, looking at this match in particular, I kind of feel like we have to give attention to the side lanes, both EXP as well as the gold lane, because even though, yes, the mid trio for both teams were very impressive indeed, but it looks like the playmakers are coming from the side. So I really want to see how Falcon may have to give a little bit more room to Ding and maybe move around with him to really secure a big team fight win against Fnatic Onyx, because at this point, maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need to take out 3 members at a time to really take advantage of the map. But now the draft has started. Fnatic Onyx is going to be first pick, Falcon second pick, Fnatic Onyx instantly banning out the Faramis.
See, this was one of the big weakness points for Fnatic Onyx coming into the playoffs. When teams would be able to take that red side away from them, it took away the side that, you know, obviously Yeb is most comfortable on.
Yeah.
But through the playoffs, when we got to the later stage, they could play both sides. They could play both sides effectively. And I would say on the blue side, they're even more dominant when it comes to just forcing these big picks off. Because now you don't have to get rid of the chip. Now some of these picks you can actually take for yourself.
That's
so now Falcons have technically put themselves in a spot to be dictated. Like, it's all Fnatic Onyx right now.
But then again, you give yourself a, you
give that reactivity.
You give yourself a fighting chance, and that's all that matters in
Look
the
at
end,
that.
right? Gotta adjust it. Edith going to be banned. You're forced to ban the Julian and the Chip. Between Louis and Chip, I think you would rather give up the Louis at this point, because Chip is just so good at the metagame that we have right now. With all of the new items, like imagine a Chip with a Sky Piercer kind of damage dealer to go with it, with the bonus damage. It's just ridiculous amount of damage. Think about a Chip here if you're Falcon Esports.
Honestly, Chip with Sky Piercer is crazy enough that I actually like it.
Chip with Sky Piercer?
Chip with Sky Piercer.
The base damage early is insane.
Yeah. No, like imagine, like after 2 minutes just jumping inside the jungle, and then even with the first kill, imagine the first kill getting a triple kill.
Yeah. Falcons think so too.
Yeah, Falcons think so too. It's like, yo, Sky Piercer and Chip is scary.
Public service warning, don't try this at home.
Try it in your friend's home.
Wow.
Try it in your friend's ranked game. See how they like that.
Okay, so I guess you banned Valentina here if you're Fnatic Onyx, or they banned Louis themselves. They want to take the Harris, I believe. Fnatic Onyx allows CW to flourish in that. But Fnatic Onyx is gonna be crazy enough if to pick up Ling when Harith and Ling is available.
Are they crazy enough to go for Angela? Just Angela first pick, right? Because that has been what Fnatic Onyx has been doing in MPLID?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're a team that they're one of the few teams that can do that.
Yeah.
But then again, I think they will only do that if the Valentina is not an option for the opposing team. You just give up so much. You lose the lane because you're Angela going up against Valentina. You give up a good ultimate hard guard. Allows him to get up close and personal. So with that, with this kind of draft, I would say Ling should be the option for Fnatic Onyx. The safest play is Harith first pick. But the Fnatic Onyx way is either Angela or Ling. I would say Ling is the choice here.
What about the Roger, though, right? The fact that the Roger is still up for grabs as well. You don't think it's as prio? Okay, the Harith still comes up. Still super prio despite the fact, in wildcard, we got a different treatment.
I would say the win rate isn't really on Harris' favor, but again,
I think wildcard it was 0%.
Hey. 0 is better than negative.
I don't think you can get negative.
Moskov and Arlet, perhaps, the answer, I would say. Definitely Moskov is a hero of consideration going up against Harith, because he'll just win that lane afterwards.
I mean,
they go Ling and Arla. Okay, so this is they're picking up the
same draft.
Will Fnatic pick up the Valentina? Probably.
I think they should. At this point, perhaps Fnatic Onyx, they should pick up the Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina to go with perhaps a Terizla. They've picked up Fanny.
Oh. We can even hear the crowd's reaction.
Fanny Valen, come on, Fanny Valen. Show it.
I mean, you can try to go for the Ling pick, right? But that's only an open challenge to Fnatic Onyx. They're like, all right, if you want to go Assassin versus Assassin, we want that too. We want to go for a damage dealer, a physical damage dealer in the jungle. That's usually always the case when they go for the Harry.
Yeah. really thinking about Valen here. Oh, they picked Trista as also prescribed. Falcon, will they pick up the Angela this time? That's a problem though.
Pick up the Angela and ban the Valentina?
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what I feel like. It's going to be the best option here for Falcon. Apart from that.
But I don't know, like personally for me, I really don't like playmakers like Goodnight picking up heroes like the Angela.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, so even if they pick it up, perhaps give it over to the roamer because Angela can do work in the mid lane. I know, I get it, but it's like cutting off someone's potential, you know?
That's right.
But if you do that, either way, right? You go and give Super, you know, the Angela, then Fnatic Onyx will cut down on all the frontliners, and they're going to have a good time with all the damage output that they have in their composition. So technically now, with the Angela too, I mean, you get so much more sustain for your Ling, but it's kind of one-dimensional in a way where the Ling needs to succeed.
Yeah.
If the Ling gets shut down in the early game with an Angela, it'll be too one-dimensional. So go for more, you know, more team fighting.
Oh, dude, it really makes a lot of sense here. Tigreal is, you know, it's a sleeper pick in a way that people, just don't consider it, but it's definitely good versus Assassins.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, Assassins is good and all, but we got to remember how in game number 1, CW was amazing on that Beatrix, and doesn't Harv want Purify anyways? Like, it might be an answer towards the Fanny, but I feel like, again, you got to have one option that answers multiple questions, and I kind of feel like it's not really an answer towards the Harif.
That's why I feel like a lot of teams up against Fnatic Onyx, they tend to overthink, they tend to overcomplicate things up against Kyrie. They always think about, all right, how do we counter Kyrie? And then they forget about CW. Because even in the previous game, I feel like that's what happened. They were focused on Kyrie, all right, on the Ling. We got to catch him, we got to get Sans as well. How do we counter Keyboy? And then CW just comes in, gets a Savage.
Yeah, again, I want to be proven wrong, but I feel like they should respect the finals MVP of Fnatic on it. They should respect CW. If they don't have an answer at all, it's going to be a bit tough.
Yeah, I wonder what the answer will be. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a hard lockdown from the EXP lane, or a combo with the Arlet. But then again, you already know the Arlet is going to the EXP lane, right? So maybe a Burst Mage. And what is that? The Farsa, for example, Kadira perhaps. If Kadira Tigreal would be good. I might be forced for a Valentina, or maybe just go the farming route. Let's just farm it out. Let's go for Angela in the mid lane, and then let's go for a Beatrix. I wonder if Falcon play.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, Vixana is not that big of a burst, but it's still okay in this comp, right?
And you got a lot of CC to play with the Vengeance.
But there's Fanny. It's difficult.
That's the problem.
It's difficult to play the Vex.
Oh, you know what? Go full crazy. Odette.
Oh,
right.
That's actually a pretty good pick.
Right?
Actually, yeah.
Go crazy.
Yeah, it's actually really good versus the Harith.
Yeah,
I love it. And with Implosion, that's a great combo. Yeah, that's a really nice pick if they do pick it up.
The Fanny as well and the Tigreal. Technically, everybody who wants to dive, they all get punished by the Odette, especially like
that's right.
You said, you know, they have layers of CC, the Implosion, even the final slash to knock them all in to the Swan Song.
Yeah. Man, okay, so I wonder if there's this argument for Zask, but I think it might be for Fnatic Onyx this time. Ling hates that hero because he just constantly gets outplayed, and if you go down, like if you don't have the first skill, if you're just walking through, you're gonna be just be destroyed by that Zask. So Falcons, they ban out the Valentina, obviously.
They already have a magic damage dealer, right?
Yeah.
So technically, they can put Sans on an Angela, and then they could actually just amplify how much of a threat the Fanny can be, the Herith can be. A lot of possibilities still for Fnatic Onyx, but that possibility technically is also up for grabs for Falcons.
Exactly, that's the first pick.
But it's going to be on Goodnight.
Yep. I think they might be forcing the Angela. They might be forcing the hand on Angela here. Angela Tigreal, not the best combination actually in the mid lane. So that puts him in a very awkward spot.
Because where's the damage going to come from?
Yep.
Exactly.
Right? Ling needs the Berserk Fury as well.
Odette might be, or maybe they just settle for the Vex and just try to outplay it. Vex with Arlet is also pretty good. They go Beatrix, as we did say. Okay, come on. Fnatic, give us a Zask. Apart from that, the Grok looks really good for Fnatic. Minotaur as well looks really good. And Franco also looks good for Fnatic, just so that they can counter the Ling.
Honestly, I do like the Minotaur have a teamfight comp that doesn't need the Fanny.
Yeah.
How good would it be if it was a Cho here?
Cho,
right?
yeah.
Cho is pretty good too.
All right, they go for the
Okay,
Grok. That's a safer
okay.
choice. You go for instant initiation. You can kind of cancel the Tigreal as well with the
Yeah.
Power of Nature and then straight into the Wild Charge. So a lot
Nana.
of different ways to counter this composition with the Grok, but final pick.
Zaskar Nana for me. I know it's crazy. They might just settle for a Vex so that, you know, you have a...
Or an
you have
Angela.
reach. Or an Angela.
Angela, yeah.
Instead of the reach for the Beatrix. That sounds boring. Let's, you know...
Spice it up a bit.
Spice it up a bit.
They go for Aurora.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
Spicy enough.
Spicy enough, but she's technically not spicy.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
cold.
She's
Yeah.
ice.
She's ice cold, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so... I hope they're the team that picks up the Odette. But then, this Aurora pickup, as well as the Grok, kind of really gives you that go signal to just go back for the Vex. Vex, Angela, and like I said, the Odette.
I feel like the Angela's problem is that you don't have enough damage. They go for the Lunox.
Yeah, okay, this is the least that I would think of because usually when you go for the Lunox, there has to be a vehicle somewhere along the lines of a chip or maybe a Matilda so that you can initiate. Lunox is very slow. Against the Fanny, I'm not sure if that will fare well.
Well, the thing is, Wolf is not a big fan of the Lunox pick. We got to ask the casters, how do you guys feel about the Lunox pick?
So maybe the Lunox is the answer that Falcon is looking for to even the odds against the tournament favorite in Fnatic Onyx. Leon Gideon back again at the desk here to bring you the second game of this best of two. I don't know if you like the Lunox, because I'm here for it. Maybe they can make it work.
I think the Lunox is actually not too bad in these types of compositions, right? Because at the end of the day, it's really going to come down to how do you team fight. And with so many initiation tools, the Brilliance alone is really, really powerful in these sorts of cases where you just want to dodge the damage and then maybe make a play afterwards with maybe the Darkening, take out those frontliners, and really deals a good amount of damage, especially to Terizla with that Body of Smith passive.
And here we'll see how they use that in the early to make up for it, because this is the kind of mage you want to see on Good Night. Good Night is an anchor and a core for Team Falcons in any of their iterations, and now they're going to need to get him online. Oh, look at this, an early fight.
Okay, they're going to be pushing Keyboy as quickly as possible, but Kyrie gets in the middle of the mix. Good Night, forced to flicker away. This is what we're talking about, right? This is how dangerous it is in these early stages of the game. Anybody could go down and could start the snowball.
And up top, you see the 1v1 between Ding and Lutpi, both bruisers, both CC specialists, especially when it comes down to these bigger team fights. And wow, check this out. Sans, I don't think you could do that with maybe with a Valentina, but you couldn't do that with a Vexana, not at that range.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that, like, Aurora is very similar in this position to the Lunox, right? With that Pride of Ice passive, being able to, like, tank a good amount of damage, but at the same time have an option of maybe escaping when you're getting doved on by Kenji, for an example. I think there might be some ways that Fnatic Onyx can get really creative with the way they play this comp.
Yep, checking out the opening builds here. I think this is Ding now, understanding the dynamic between who's the beatdown. He builds an early Dreadnought armor. Oh, super.
He's gone here. That's going to be first blood instantaneously. Kyrie finds it. Just wrong place, wrong time, right? There's nothing much you can really say about that. They're trying to open up the map, but as soon as they saw it, Super, he already missed out on his flicker. Can't do much about it.
And he was in too deep. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go. And there were other members of Fnatic Onyx in the vicinity. So that opens up this first hurdle of the game. No one making moves quite yet. You'll see here, it's Super who goes ahead and checks in. And so far...
I don't think they're going to fight.
Yeah, just wailing away.
I personally don't think they want to fight here. I think that Team Falcons, like, Good Night is about to hit level 4, but at the same time, Fnatic Onyx, right? You can see that Kyrie, he's ready to jump in. Oh, here it comes. Lupti with penalty zone onto Ding straight away. Good frigid breath from Sans, instantly securing that kill. But Kyrie, oh wait, the entire backline ends up dying. Kenji getting hit by the wild charge from Keyboy because of a flicker play. Really nicely done. You blink, you miss it, and the next to fall Super. That's a double for Sans.
It was a 0-frame wild charge. Again, you don't even have to blink. It really just happened in an instant, and next thing you know, your hero can't even move. Now down bottom, looks like Lark and Goodnight looking for a revenge kill on the CW while they can, since he's not built up quite yet. You're looking at a 3-minute game, 4-0 already, with Fnatic Onyx 2,000 gold ahead. That's what's allowing Keyboy here to bother Oh, look at that. He made the orange buff make a lap, man.
Gosh, and this past the 2 minutes, so he's allowed to do it. He's like, yes, the one thing that I've been enjoying, just messing with junglers, ruining their days.
Oh, and Super's trying to repair that. Like, I need to hold this down for Kenji. And you're looking at a Ling, man. It's not like they changed anything in Ling's dynamics. Like, that's still an assassin. That's still a hero that needs a lot of build-up. Now, Keyboy in trouble while charge out.
Instantly out. Oh, but he gets pulled back in by the final slash, though. Sans does drop down the ult as well. Okay, so now Super all by himself has to flicker away, has no escape mechanics, and Kyrie picks him off for free.
Frigid Glacier, enough to find that trap, the counter engage. And still, Team Falcons left high and dry. Nothing to their name, 5-0. This lead is growing, man. We're looking at almost 3,000 ahead for the Indonesian four-time champion squad, the defending MSC champions. Let's look what the items look like as of now. Chewe rocking that Starlium Scythe already. That just needs to get updated real quick. And as well, you see Bladed Heptases on the Kyrie.
And so far, the resources are coming out of Team Falcons. Kenji, Super, and even Lark, all using valuable resources. And Fnatic, honestly, don't have to do too much. Their presence alone is so lethal.
And here you'll see, just now, Lutpi built up to a War Axe. And again, you're playing on two different axes of who's offensive and who's defensive. And Fnatic Onyx are just always on the right side of that argument, always on the right side of that coin. And now check this out. Oh, look at the show of dominance from Kyrie pushing Kenji out of his own jungle.
Oh, down on the bot side, CW finds the kill onto Super. They might want to go a little bit more here. And CW, he's down for it. He's got the help of Keyboy. He just needs to bide some time. But now Kenji might be the next to fall here. Lupti, he doesn't mind. Oh, dodge the damage. He still has Flicker. Penalty zones to secure it. Hey, Lark, wait. He finds a trade on to CW.
All right. Maybe bottom is where Falcons find
do it.
Redemption, but not going to happen. All right. Amazing work. Again, Lutpi. Say what you will about him coming in to repair a tough situation for Fnatic Onyx about 2 or 3 months ago. But now, here he is, a mechanical beast. A flicker cancel. Penalty zone. It's amazing.
Yep, Lupti has been building up so much confidence from the regular season to the playoffs to winning their own individual regions league to now coming to an international and really showing off why they were put on the map in the first place. Here comes the dive. We see, oh, Lark forced to flick out straight away. Kyrie has so much damage. It's not even close right now.
I don't blame Lark trying to find a way to retreat there. He was trying to get some damage, and now Keyboy gets a kill on him. Good night, in trouble, forced to use the brilliance.
He gets out of there okay, but oh, they find all three, the final slash as well. This is the play that they've been looking for. Ding, finds Kyrie. CW does get Genji to stop the initial push, but they've traded equally here. 2 for 2 in that engagement. What a great play coming in from Team Falcons, and they're not done just yet. Lark trying to cut down Lupti as much as he can. Lupti, he's trying to tank through the damage. Can he find it? No, goes down to the vengeance of Ding. I'm done with this lane.
He still finds a trade though. The body of Smith able to keep him alive, plus the spell vamp, just enough to make it worth Fnatic Onyx time. I gotta say, CW's mid-game power spike here at 7 minutes, I think that's what made it a little better for Fnatic Onyx despite the amazing catch by Ding. That could have been lethal. That could, if ever it was a switcheroo, if it was CW on the Beatrix and Lark on the Harith, that could have been a wipeout.
Yeah, man. The replay didn't catch the initial play started by Super. He was trying to replicate a game-winning moment from M5 when Keyboy did it himself. The 5-man implosion, he was so close to it. But unfortunately, like, if Kenji just survived a little bit longer, I think he could have cleaned up the entire team. But now the mid lane, oh, Keyboy! He does find Lark! He can't get out of there in time. The Frigid Frost already locking down the tower, but it doesn't really matter anymore. So many members are already dead. And even Kenji, he doesn't want to go in there anymore. He's like, that's too much to handle.
It was a dispersal of Team Falcons. Like, one kill led to another, and it scrambled their formation. There's very little left on the map for Team Falcons to scrunch up. And need I remind you, they're playing with a Ling, It's tough to play from this defensive position. Again, best case scenario, they start splitting the map. They send Kenji down into the bottom lane, but Kyrie is just as quick, just as agile a hero. So they're gonna be playing tag.
I mean, at this point, whoa, okay, all right. I guess they really wanted the buff on that one. Oh, wait, hold on, the frigid breath. Oh, into the glaciers. Well, they fight too. They quickly get out of their iframes. Okay, boy, making sure that Goodnight isn't having a good time. Gets pushed underneath the tower. Can somebody dive them already? As we see the Tempest Blades already come out. Man after man being thrown. Fnatic, Onyx say no more sacrifices. We've done what we can. We're sorry, boy. We can only get Goodnight.
Ceasefire underneath tier 2. And the inhibitor Kenji's gonna fall. Sans gets a kill. And another body dropped up top.
Man.
Fnatic Onyx don't want to stop.
Yeah, they're just running out of patience. They're sick of this. Team Falcons, you're going to be playing real passive? No worries. We're just going to start walking up. All of this starting because they won their individual lanes.
Kyrie's making big money moves, man. He just picked up the Blade of Despair. That's it. Even Super's going to feel it despite his passive on the Tigreal. Despite building a Dominus Ice, might be too little too late. Fnatic Onyx are looking at about 6,000 gold ahead. I'm thinking, all right, 2, 2, and 3 on Goodnight. Could they maybe win underneath turret? Because look. What does he have on him now? Just the... Gideon, just the glowing one.
Yeah, it's really not enough here, and it looks like he might just diversify, right?
Yeah, is he splitting between an HC and...
I don't think so. I think he just wants just a little bit of mana regen, right?
That's a little greedy, though.
I think the greedy thing would be going for the Holy Crystal, but we do just see him purchase the Blood Wings. He needs that really bad. That shield is so important. Now he's going to start building into that Holy Crystal to have some relevant damage, but for the time being, I think the power spikes are just not in their favor, right? We're even seeing CW. He's also got a Holy Crystal.
Yeah, but he's in a position to do that. That is disposable income, is what we call it. But right now, check it out. Lord taken here by Fnatic Onyx, no question. Blitzed it. And wow, look, when the cat is away, the mouse goes to play. Team Falcons making a push down bottom, but just as they should, they disperse. They let go. That's dangerous. It's greedy.
The keep sets the game. On a keyboard. Wait, he didn't see it. He turns around. Wait, they don't notice. And then Locke walks out. He could have just stood still. Oh, man. Now he's out of position. Gets hit by the wild charge. And another stack for Kyrie.
That's a curious call. Did the wild charge not stop him or spot him? Did it stop right where he wasn't?
I mean, it did cancel the recall, essentially. It should have revealed him at that point in time, but here we go. The implosion down on the bot side of the map to find Kyrie. Not enough to get out of there. Wait, hold on.
That's a shutdown.
It could be an even bigger shutdown here if they get an inhibitor off of this, but Team Falcons should be able to regroup off of that play as the Lord is going to be crashing down from the top side.
Yep. Again, speaking as a fan of the hometown team here, the MPL Mana Champions, you got to say, hey, man, if they're going to win a fight, it's going to be inside their own base. Right? They have pretty good high ground, and they're all here, but they are looking at a Lord, so that's a 5-man coalition. Kyrie's off.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, right? They can still shut down these inhibitors. Wait, here comes the penalty zone almost instantaneously. They're trying to combo together, but they don't find anything else. The follow-up isn't there. They get rid of the inhibitor, and Team Falcons, man, look, he's so tanky. He's holding on despite that, and CW is able to find a mega kill off of it. Despite the Glacier not finding the right targets, it forces Kenji to use the ult.
Fnatic Onyx playing a little off-kilter. When you thought the measure was 4-4, they say, nah, fam, it's a 3-4, and that takes Team Falcons off tempo. They shouldn't be forcing it, but here they are looking for one.
It was so close, but the implosion only finds one. They're going to get pulled back, but CW finds Super. Kyrie already back into play. Team Falcons, they need to clear up these minions as soon as possible. Kenji almost going down in the meantime. Lark, he's the only person who actually has some decent wave clear. Even Goodnight, I don't think he has enough damage just yet. Final Slash coming in from Ding to maybe look for a pick back, but it's still 4v4 for the time being. Kyrie can join at any point of time, and that means the next inhibitor shall fall for Team Falcons.
Their last bastion. No more turrets, just the base standing for Team Falcons. Can they do it? Force it out, Tempest of Blades!
Oh no, such an early Tempest of Blades. Kenji, he's giving so much respect over to Kyrie, but at the very least, the minion waves have been cleared up, and Team Falcons, with no inhibitors, they're gonna be stuck in their base, turtling up as hard as they can.
The Sky Kings play the disciplined game here, keeping to their timing. They're going for the next objective. They want to finish this game off of an enhanced Lord, spawning about 10 seconds, unless they can find a pick, force in a brilliance from Good Night. Man, if you're talking about just the items and their firepower, Team Falcons can't take a fight, not a fair fight against Fnatic Onyx.
Honestly, I think it's really coming down to the fact that they're always reacting to Fnatic Onyx, right? They're going to use Fnatic Onyx. They're going to use that. They're going to go for a feint, wait for you to use your abilities and punish. And that's exactly what we see. Kenji goes down, doesn't even have the timing to drop it down the Tempest of Blades.
That's gotta be a play that even his teammates would question. You can see in the player cams, Kenji knows that wasn't the right call. That wasn't the right play, and he dove into 3 and 4. Paid the price for it, and Fnatic Onyx secures the Lord off of that pickoff.
Yeah, he underestimated Kyrie, man. Honestly, I think a single auto attack, he doesn't even need the special steel cables auto attack as well. He can basically one-shot Kenji.
Yep, Kenji's back in about 4. I'm not so sure, though, if this is a position that he wants to be in. Again, you're a Ling. One of your strengths is coming from any angle, coming in from a Finch Poise. There's barely any walls inside the base, so he's going to have to play this very, very carefully. And he gets spotted from top. Very close. Kyrie throws out a cable. Oh, there's a final slash.
Okay, straight away, CW is able to use the Purify. Zaman forces well, penalty zone into Good Night. They're trying to escalate the situation. He dies immediately off the Brilliance, and now the Crystal will fall. Fnatic Onyx take the game 21 kills to 7.
A clean sweep in a best of 2 by the Sky Kings. Even on home soil, Team Falcons could not make these Kings bleed. Amazing work. I don't know, Gideon, maybe it's the Savage that made game 1 all the more sweeter, but game 2 felt quick and just more violent at the same time.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Fnatic Onyx really left an impression onto the Falcons in game 1, right? They weren't as confident as they were. They played very passive comps, and unfortunately, the 2 side lanes, they ended up losing, and Lunox, you can't expect her to scale that fast, so you have to play a slow game.
Not to mention the last couple of minutes where there were glaring errors. You see clearly how maybe communications could be breaking down, and maybe their minds weren't as clear or on point, and they needed to defend inside their own base, but looking at their comp now in hindsight, might not have been possible.
Yeah, I think, Coach Yeb really understood the timings of which they wanted to punish, and, Fnatic Onyx, they're in a position where it's like, all right, if you want to play around timings, that's what we're good at. As long as we control that tempo, we can do whatever we want, and luckily, nobody made a mistake in the laning phase.
Big smiles, I would assume, on Coach Yeb and Coach Addy's faces. I couldn't say the same for Coach Zico and Coach Powie Byrne. Man, they worked so hard. They pulled this team out from the dregs of MPL MENA, and they gave the villains, Twisted Minds, a good beating in the finals. Again, 4-1, who would have thought? Twisted Minds spoke a big game. And Team Falcons, this team right here, that Fnatic Onyx swept 2-0, have to go back to the drawing board, have to figure out, hey man, where did it go wrong? Was it the game? Was it our mental? Was it our draft? Was it our strat? I could only assume.
The 2 biggest ones, it's draft and mental for me, right? I think the mechanics, they've got it, but they need that level of confidence in these types of international tournaments.
Well, good news for them is there's 2 more best of 2s that they'll have to fight through. And hey, maybe this is one of the tougher ones that they had to deal with. And now they have to think, there are no losses, only lessons. But that does it for our second match of the day here on this broadcast. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We'll go throw over the stage with Chewe.
Sweep from Fnatic Onyx, and here with us with a gold laner. CW, congratulations. This is your first series en route to defending your MSC title. Now, that was a great Savage with your Beatrix in game 1. Did that give you confidence? How do you feel about that?
Sebenarnya kalau dari gua ya nggak terlalu ngejar scrimmage sih, cuma emang kita main tim aja emang niat buat menang.
He says he wasn't really looking for the Savage. That was basically just a bonus. His main priority was to play as a team, but that's what happened, and that's how he was able to perform.
For Savage, and we hope to see many more.
I mean, we definitely want to see a lot more of that in the tournament, but I do have to ask, your group has been dubbed the group of death. So how does that make you feel? Do you think there's any team that could threaten your title in your group?
Jadi Fnatic Onyx kan ada di Group of Death. Itu yang orang-orang bilang kayak grup kematian. Menurut cewek, gimana? Group of Death nggak sih? Dan kalau misalkan iya, ada nggak sih salah satu tim di grupnya cewek yang menurut cewek akan menjadi kesulitan buat Fnatic Onyx?
Kalau dari gua emang tim-timnya kuat, bukan grup kita doang. Jadi kayak ya kalau salah satu tim yang paling banyak sekarang orang mention sih SRG sih.
So he said that all the teams in all the groups are strong. So he doesn't necessarily think that his group is a group of death. But if he had to choose what team would be a very difficult opponent to go against, it would be SRG, the Selangor Giants.
Well, after your performance today, all eyes will be on you. Once again, congratulations for that 2-0. And it's now time to break it down for you. So we're going to go back to our panelists.
Thank you very much, but I have to correct you guys. Not a group of death. It's the group of death.
Yeah.
Now we gotta go and look into the highlights here, where again, I feel like the Sky King Kyrie on this Fanny, you have to react before something happens, because if not, you're instantly looking at Beth in the face.
That's what we got to see the entire game, I feel. You know, like the Tempest of Blades was used up so many times just to get out. And Kyrie's so good at utilizing the cables and also just reacting to some of these moments. Because let's say, like, one of these moments, we'll get to see it here especially, but let's talk about this. Lark, it almost like he didn't get the memo, man. The two other members recalled. He was like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna just walk to safety, and Keyboy spots him in the bush.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the side of Falcons gonna hold Kyrie down only with 2 Beths this game.
Oh yeah.
Difficult.
Here's the question, right? Because we look at the draft coming in from Falcons, and remember what we talked about game number 1, where Falcons draft game number 2 has components of draft of Fnatic Onyx in game number 1. And even you guys, the analyst, said that's a difficult draft to actually pilot. So why is it difficult, and why Falcon, they couldn't do it against Fnatic Onyx?
Well, they don't have the necessary tools to kind of control this Fanny. Like, they were forced to go for this Lunox. I think that they should have picked the Valentina instead of the Tigreal at the third slot.
Third pick, yeah.
Definitely this Lunox, although it was able to take 1 kill off of Kyrie, but that, again, 2 deaths, not enough for this Fanny. I think the reason why they weren't able to pull it off is because of the order of picks that they went for.
That was pretty fast, but we got to talk about the Fanny as well. The itemization that Kyrie went for, having the Sky Piercer, having the Blade of Despair. Who can actually tank that?
No one.
No one can tank that.
No one. So some of the times, you know, we saw the Tempest of Blades, we saw the Brilliance as well just pop. They had to do that. And Kyrie, he always cables in a way where if you don't do that, I'll just follow through. But if you do, all right, I'll react to it. That's how fast his reaction time is.
Yeah.
So we can actually afford to make those risky plays. It will be risky for any other player.
That's right.
But he makes it work.
Okay, gentlemen, MVP of this match. You guys feel it's Kyrie? You guys feel it's CW? The entire match, not the game, entire match. Because again, I feel like multiple members of Fnatic Onyx definitely deserve it.
I think after 2 games might be Kyrie for me. But if I'm just judging game number 1 alone, definitely Mr. CW himself. But I think overall it's Kyrie, fortunately. No bias.
Yeah, for me, I think it's CW. After that Savage, it was just, you know, they look kind of messy a lot of times, but CW always consistently winning, just like his name.
You know what? So I guess I'm the tiebreaker, right? So whatever I say is probably the true MVP of the game. So for you guys at home, don't forget that Stream B is happening. So in case you guys are watching that, update us as well, because we would like to know. And
yeah.
Do you want to know the results of the previous match?
Do tell.
2-0 Falcons. Falcon was able to beat Cloud9.
Okay. Whew.
You know what? That's a very interesting point there. And again, you guys have the option to watch Stream A and Stream B. Here's the thing. Let me tell you what to do. Buy another monitor and watch both at the same time. It's not that hard.
Or get an ROG phone and multitask.
Yeah, get an ROG phone and multitask. That's right.
I don't have a phone or monitor.
That's a lie.
You know what? For you guys at home, you guys can let us know what do you guys think, because you guys can scan the QR code down below here and actually let us know what do you guys think, because again, we want to improve the show for you guys. Your opinion matters, and whatever you guys say, we'll follow. We love the fans, don't we?
Yeah, we love the
every
fans.
single time I look at the comment section and I'm like, yes.
Okay.
You are correct.
we love the fans.
We love the fans.
The comment section,
Here's the
though.
thing. Dude, I love the fans and I love the air conditioning.
Oh yeah, they're cool.
They make you cool.
Yeah, but no joke. I think the best chat in the world is Mirko's chat, dude.
Oh,
best fans in the world.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. You guys, we're talking about the MVP. My MVP is Suns. So if we have a highlight or something, we gotta look at it because again, Suns was. Again, I gotta say, Fnatic Onyx, it's very difficult to pick an MVP.
Even Lutfi was doing really well.
Even Lutfi was doing well, right? Let's look at the highlights here. And Sans on this Aurora reminds me of Stormy. Maybe that's why they shout out the Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, man. And this in game number 2, he also again showed us how good he is at calculating pixels. There were so many times where his ultimate was able to get onto the edge and still was able to freeze his opponents. The timing as well. You're gonna see it once more. It was the clash before, but yeah, he was able to reach on to a nice Lutfi, taking advantage of this Terizla with the life steal. I think we're gonna see our MVP presented by Sony.
Yeah, presented by Sony. KDA 14-0. Gold per minute doesn't matter. You're a mid laner, kill 67%. And again, looking at the itemization here, he was able to build the Holy Crystal. But I gotta say, looking at that game, he might not even need it. The damage was already a lot. And the important thing as an Aurora is the control.
And the fact that he got it as a second item after Blood Wings really just means that he was able to burst down his enemies. And I think the problem with Ling as well as those assassin type of is that if you fail on your combo and you let the Aurora survive with the passive, obviously, the punish is just way too good, and you have the amount of burst that the Aurora can put up with this Holy Crystal.
And I mean, look at game number 1, right? He was on a Farsa. That was a vulnerable pick. You don't have a passive to save you when you get low or when you actually lose your HP bar.
Yeah.
Imagine now with another HP bar, with technically that passive. So he went from unkillable to unkillable?
He's not killable, but either way. Look, English is difficult, but what's not difficult is that saying thank you to you guys. You guys have been amazing, but we're going for a short break before we go into the match number 3.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تعيش الوقت بشيء يفيده.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to one of the best days in the world because you guys are still watching the first group stage of Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Ophel, and alongside with me is going to be Mirko as well as Wolf. Well, we'll be watching Liquid Echo going up against Twisted Minds. What do you think about this matchup, Wolf?
I'm not being seen in the camera, but I'm copying what
that's what you're doing.
Okay. So what do I think about this? Obviously, Liquid Echo is a team that will be more favored in this match. We can say pound for pound that they have the better experience. They have been champions of international before. When they went in for MSC last year, we also saw almost the same composition. I think that they're on their prime, and I think this will be JP's fault once again.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's true, but if the camera can get onto me, maybe, here's the thing, maybe they could twist their minds. That was more dizzy than I thought. Maybe I was not prepared for that. Okay, yeah. Listen. Crazy things could happen. And maybe even the Sansan duo could be surprised because the thing is, on Twisted Mind, there's Sanji.
Yeah, they got Sanji on Liquid Echo and also...
That's right, that's also true.
Technically for Twisted Minds.
So maybe the communication is like, yo, Sanford, go for Sanji.
Which one?
Sanji.
That could be something that, you know, would happen here. But honestly, looking at Twisted Minds as well, how they were able to play...
That twisted my mind.
That twisted our minds.
Twist now.
No.
No? I guess we got to do it, Wolf.
Yeah, no,
let's twist.
Yeah. Okay.
That was synchronized, 100%, right? But okay, Twisted Minds. I think they're...
No. You know, I think this is enough. I need some kind of break because honestly, right now, we got to go to the stage because the stage got to save us from this. You know what, Mara? Take it away.
24 earlier, we witnessed an Indonesian team sweeping their opponent 2-0 by Fnatic Onyx, and now it's time to start the second series of today.
Oh yeah, we're starting the second half of today's games as well, and it promises to be an incredibly spicy game. We had the champion of MPL Philippines Season 13 coming up against the runners-up of MPL MENA Season 5.
That's right, for the third series, it'll be Team Liquid Echo performing really well in the MPL. In fact, they swept their opponent, former world champions, and they're out to make a statement here in the world stage. Let's take a look at this video. Team Liquid Echo, known as a powerhouse of a team out to take down your hometown heroes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Twisted Minds, they're looking to twist the game coming into their first series of MSC 2024. Let's have a look at the lovely players representing the organization and, of course, Saudi Arabia in this tournament. Looking to redeem themselves in the first series for themselves in today's games. Twisted Minds, after being runners-up in MPL MENA Season 5, they're definitely looking to leave their mark. And what a mark it would be if they started off with a win against Liquid Echo.
Now, we saw both teams backstage, and we can tell they can't wait to start the game in the Land of Dawn. So we're gonna head to our panelists.
Very much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. And yeah, again, this is going to be an interesting match. And the thing is, you know what? My bad. I was giving service towards Twisted Mind, but now I got to give service towards Liquid Echo. If that was Twisted Mind, now this is... It's Liquid.
Where's the Echo?
Okay.
We have to do that too?
No, please no. No.
Well, I think in the way that they...
Don't analysts do this?
I think that's what you do, and we try to dissect what that is.
Yes, exactly.
So try to dissect what I just did.
You try to be liquid, but you're semi-liquid. You're a plasma, you know?
I'm a plasma.
Yeah.
Isn't plasma like light? No?
No, I
don't
like.
Okay, here's
I get what you mean. You know what?
yeah.
I get what you mean. I understand the reference, though. I understand the visuals, right? Because you're trying to say that Liquid
If you want me
Echo...
to do it again, I can.
No.
Okay.
Yes, you can, but the camera's not on you, right? Maybe Benny wants to do it, but
Yeah.
I get the visual representation there, man. Liquid, they're very versatile, and they are very loud. They want to go in the early game and dominate, which is the loud part, but they're very versatile. They can play for Benny even in the late game, and I think up against Falcons APBren, how they were able to beat Falcons APBren in the Grand Finals was that they were able to team fight so well through their versatile style. It's so interesting to talk about Liquid Echo.
Versatile
because
style?
It's a very versatile
like,
style that they want to go for.
Yeah.
that
Mirko,
they
do
have.
you want to be my interpreter?
Okay.
Like how I do with the players, but instead I'll just do body movements.
And I'll explain.
You'll explain
Beautiful.
what I feel.
Okay.
Because that was 100% what I feel. Now, how do you feel, Wolf?
I feel like I feel liquid right now.
Plasma or liquid?
Very liquid, because I think true to their name, Liquid Echo is very fluid when it comes to like their drafting choices as well as the way that they are playing, or that they play the game. Interestingly, though, even when I say that they are liquid with their composition, with their drafting style, the way that I saw how they perform in MPLPH Season 13 Finals was that they have a set amount of rules when it comes to drafting. It's more of a programming language. Like the if-else kind of thing.
Yeah.
If this is picked up, this is the
If A
answer.
happens, you
if
do
A happens,
G.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, for example, if Fredrin is open, they're gonna be picking up the Fredrin. If there is Roger, their answers are boss, cover, carry. If they have carry, they make sure that they have the Yu Zhong. If the Yu Zhong is picking up the other team, they have the Paquito. So it's
If
very,
someone
very,
gives you
very
food, you take
if-else.
it.
Depends on who gives it.
I mean, that's true. But we talk about Liquid Echo here. But Mirko, have you been running around my mind? Because my mind is twisted. Let's talk about Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think it's also very cool that you did the twist, because Twisted Minds likes to give out the twist in the game as well. Not in the way that you expect, right? You maybe
Not
you
like
expect
me.
like a, not in a literal sense, you know? Technically kind of like you. You put in the visual representation to it. They have a different twist to the game, which is pure early game, right? When we're talking about Liquid Echo, yeah, they have a lot of different templates, a lot of different formulas to a lot of the crazy picks that they have from Falcons APBren and a lot of teams that they're going up against. But for Twisted Minds, it's all about their own team synergy. It's all about how they can get the picks that they want in the early game to dominate. And early to mid, that's where they play. I think even back then in M5, I remember in the group stages, they were able to give Fnatic Onic a tough time in the group stages through that early game, forcing Fnatic Onic to play to mid to late and then ultimately take the game.
What's M4, you mean?
M5. Triple.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Honestly, like, is it crazy for me to say I actually do feel like Twisted Mind can take one game off of Liquid Echo?
You see,
because here's the
they twist their minds out.
No, but here's the thing, right? It's like, Mirko, how do we work, right? We have a curse.
We do.
When we say a team wins, they lose. When we say they lose, they win. But it's a best of two. How does that work?
Listen.
The team will win, kind of?
Listen. I think the easy way would just for them to be giving us merch, and then we will just not prepare.
Oh, yeah.
Because Liquid Echo, they gave me merch, so Twisted Minds is gonna win.
Oh,
I agree with you.
They didn't give it to me. You know what? Liquid Echo wins 2-0.
So now it's neutral here. We got the Wolf Curse, but I think that only applies to Malaysian teams, so maybe we'll use it later.
Yeah.
He is going to be taped up during those games, for sure.
Okay.
Am I allowed to be in this building when
You're not allowed to be in this country.
I think you're allowed to be in this country, but M6, now that's, you know, maybe
Now that
maybe it'll be different, you know?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I will talk to our ministers, and we got to do something about you.
Can you not do it?
You know what? Since you said that, I will not do it.
Okay, thank you. All right.
He says something, he does, like...
Oh, man. Now my mind is twisted. You're twisting my minds out.
Talk about both teams here. I feel like the way that Twisted Mind actually get under Liquid Echo skin, you know what? Go for the early game. Do what you do best. Surprise them. They won't expect a jungle invade, so you do exactly that.
And I believe for Twisted Minds, a phrase or a term that they use to describe this team in MENA has been the Twisted Express. So they've actually been able to utilize the Echo Express kind of name
Isn't
and
that a
play
roller
style as
coaster?
well. What, the Twisted Express?
Yeah, isn't the Twisted Express technically a roller coaster?
That's
right.
I don't know what a roller coaster is.
That's a lie.
You know what? If you're an analyst and you don't know what a roller coaster is, you really need to touch grass, man. You got to go outside.
Yeah. I've been planting some weeds in our backyard, you know.
You're
touching grass.
Yeah.
You know that's
exactly.
You know, at least I know that you're seeing the sun. That's all there is to it. But yeah. Twisted Express?
Twisted Express.
Twisted Express. Okay, so they gotta give Liquid Echo an experience, right?
Yeah.
Which I feel is going to be an experience that we'll be watching as well, because you got an update from Group B where NIP Flash won.
Oh yeah, and NIP Flash was able to take the game. Game number 1 up against Fireflux. And that in itself is already, an underdog victory. I think most of us predicted EVOS and Fireflux to top that group. No, not you?
Not me.
Who did you predict to top that group?
Actually, you know who I think about. But either way, shout outs to Stream B as well. Shout outs to everyone watching Stream A and Stream B. You guys are amazing.
I actually expected NIP Flash and Fireflux to top Group A. I mean, I know that EVO's...
No. You can say what you want. Your opinion matters, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to shut you down. Like, Mirko, on the other hand, he might... Dude, Mirko, let the man have his opinion, okay?
I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just...
I love EVO's glory, dude. They have a great coach, great staff.
Yeah.
Great players.
You're a great coach.
3 of their players/staff
was.
Oh no, you weren't even a coach. You were an analyst.
Okay. You know. Let's not. Listen. Leo is listening. All right.
Okay.
Is he?
He still doesn't know. Okay. Don't ruin the surprise.
Yeah. Why? What does he not know?
Leo's been looking for this one guy.
Okay.
That's his whole arc.
Okay.
And he can't find him.
Okay.
And until
sometimes
how does that relate to me? Why are you talking about that?
Because you know the guy.
No, because you know Leo.
I know Leo.
Leo, exactly.
I know who he's looking for, but so what? I mean, I cannot reveal to him who that guy is.
Either ways, just saying you're an amazing coach. I love you, man. Like out of all the friends that I have, you're like top 30, you know?
Top 30.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a great honor.
Yeah,
I take it. I take it.
Mirko, you're like top 31.
Oh, God.
Oh man, top 31. Wait, do you have like a... Like, is it also the opposite, top 31? That means 31 is like higher than all the others.
No. The thing is, I put all of them in a shoebox.
Okay.
And I pulled them one by one.
All right.
Gideon's number 5.
Gideon's number 5. Where's
number 1?
Where's the Eterna? Not part of it.
After what happened yesterday,
not part of
it. During dinner, she bumped up.
Oh, okay. So it's at what, 40 now or
29?
Oh wow. Okay.
So 31. That's 30. 29.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Wow. Okay.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if people want to see us again just to see what we're doing.
Yeah.
And let me just say, as you guys see us here right now,
perfect normal.
We haven't done anything.
Right, I bring more updates for you guys, by the way.
Okay, what's your next update?
What's your next update?
So, remember how NIP Flash were able to take game number 1 against Fireflux?
That's right.
They were able to get both games. Now, game number 2 as well, NIP Flash, they swept through Fireflux.
You know what? I'm so shocked. Look at me. Like, I'm so shocked to the fact that I feel like we got to go to an interview, so somebody save me. Yalla.
Hi guys, it's Eterna here, and it looks like we are at the player lounge. So we're gonna take a look. Wait, guys, do you see what I'm seeing? Boston, is that you?
Oh, hello. Hi there.
Wow, it's so good to finally meet you, and you're finally here as well. How has it been so far, day number 1 of MSC?
It's wonderful. It's amazing. I can't wait for game number 3. And especially for me, it's very surprising to see so many pro players around.
Yeah, I bet it is. I mean, starstruck all around, right? Players that you've seen on screen that you finally get to meet in real life. Now, talking about that next matchup, right? We have Homeboys going head-to-head against Team Spirit. Now, we got to ask, who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Homeboys.
Wait, what? Homeboys? Seriously?
Oh, just kidding. Of course, I'm rooting for a team from our ESA region, Team Spirit.
Okay, that made a lot more sense because you said homeboys earlier, and I was like, oh man, that's pretty cool. But okay, so okay, of course he's rooting for Team Spirit. But you know, with their next match, it's not going to be an easy one, right? Homeboys made it all the way from the wild card, and now we have to ask you a question. What's your message to Team Spirit for support, morale support?
First, the next game will be super important for Team Spirit, and I can say Savo outmined them. Kid Bomba blow them up, and Sunset Lover Satoru Gojo them. Go Team Spirit and make it.
Make it Team Spirit. Thank you so much, Boston, for this time and your time as well. It's been great, but we are going to go sending it back over to the studio. So thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Boston. And we got to do what Sao has to do. We're going to outmind them. You know, I love this camera. This camera can move around, so we can move around. Like I could go to you guys.
We are just following your flow, right? If you want to walk around, you can walk around, man. And if you tell us to walk around, we'll walk around, man.
So if I say we're going for a break, I can do that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I'm gonna test out my power. Let's see. We're going for a break.
Wait, really?
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I did not thought that would work. I legit did not thought that would work. Do you guys think they're giving me too much power?
I think so, man. They need to take a little bit more of the... They need to take all your power away.
Yeah.
We can't have you to be doing that, man.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to... They can't do that. I still have my meds.
Well, still, no.
The question is, do I have power without my meds? I probably do. You know what? For all of you guys at home, every one of you has some kind of power.
Yeah, you can
guys
fly.
You can literally fly. Now we're literally in the pick and ban phase. Team Liquid PH is going to be the first pick. Twisted Minds is going to be second pick. Faramis instantly banned out.
Is this another blitz draft coming out from TLPH? No, for sure that could be, well, the case. Faramis is going to be the first ban. This tells me a lot of stuff, like the Roger to be the priority here for TLPH.
All right, firstly for me though, they've opted to go for Hoda instead of Tarzan in the lineup for Twisted Minds. This is actually the full lineup. This is the main lineup for Twisted Minds, but mid-series in the Grand Finals, they actually swapped out Hoda for Tarzan. So that's something that they could go for as well later on in game number 2. But again, on the red side, you're kind of already forced to go for the chip ban, maybe even the Lo Yi, considering how good Sanji is. I think Sanji should know how good Sanji is.
Yeah.
Because Sanji knows Sanji.
Because again, Sanji could chase after Sanji. If Sanji picks up a Yuzong and Sanji goes up against Sanji using the Lu Yi, Sanji might win that.
If Sanji goes with the Valentina up against Sanji on the Yuzong, then the Black Dragon Front could be used by Sanji and Sanji.
Wait, is the Valentina EXP or mid, and is the Yuzong EXP or mid?
That's the beauty of it. We find out.
There was a time where Valentina was actually played in the side lanes.
The gold lane, right?
There was a time that Valentina played in the jungle as well.
And EXP?
And EXP. You know what?
Yeah.
We even seen Valentina roam.
That's right. That could be...
So who's... Oh, Sanji. Who's using the Yuzong again? Sanford, that's right. So they ban out the Yuzong.
Yep.
This is going to
be... Definitely a special. I think this... Just the way that we're looking at the draft, very high chance that Lu Yi will be banned out here. Coming up from the Twisted Minds, and then again Roger should be the priority here for TLPH.
Can we ask our casters, especially the one doing play-by-play, whenever you guys are saying Sanji, can you be specific?
Yeah. Right? Like, so Sanji, I think Sanji is all caps in Twisted Minds, I believe.
But so he has to yell? Is that
yeah,
it?
Sanji!
Exactly.
And then when TLPH makes a play, like Sanji.
Yeah. Oh, there's Lu Yi, first pick.
And
immediate Roger and probably an Arlet here.
Oh, they picked up the Minotaur. And again, the Minotaur is an amazing pick no matter what situation.
So Minotaur and
Roger.
Roger.
Exactly. Having the bull and the werewolf.
Yeah.
That's true. You know, a lot of reactivity with the Minotaur as well if you want to go and counter some dives.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with the Lo Yi, you're very, very creative with your dives. You can go for different angles. And as usual, as we saw as well in the Grand Finals, the Baksha was a great contributor to the success that they were able to found. So it's going to be the Baksha plus the Arlet. This is also a combo that you can utilize with the Lo Yi really, really well.
Exactly. Because Arlet and Lu Yi very good at just setting up the plays. Baksha is a hero that can catch up. It just can really explore the map. Decent versus the Minotaur because of the sustain now. Twisted Minds might go for a Vexana here so that they can answer the Lu Yi. Or perhaps a Novaria.
Oh, Novaria, yeah. I like Novaria a little bit better here. Yeah.
Novaria and Minotaur, classic combo. Really good at scouting and obviously winning or, you know, equalizing the mid lane. So, they went in for the Farsa instead. So it's all about like transforming here for Twisted Minds. Had they gotten the Yuzhong, they're all Transformers.
I think that's the wrong franchise, but
like the Roger has the skin with that, right? But the Minotaur and the Farsa not really. But I get what you mean.
Farsa transforms into a bird.
Exactly. But you know, it's not
Wait. It's because here's the thing. The bird is Farsa's husband. Though,
exactly.
Right?
So technically,
the bird is
you
her
transform. We need to ask Lore Leo.
Yeah, Lore Leo. No. So he's got a lot of things on his plate later after this. Okay, so you ban out. You probably ban on the marksman here. Carry.
You ban out like a Claude here.
Moskov and Claude looks to be a. Maybe they're not that concerned about the Claude because they have the Minotaur.
Something in me tells me
Masha.
Great ban.
Benny Cutie wants to pick up the.
Carry?
No, because he's been picking this quite a lot, which is the Beatrix as well.
Yep.
He's been using it in a lot of different tournaments.
Versus Farsa versus the Roger. It's gonna be good.
I like this Farsa ban, the Masha ban, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense versus the Farsa and the Roger.
Yeah, the thing is with the Roger, it's very, very difficult to go for any defensive item to go up against this Masha. Usually you want to go for Wind of Nature, and usually if you have a normal marksman, that's the easiest answer. But on the Roger, you get that, you don't get the full duration of the Wind of Nature, so it's a bit hard to go for the counter. Technically you can go Winter Crown, but it's a bit tough to pull off as well. So
but it looks cool.
It does look cool.
Right, mid-transformation, Winter Crown, that looks cool.
And then you freeze on air,
Yeah, it's like...
And then the Claude ban as expected, right? Up against this composition.
That's right.
You can dive into the back. You can play very safe in the gold lane as well. But 2 XP bans just to set up for the Arlet.
Yeah, CC. Which is interesting because it's CC Roger is like very difficult to pull off because of how much farm you need. But yeah, they're gonna be banning it out. Twisted Minds. If they show their jungler right now, it will not be good because that means that Team Liquid will be able to answer that. So I think this will be an EXP lane pickup. Assuming that the Terza as well as the CC is banned out, you're left with what? Pakiro and Benedetta for Twisted Minds.
How's the Lapu Lapu right now?
Lapu Lapu is a very, I would say it's a very conditional pick that you use when there's a Faramis, exclusively when there's Faramis, N/, or the Moskov, so that you can dive into the backlines.
Because for Twisted Minds, right? It's
Okay,
the Xborg?
I think you go Beatrix now for your TLPH. And then you put the Arlet in the Rome, and then pick up an Xborg and answer the Xborg. So that usually
the Pakiro is still open.
Is Pakiro good against Xborg? Not so
It is in XP. But the thing is, I feel like for Twisted Minds, they can actually go and twist Liquid Echo's minds right now with the Xborg and the Roger. Because for the Xborg, it can still go to the jungle. The Roger can still go to the gold lane, and they can try to play around that to just counter the Baksha.
Yeah.
But now that the Arlet has been revealed to go towards the XP, maybe they just put the Xborg in the XP, put the Roger in the jungle, and then pick up another gold lane. They would bully the Moskov.
What can bully the Moskov? I think
Beatrix?
Beatrix will be the best. I think they might not. They might just put the Roger in the gold lane, or in the jungle, then pick up something along the lines of a Ruby, because the idea here is that you're facing up against a Louis, so you don't want to really like overdo your gold lane. You don't want to farm dependent gold lane, because the thing is the Louis will just be able to take over.
Fanny.
Okay, against the Moskov. I mean, the Moskov is traditionally a counter to the Fanny.
I guess.
And this is Florin, dude. I don't like this at all. I'm just saying it.
I mean, here's the thing. Even though you don't like it, it looks spicy. And when it's spicy, we gotta throw it over to our casters. It's your turn.
Just to address the inquiry, Farsa indeed turns into mist, riding Vari's wings. That's why it's called Wings by Wings. Welcome to Desk at your service. My name is Leo. Here with Gideon, bringing you this first matchup between Twisted Minds and Liquid Echo.
Look, this match is going to be interesting, right? I agree with Wolf. I think that, Fanny, and especially when you're looking at the composition from TLPH, unless this Fanny gets an incredible snowball, I don't see it happening. But maybe towards the later stages of the game, do we see it really even out?
Yep, on a lane-per-lane basis, Liquid Echo seems to have trumped Twisted Minds, but maybe the Twisted Express could pull a turn that even the Echo Express haven't seen before. Again, welcome them into their home court. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 1 in the best of 2. I can't start this matchup without saying Team Liquid PH are one of the tournament favorites. Like that's just the stakes we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's just facts. It's just facts, especially when they're coming from one of the strongest regions so far in the world until somebody knocks them off. I think it's fair to say that they've got a pretty decent chance in these groups, and more importantly so, I would like to see whether Twisted Minds, especially in the earlier stages of the game, because that's what they were known for previously, before the 2-minute debuff.
Yep, speed is what Twisted Minds have on their side, and if there's anything I like about that draft, because I do echo Wolf in the fact that I don't like the Fanny, but I like the switch up. I like putting the Roger into the gold lane, but maybe not the hero on to Hoda. And they are threatening JP, but as a floor, like, you gotta get used to this kind of thing.
I mean, that's how JP likes to be handled, right? Everything is his fault. If he goes down, it's gonna be his fault. If they win, it's also gonna be his fault.
Who is he without adversity, right?
Truly.
He's been living with adversity all his life, and now he's just taking care of the team. Look at this. Look at how comfortable Liquid Echo are. Carl Teasy going for an early green, a stolen small camp from Hoda, while he's getting to a small camp of his own. I can't wait to see the XP difference.
Yep. I mean, so far, it's going to be very small for the time being, and eventually, it's going to come to a point where we do see these teams actually start clashing around the turtles. I think it's pretty inevitable that Fanny probably wants to, like, calm down on first turtle, probably second turtles when we expect to see these fights really break out.
I wouldn't even question maybe even third. Third? Yep, because we've seen Fannies do this. We've seen even Lings do this, where they would, what's the word I'm looking for? Rubber band into a lead? You know what I mean? Like once they get their second core item and then their roamer and their XP laner are able to find a good initiation, they just come clean house.
Yeah, no, I like the term a lot, rubber banding, right? Because I think it's one of these, especially in a game like this, you're expecting both of these teams to be one to take the lead and then eventually no resources. The other team takes the lead and control over the map. The constant back and forth, that's what we need to see. Because again, both of these teams are very ult dependent. Maybe not so much for Liquid Echo. Maybe they can find these flanks once in a while, but traditionally, Twisted Minds, they need to play that front to back. And maybe, just maybe, if that Fanny can find a good pick onto, hopefully, Sanji, they have an opportunity.
Best case scenario, they find Sanji, maybe even cut the nip at the bud, maybe give Benny Cutie a good piece of their mind, right? And to be able to do that, I think there's a lot on the shoulders of the young Sanji. And I'm talking about the Sanji with two eyes. That's Twisted Mind Sanji, the X-Borg. Because he can act as both a hard stop against Liquid Echo's fast-paced game. Because again, they are the aggressors. They should be the aggressors because they're looking at a Fanny, which they counter all day long. And if Sanji can do that, and then flip the switch when the rest of the team says, all right, we're ready to go, then they can go. So that's where the pivot is at. That is the fulcrum, I think. That's the term we're looking for. The fulcrum of their Rube Goldberg machine that is this burst lineup.
Oh man, this terminology. How many people are picking up their physics books like, I wish I learned this better? Most people aren't going to catch that, but I get exactly what you mean. And I think that if this is on the assumption that Sanji is actually able to walk out of this lane for free, right? And if he does, at least then Twisted Minds have a potential out during the neutral objectives, because at least he can start melting down CallTZ more effectively than the rest of his team. But so far, lead for CallTZ a full level ahead. Oh wait, hold on, he's catching up pretty quick too.
That's right. Folks, you were not confused. The game UI did just catch up, and we are working on things as we go. Turtle already up. It's Twisted Minds first of the scene, but it looks like Liquid Echo are able to answer back.
Yep, jumping in for their airstrike as well to zone them out. No One Fury already catching two, and that's going to be CallTZ securing the first turtle of the game. They walk away, and all that's left is just dust, no kills, and a couple of flickers.
How uncanny. This is incorrect. Oh, I was about to say 40. Come on. I was about to say that was very uncharacteristic of both teams who have the nickname Express. You would assume that there would be bloodshed, but Sanford just came and said, Kuya Leo, I got you.
Yeah, it's just like, don't worry, I'm gonna make a play right here, right now, just for your entertainment. But as we can see, Sano finally building up towards that Sky Piercer. He needs to find a lead in this lane somehow, and man, Liquid Echo keep on doing this. Every single tournament, I see Benny QT playing on that Moskov. He tries to steal away buffs with a Spear of Destruction.
Yep, almost hit it too.
Yep.
Almost hit it too, if not for Hoda actually getting there maybe 2 or 3 seconds faster. Now down bottom, again, happy to see that Sanji is struggling, but keeping it down. All right, if anybody could die and anybody could afford to sandbag their body for his team, it would be Sanji on this X-Borg. Looking at the XP gains, again, this is what CallTZ got away with, that small steal. Oh no!
Speaking of small steal, Hoda is able to get on out of them. No One Fury's by just enough time for Cuffin to really get the damage down. TL, PH, they gotta be careful here. Sanji, this is starting to take a little too long here. He's gonna get some true damage onto CallTZ, and there's not gonna be a lot for him to do. He's gonna be popping the ult as well as Sanford is zoning out 3 people in the backline, and CallTZ shield Unity is out of there like nothing ever happened. Sanji will end up falling. He's almost there. There goes Sanji as well. Oh, so close. Sanford will die as a trade, but worthwhile. So very worthwhile as Benny QT is part of the mix as well. Troll in the middle of it for their airstrike once again, and it looks like they've overstayed their welcome. The heal from JP is looking good, but Benny QT, oh, good movement. He flickers away on top of the dash, and Troll jumps in forward. They're not letting him get away for free. This is now a pure, honest bloodbath.
2 fronts, 2 casualties, too early. For Liquid Echo to have tried to pick a fight like that against Twisted Minds, they should have known better, and now the fight continues.
Sanford, he's in so much trouble. He's definitely gonna die here, right? We question it as he's still alive, and finally we do see him still make it out every single time. These players are just cheating death to an unreal degree.
Sanji tried to put his head on a swivel, and I'm talking about that X-Borg, but it could only angle itself way too much. Maybe one more second underneath the fire missiles, Sanford would have fallen, but you could only commit so much. Close call. Twisted Minds could not punish Liquid Echo for that overextension, and the Filipino squad walks away with another free turtle up top.
Great flank, Sano. He's trying to get on out of there, but Sanji, he's still able to find him. But Yoda, able to find JP in the process. Okay, at least they find the trade. But no, Sanji says, one more for me. Flickers forward to make another play.
The Lone Stallion able to make the most out of a messy situation. Down bottom, Carl T's trying to stop Sanji from pushing down on that tier 1. Forces out a last insanity, and he's not having any of it. Come on down. Oh, just puts up the recall. Now here comes 40.
Yep. I mean, this is, you can see Carl TZ, as much as he is the GOAT and will always be a GOAT in my heart, he is still willing to be like, hey, brother, eat.
Sanford, this is for you. A year ago, that's what he said on the mic. He said, I don't want the kills anymore, man. I want the most damage taken and the most assists. This is the path I'm taking.
Oh, the path is looking good, but it doesn't mean that Twisted Minds are completely out of this just yet, right? It's 6-5. Yes, probably they are missing a couple more towers, but at this point of time, we're waiting for that power spike to actually happen for Twisted Minds. Specifically, Coven, he's 3-0-1. He's scaling a lot faster, but, I mean, Sanji, he's quickly catching up.
Uh-oh. We're talking about Sanji from Liquid Echo. That's right. Sanji from Twisted Minds is actually working hard, man. He's pulling doubles. Hoda able to secure his orange. And now in mid, again, that's the reason why mid lane tier 1 is still standing. Is because of how Coffin is able to protect it. And not to mention Troll. Troll, did you know that Troll has a PhD?
Does he?
Troll is in school for medicine, man.
Oh no! All that medicine won't bring Coven back in the time for this. Good play from Liquid Echo, collapsing on the opportunity, as once again they're going to dive Sano underneath this tier 1. No opportunities for you as Benny QT picks up the kill.
Sano just got used to the gold lane. And now Hoda gets a good amount of SOB. And now Benny QT catches him with a solo kill. Nothing can stop the Typhoon.
Oh my goodness. He was caught slacking. He was caught slacking. Nobody said anything about the spear flying across the map. And it's not over just yet, because now with this mid-tier 1 collapsing, Liquid Echo can finally play the game that they want to play.
That's right. The cavalry will now circle around the brain. Just right there, smack dab in the middle of the map. Again, a replay here from a different angle, as you can see. In slow motion too, just so that you can really
calculate the numbers.
Savor the moment that Benny Cutie caught Hoda. And this is the reason why, folks. Our analysts said Moskov is a clear counter to the Fanny. A single stun against the wall, and then maybe 2 or 3 hits from the spears. Just Bob's your uncle, just lay down and take it.
It's tough, right? Because it's not like the steel cables can like curve in many different directions. It's very, very linear, especially if you're throwing one at a time, right?
This is real life. It's not wanted.
It's not wanted. It's true. It's true. With Liquid Echo now, with a 4-kill lead, 9-5 against Twisted Minds. At this point, Twisted Minds really have to consider and really pick and choose some of these fights. Because again, if they go on Sanford, Sanford can buy so much time on this Arlet. If they go for Sanji, well, you can expect that Carl TZ as well as JP are pretty close by.
Yep, and maybe after watching enough Liquid Echo over the past few years, just take what you can, man. Beat down on Carl TZ while he's giving himself to you. Because sometimes that's where the value comes from. And don't expose yourself. Those are some wise words for Twisted Minds right now. Don't contest the Lord. But it looks like, yeah, that's the call. They should just let it go.
I mean, they have to, right?
Like Elsa.
Unless they've got some crazy play to do it, because Hoda currently, he is, oh my goodness, 3 levels down. Oh, he's catching back up. Okay, so 2 levels down onto Carl TZ. That's not what you want to see in your jungler,
yeah, no. He has to play the side lanes, split push it. Just go ahead, split it up like an acrobat. Check it out now. Where are we? Huh. This is tough. Sanji has to make a decision now. Does he go straight for the Kiras? I think he's going to go for the Kiras.
Yeah.
Go straight for the Kiras and then Immortality.
I feel like he kind of has to, right? At this point in time, you're already so far behind. Even if you get an Immortality, it's going to break almost instantaneously.
It's just extra lives. You become a bullet sponge.
He's already taken so many bullets, but now BennyQT trying to outplay the situation by himself, single-handedly turning it around. JP supporting him, and Benny only knows how to move forward. So nasty. Kills Sano, no problem, in the middle of his teammates.
Usually it's the Moskov that is the prey to the Roger, but nay, says BennyQT. You're right. It's push-forward combat for BennyQT. He's playing Doom Eternal, man.
He's playing a completely separate game right now. And not to mention that he's scaled up phenomenally in this. JP, honestly, just pass it in bloom. It's like, you do your thing, I'll keep you alive.
Yep, and now they are threatening a penetration. Mid has a wave in. Top has a big wave in. Lord still standing. Feather Death Strike coming in and a final slash.
It's good, but now the backline is getting attacked as well. Zoned out, Sanji loses his Faraga armor. They're still trying to reset. Oh, the bird almost catches him! So very close, but they at least defend the base at the cost of one inhib.
It's just Troll who falls as well. So one inhib, one hero, one dream. Survive. Don't die here. Now they're coming in.
Oh no. Tuffin, he's got him in the back, and now they're all forced to go away. Sano finds the return, a shutdown onto Sanji's. BennyQT takes out Sano as well. It's going to be a 3v4 situation as Oda, he's trying his best, recharging that energy to keep them at bay.
And there's not much on Hoda, man. You saw one of the spears trace him. It's very difficult to play what Twisted Minds wanted to play now, 12 minutes in, wherein you should have seen this lineup do better at 2.
Yeah.
That's where it started. That's where it should have begun.
It could have been better, but at the same time, can you really blame them? At this point, it feels like Liquid Echo is just trying to out-micro them, trying to tell them, like, hey, you stay in your place. We got the better micro here. You better be real careful about your decisions.
And what's tough is they also might actually have the better macro just across the board, right? They were sitting at 0-3, 9-5, now 12-6. And even if Twisted Minds did draw first blood, the rest of Liquid Echo, no, what's up, like this!
Oh, the play once again. Sending in the right targets. Even Minoan Fury is just a little too late. Feather Airstrike doesn't find anything off of this. The flank, the diversion from Liquid Echo, making it seem easy. Hoda is trying his best to clear that way, but it's too late. The crystal might just fall here. No more minions. He buys a little bit of time, but the inevitable is happening. BennyQT still staying alive, and finally Hoda is able to shut him down. Liquid Echo take game number 1.
Sensory overload for Twisted Minds. The villain find a hero on horseback. Suffering defeat here in game 1 of this best of 2. It's tough. I gotta tell you, Gideon. Every single player on Twisted Minds had to deal with so many things coming their way, starting from minute 0.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have to start winning the laning phase, and I think that's the most important part, especially with some of their picks, right? If your assassin doesn't find that initial kill, you gotta invest elsewhere.
And maybe that just shows that the draft is one way to regroup, one way to recalibrate. I like the switch up again. I agree with the analysts, but let's see what they think as we throw over to Lafel, Mirko, and Wolf.
Thank you very much to Gideon as well as Leo, and honestly, shout out to our casters. Whenever they do a play here, they tell us which Sanji they're talking about.
Yeah,
so you know what? Shout out to them. It looks easy, but trust me, folks, it's
difficult. It's difficult, definitely. And what's not difficult is the playstyle of TLPH, for at least from their perspective, because it looked very comfortable to the point where at 4 minutes in, you have your Moskov, your gold laner, using SOD on the opposite side of the map, trying to make a play, and still come up on top afterwards, especially with this one, the Moskov countering the Fanny.
You know, I love the new skin on the Moskov. The TP animation is absolutely amazing. But speaking of which, in this game, we even hear the casters talk about how they should have gotten the draft online much earlier, but they couldn't do it against CLPH.
That's the thing, right? When Wolf said, you know, he didn't really like the draft, I was actually talking about how I kind of like the draft, right? Because with the Fanny, yes, you get countered on paper hard by that Moskov whenever you want to try to go and initiate. But the thing is, you have so many ways to actually dive, to look for the shred as well to a lot of the frontliners that TLPH have. The thing is, they didn't even get to start, right?
No. Yeah.
TLPH were able to dominate in their lanes individually, and they just got out-mechanicked in lane.
The thing is, TLPH, they survive a lot coming in from Twisted Mind, and it's all JP's fault.
Yeah, it's all JP's fault. The bloom coming out from the floor, and one of the standard heroes for TLPH. We saw that in the playoffs of MPLPH. And the way that they use it is that they combo it up with Moscow or hard carry, so that you definitely have that bridge to the late game. And JP has mastered this playstyle where he can just sit back and be able to farm. The thing with Florian is that it's very weak in the first turtle.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to do. The compensation there for the side of TLPH is that they went in for Baksha as well as Arlet, heroes that are not that dependent in the items.
Yeah, the Twisted Express had stood no chance in game number 1 up against the Echo Express, and how they were able to tackle that, I would say, all the way from the start of the game was to make the gold lane a non-lane. Because the Roger versus the Moskov, we were talking about how it could be a skill matchup. It is a skill matchup, but definitely it favors the Roger in this specific matchup.
Yeah.
In this, with the addition of the Florian though,
yeah,
no, he still got the Sky Piercer. I think it was very, very forced to go for the first item Sky Piercer up against a Moskov who was getting babysitted by the Florian. So the Roger really struggled to find its place in the early game.
So, gentlemen, can we talk about Benny Cutie, though?
Benny?
Let's talk about Benny Cutie, though. I mean, like, dude, he made plays over plays over plays.
Yeah.
And there were multiple times where they're like, yo, we gotta kill this guy. But Benny Cutie's like, nah, I'm gonna get you. Low HP, JP, back me out. Let's talk about Benny Cutie.
Yeah, very smart with the usage of the SOD, especially because you can kind of pick where you will teleport afterwards after the activation.
Get to choose where to blink.
And you also have a vision for about 5 seconds, so yeah, you really know where to really get into which part of the map. And we saw that you utilizing the dash, the natural dash of the Moskov, as well as the flicker to get into like distances that you wouldn't really expect. It kind of felt like an assassin marksman in Medicutie's hands.
We've been seeing a lot of different ways to actually utilize the battle spell, or what battle spell you want to actually go for. You can go for the Inspire, you can go for the Purify, but in this case, going for the Flicker was just phenomenal. Knowing that you'll have additional sustain already, it just gave him so many different ways to actually approach the skirmishes, and even very early on, remember this SOD. Usually on a Moskov, you take that and it's like, bro, you shouldn't have taken that. That's not roll. But he takes it, he makes it work, and somehow he outscales everyone so fast in the game. I think in the mid game, he already had like 3 item power spikes.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We make it sound easy, but once you hit the Spear of Destruction, and then even though you have options, the sod. Once you hit the sod, dude, it's like you have options, right? But the thing is, you only have a few seconds. You don't have a big time frame to make a decision. And Benny Cutie just keeps making decisions day by day, just like that. So now he's looking good. In fact, let's actually look at our MVP. And I gotta say, with how much we talking about Benny Cutie, though, should be Benny Cutie, though.
It'll be pretty cool if it wasn't Benny Cutie, but I think it should be Benny Cutie, bro.
Yeah. Well, looking at Benny Cutie, though, again, the way he hits the sod.
The sod.
He got corrosion, bro. Just on that corrosion, he rotates.
Yeah. Benny Cutie scoring the kill again, and then he saw up top.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the play. And I would assume that maybe Oda was not particularly looking. And because sometimes he dragged the map, and then of course
it looked amazing. It looked amazing, but yeah,
amazing.
Honestly, like the Moskov using the first kill with the flicker reminds me of montages we see with the Paquito using the jab and the flicker at the same time. And again, during the entire time, I feel like Benny Cutie dropped very low once, but again, because JP was there, and like
exactly,
it's good for the hyper carry situation when you put our Sodi MVP on hard carry marksman.
931 GPM, especially because of how active it was. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, you see SOD being activated already with a Moskov way too early, but he knows that there's a lot of sustain and help for him. Eventually, he died after that play, but he still managed to clear out the lanes faster. And this is very interesting because what TLPH did in this particular game is to not actually freeze the lanes, right? Going up against the Roger, they actually called the Florian and just fast cleared the wave.
Kept shoving.
Yeah, that's just interesting because usually that goes unfavorably for any team, right? So maybe this is TLPH really just knowing their limits.
And I would like to, point out the understanding of how they were actually able to utilize the snowball from the marksman, from the Moscow. Because usually, when you have such a big snowball, when you have such a big lead in the early game, you go for the 3-item power spikes, and maybe you want to go for a Windtalker, a Haas Claws, or more penetration with the Malefic Roar. But he knew that, you know what, I'm already dealing enough damage, might as well get the win in nature. It's a different approach to the snowballing nature of, you know, something like a Moscow. You don't go for extra damage, you go for the sustainability on top of the healing that you already get. That was quite ridiculous as well. And no one could touch him. That's why he could just flicker forward all the time. Blink forward. He could only move forward.
Honestly, it was a great first game in this match. But again, we're going to give time for both teams to prepare. So we're going for a break, but after this, we're continuing. We're going straight to game number 2. But for now, we're going for a break.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And now we're back for game number 2 of TLPH going up against Twisted Minds. And again, looking at the situation, it does look like even though Twisted Mind wants to play their game, TLPH just won't allow them, and that's kind of rude.
It is very rude, but in the Land of Dawn, it's actually what you need to do.
Oh, really?
I think so.
There you go, folks. You heard it here first from Merco. If you want to win games, you got to be a bit rude.
I mean, they recalled in front of their faces, and that was one of the fastest games today, so they were successful, man.
And we're utilizing their Moskov sooner than you would think. Yeah, so definitely is rude and definitely is effective. And it is something that Twisted Minds have to wake up from. Maybe, of course, they've tried this Fanny pickup. Maybe try to limit it down in the next game. I know that they have their plans coming up against Team Liquid, the PH. Unfortunately, that will not work. Or maybe this is just the jitters. You know, maybe this is the first game of Twisted Minds. Maybe they're gonna be trying again. Maybe they're gonna be twisting our minds once again.
Speaking of twisting our minds, I'm gonna give you it could be an easy question. It could be a difficult question for Twisted Minds, looking at TLPH, who should they shut down? Doesn't matter in the draft, in the game. Who do you target?
Oh man, I think
Benny got the MVP, but should he get targeted?
I think so. I think usually but the marksman is the target. I think that's a general answer here. I think when it comes to like controlling Sanford, what you have to do is just to force him into heroes that aren't active. For Carl TZ, you can't stop the GOAT, the young GOAT, unfortunately, because he's gonna play. If you're forcing him to play utility, he's gonna play good. If you force him to play assassin, he's also gonna be playing good. So I think yeah, you're left with no choice here.
Well, I mean, throughout most tournaments I've seen, he has not stopped picking out the box here because no one stops him, right? I want to see someone force him on something like a Julian, but now we're jumping into the draft where Twisted Minds is first pick, TLPH second pick, and they still don't want to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I don't think anybody wants to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I want to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I don't think any of his opponents wants to see him on the Yuzong. I think even in the grand finals of MPLPH, Falcons APBren, they were like, you know what? Nah, we're not going to let you on the Yuzong. TLPH, they always, even when they get the chance to, they first pick the Yuzong. That's how confident they are. Sanford's capabilities on the Yuzong can carry the game single-handedly. So the fact now that Liquid Echo are on the red side up against Twisted Minds is going to be very interesting, right? Because Twisted Minds will be the ones to actually be able to dictate the drafts. They can force out some of these crazy prio bans for Echo to ban out, and for them, they'll just get rid of everything that they want to respect. But I agree. I think banning out or trying to target Carl TZ would be a good way, because Carl TZ is really the enabler of the team. We were talking about this as well for MPLPH, Wolf. I think you believe that, you know, even though Sanford won Finals MVP, you were making a case for Carl TZ because he enabled a lot of the plays to happen. And in Game 1, that's what happened. We got Benny as the MVP. He was the one that took the spotlight, but a lot of the skirmishes to set up for the diversion plays, to set up for the Spear of Destructions as well, it was Carl TZ.
Yep, and this time it's going to be the backshot. That's a ban for Twisted Minds, which, as we have mentioned, is one of the more important picks here that TLPH can have. Harith is going to be banned out as well from TLPH. Definitely a great answer. However, I think TLPH might just let go of the Luyi. Kind of feels like they want to bait it out and then pick up Faramis and Arlott afterwards. So there's this chance that the Valentina is the ban here for TLPH as their third ban. That's what I'm thinking.
So far, no one really has been prioritizing the Angela, even if Angela gets picked here. And Twisted Minds, they are going for full target ban. The Yuzong, the Baxia, the Moskov. We've seen the Moskov getting banned, of course, in the first pick, but
Louis banned.
This is very interesting. Louis has been banned. Faramis is open, but do they even want to go for it? Perhaps they just want to go for the Valentina.
Yeah, I think with the Valentina open, it does, you know, fit a bit
Roger.
better.
Oh no.
Oh.
So this is definitely a Faramis situation here for TLPH, and I think they don't mind if they pick up the if Twisted Mind picks up they pick up Valentina, and as well as the Edith. All right, so you cannot pick the Faramis now, definitely 100%, because Edith counters the Faramis already. Then Valentina also counters the Faramis, so I think you're gonna be forced with a Farsa here if you are Twisted Minds. And you cannot let not pick it right now because TLPH will just ban it out afterwards. So I'm guessing Farsa Arlott here for that side of Twisted Minds.
This asset, by the way, is just still so beautiful, right? The fact that we can see these heroes.
Valentina is beautiful.
Yeah, right? I was like, I was kind of stunned.
I'm liking her day by day.
With the MSC skin, do you think she looks more beautiful?
Here's the thing. For me, my number one is always Kagura, so.
All right. What about Kadita, though? Kadita pick with the Arlott together. Twisted Minds definitely want to try that Twisted Express again, just with a different flavor. Carl TZ. Talking about him on the enablers. Now he wants to be the carry. That's a Ling for Mr. Carl.
What I don't like about the Kadita is that you give a big ultimate for the Valentina to have going up against the Roger, right? Valentina alone versus the Roger is already very good, but if you add in the rough waves, that's gonna be difficult. And TLPH reads through that, bans the Kaja, classic combo for the Kadita. Also, a hero that kind of counters the this Ling. So I think the next ban should be Tigreal for the side of TLPH. But then again, this Valentina Ling combo is already very strong.
Let's actually start first with the first three picks coming in from Twisted Minds. These three picks requires a lot of mechanical prowess here. So things could look cool, but things could go wrong very, very fast. So the execution coming in from Twisted Minds, having this first three picks shows a lot of confidence. But the moment, say, the first 3 minutes, they blunder a few engages, not going to be looking good for their draft.
They need to be very, very organized. And that's something in game number 1 that TLPH was able to punish from Twisted Minds. They weren't organized. In a lot of the jungle skirmishes as well, I remember we were just screaming at the TV saying, choose one member you want to go for. Because for Twisted Minds, when they find themselves in these, you know, chaotic and awkward duels, they kind of have their own thought process, every single one of them, and no one really decides who to go for in the skirmish. So yeah, definitely the layering of the CC, the layering of this damage, especially in the early game before they get going, they have to try to organize that. But later on, they can go for that.
Is this crazy for Twisted Mind to go something for like a Clint? If you want to go full burst, like put Roger in the... like again, it's crazy, right? Being like a full damage comp, but maybe against the LPH, you gotta go local.
Yeah. Perhaps. Maybe a Franco to go with the Kadita. TLPH though, I think they're going to be forced to go for the Benedetta. The way that they think about this is that they're going against the Kadita as well as the Arda. They need a little bit of vision, right? So they have to find a hero that can just run through. And maybe go for something very standard like a Beatrix or a Ruby for their gold laner.
What about a Claude?
A Claude versus a Kadira, yeah, that could work. But that means Sling and Claude, which is very farm dependent, which is definitely, okay, workable. Okay. Did not expect that to be the choice, but they still did it. So, does this mean Lolita for Twisted Minds going up against the Claude? Or a Minotaur? But that, again, gives a big ultimate for the Valentina.
A Joe.
So I'm thinking like actually like Franco and probably Franco and Fredrin perhaps for the setup. Franco and Julian actually works.
For Twisted Minds?
For Twisted Minds, yeah.
I feel like if it wasn't Troll, if it was Maro, right? That something
like
Franco
you're right.
would pop up
for
here.
sure.
But the thing is, for Troll, it really does feel like he finds more success on these kind of initiators, like the Grok, the Kajas. That's why CLPH, you know, they've done their homework. They've actually banned it out. And for Twisted Minds, I'm just looking at it, you know, the Cho does come out, so shout out to LaFell there. With the Nolan, too, they get that lockdown. They get the physical defense shred, technically, with the new passive of that Cho. But this is full aggression. Like you mentioned, man, if they don't get going at the start of the game, it'll be deja vu in game number 2.
I think
game number 1, sorry.
Tigreal territory. Oh, there it is.
Yep. There we go. We've been able to call out the roaming picks for both teams. And again, Twisted Minds, I feel like this is all or nothing. And speaking of all or nothing, we're throwing it over to the casters. You guys think this is going to work?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what all or nothing has to do with it working. But good call on the roamers. Good call on setting up what each lineup wants to do. Again, Twisted Minds, they got to get their minds in the game because game 1 did not go their way.
It really didn't. And I think, you know, when it comes down to these like all-ins that our panelists were talking about, it's so combo-oriented, right? It's who can execute better, who can get down that nasty CC chain.
And if you're thinking about game 1, it's maybe our opponents will let this happen.
Oh, let it happen? Just to really push the limits?
Yeah, but you're going up against Liquid Echo. You're going up against the MPL Philippines Season 13 champions, the former M Series World Champions, and they're not gonna lay down and take it. Here we go, game number 2 in a best of 2. This is the group stage of MSC 2024 at EWC. You need to make every game count.
Yeah, I think that this game in particular, if Twisted Minds can take it away, that would be a big statement in and of itself. And honestly, it's been a while. Walk me through this because you've been casting MPLPH for a while. When's the last time we've seen Carl TZ on an assassin like Ling?
All right, looking back at the history of Carl TZ, which I'd like to think I am an expert on.
Of course, he is the GOAT, naturally.
Carl TZ fan. I believe he's the best in the world. I'd say on average, 1 in 20 games of Carl TZ in the past year were assassin games.
Dude,
so those are low odds, man.
Very low odds.
So this is once in a blue moon.
Yeah,
literally.
Honestly, I think it would have made my day if he was playing Lancelot. I think that's the one thing that I missed for a very long time. You know, what truly made him to be the GOAT in the first place.
That's literally him.
That is him. He's got a skin designed around it as well, which he never uses on stream.
He actually refuses to. It seems to be by principle. Looking at the early game again, Sanji here just pushing Cuffin back. Hoda!
Very good movement. Very good movement from Sanji from TLPH. But he did have to use that Purify to ensure that at least when the rifts collide, they don't get the initial slow. But Hoda, once again, trying to make sure that he is determining where his domain actually is. CarlTeasy could try to go for this 1v1, but he's trying to bait out spells from Hoda to waste the energy as much as possible. Exhaust the man.
Yep, looking at the early gold lead that Liquid Echo has, that allows for an early sword to be built by CarlTeasy. Maybe an item ahead for the XP laners from Liquid Echo. And so far, Turtle, I'd say you have a small advantage for TLPH.
Small, but at the same time, oh, look at the bot side of the map. This might just be first blood here as CarlTeasy and BittyQT going for a clean dive. Gets the knockup as well. CarlTeasy, he's still got it.
Mind you, has the war cry, so he definitely needs to get those swords up in, and then finally the basic attack, final slash starting it up.
Oh, they're pushing back, but Sanji makes the opportunity into a bigger play here with the final slash stolen away onto the Twisted Minds of Sanji. He should be going down, but he still is able to walk out. Sanji is trying to get closer to him. Sanford is the one who finds it, and Cuffin steals away the turtle. And now they start backing away, and hopefully Cuffin can actually make it through. Sanji, he can still get damage down, but not enough cooldowns just yet. Troll is gonna go for the kick. Doesn't get him underneath tower range just yet. JP gets to walk for free.
I mean, if it was any other target from Liquid Echo, that kick would have been amazing on Troll, but the passive on Tigreal allows for early game physical damage to mean nothing.
He is one thick boy, as we like to call it.
6 Cs.
6 Cs. That's the perfect way to describe it. But let's look at this replay one more time.
All right, so again, it was Twisted Minds first to the scene, and then the CC chain was just much better for Liquid Echo, but that did not stop Cuffin because again he was underwater. He was immune to all of this. That's why he was able to burst down the turtle despite everything happening. But that doesn't stop the team fight from actually being executed, right?
Oh, the kick! No, we can't watch it. Oh, Sanji still has his Purify. Gets on out of there.
He literally just pressed it and then went for the recall. That's one finger within a second's width. Going Purify recall. He's still there.
He's still there. He's still there. He's making sure that his presence is not. Wait, they're gonna spot. Wait, Sanji can spot.
no.
Hold on. Do they know Troll spots him out instantaneously? He gets on out of there and transforms into Roger. That's how confident he is. I stole the wrong ult, but I got to use it at some point, right?
Fair, he knows that there's no kick. He just got kicked.
So it's just so funny because one of Valentina's IMUs, it's great when you have a metamorph ability or a transformative ability because then you get everything else in the kit.
For the remainder, yes, another kick by Troll!
It looks to be good, but JP, he tried to slow them down, but still Hoda finds one. CarlTeasy's able to trade one back in Troll. That's going to be Sanji for Troll, and it looks like Twisted Minds, they hit up.
That's Liquid Echo Sanji, by the way. Sanji from Twisted Minds still up top, going 1v1 against Sanford, who, by the way, he's very close to EXP with. So at least Sanji from Twisted Minds can know that, hey, when it comes down to it, I can be as chunky or as good on the CC and the initiations as I need to be. Now the bottom, Benny's in trouble!
Oh, it looks like he's just going to get run down here. Oh, and Hoda just waiting by the BMI as well. Sanji unable to do much as Troll slows him down on that rotation here. So far, so good, but the next turtle does fall into the hands of CarlTeasy.
Very reminiscent of game number 1, despite Liquid Echo playing a very different lineup and a very different play style. Oh, it's very similar to game number 1 underneath. Tier 1 down bottom, Sano gets to taste CarlTeasy's blade.
Greedy. He greeted out for the wave. You got to be careful. If you are low, you do not want to be exposing yourself because you're just asking to die to Carl on this Ling. Lings are dangerous for this one reason. But now we see the rotations from both Sanji and JP. Troll, he spots this out.
But there's no follow through. Troll is but a key with no hole to put in. There's no doors to open up there, but up top, final slash on the one. Why did we pull away?
They want to force the ult out of Sanford as quickly as possible because they still have the kick, and they do find it. A clean dive for the side of Twisted Minds. They should be trading tier 1s on the opposite ends of the map.
40. I don't know what the play was for Liquid Echo there. I don't think they made much space. Same maybe for bottom. They got the bottom push.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it was, right? Twisted Minds, Troll spotted out the initial rotation, and they're like, okay, hands off, we're going to the top side of the map to make a play. They got the dive successful, and look, the worst part about it is that the tier 1 is still available for Liquid Echo on top side of the map.
I guess that was worth it for the flicker and for the life of Sanford. And Liquid Echo still did eventually get the turret down bottom. Now in mid, they're threatening it. Over the kick!
The kick is so good. Sanji walks away. A very weird looking interaction, but now with the implosion as well. Benny QT just sitting on the edge. The BMI as well. Hoda finds one, looking for another opportunity. He has the purple buff, so he can make the play, but it looks like he will get on out of there. Not enough. Sanji actually finds the final slash onto 3 targets, allowing him to get back in, but Carl says that's what I've been waiting for. Takes them all out. The cleanup is a good, and Sanji still from Twisted Minds evens it up. Well done.
As bloody as that was, despite there being a lot of casualties from Liquid Echo, you could not ask for a better outcome. Carl Teasy is full on core once more. Check out the replay. Man, this is bringing back memories. It feels like it's 2019 all over again.
Oh, don't remind me about 2019 all over again. That was a good time. He's still, I love seeing Carl on these assassins, man. It's only once in the blue moon do you ever see him actually perform.
And he's currently deathless after securing that final turtle. 7.5 minutes in, they are looking at a 3,000 gold lead, which, by the way, doesn't look like much. But in a bloody exchange, look at this Carl Teasy, he's unstoppable.
I mean, he can finish points into there. Oh, he spots out Troll.
Sandwiched. All right,
no.
he's fine. All right, he lands. What I was saying is, with a kill score at like 7 to 10 and the turrets being as close as they are, this is the best thing you can expect, especially from 2 lineups that both have assassins. Which is weird because we haven't seen this as much in recent years. We usually see large exchanges, and now wait, Troll gets the kick one more time.
He's trying to make this actually happen. I mean, everybody's trying to make the play, and finally, Sanji from Twisted Minds pulls 2 under, but it's too late. Troll is already dead, and now the mid-tier 1 is going down as we see Carl Teasy splitting on the opposite side, 1v1ing Hoda, but look at the damage that Liquid Echo is applying to the Twisted Minds' map. Mid-tier 1, now mid-tier 2 as well, should be falling, and JP just saving the HP of the minions as he's going for the recall.
That's a triple kill for the Lone Stallion. Impressive work once more from Sanji, who, by the way, has been ego-checking Twisted Minds since minute 1.
Yeah, he's really been flexing. Whenever he has that Purify, he is hyper-confident in making that play. Oh, here we go. Gets kicked this time. Still unable to get out of there. He got confident without the Purify and gets punished.
There you go. It was bound to happen. Again, Sanji is not superhuman, although sometimes it does look quite damn close. He is not. He's still playing with a rather soft mage in mid that's doing wonders for Liquid Echo, but he still has to respect the boundaries. Because again, Twisted Minds, much respect to them, they never let up. Again, Troll is averaging what now? Maybe 1.5 kicks per minute? He always finds a target.
Yeah, honestly, he's been very accurate with it as well, right? He's kicking them in the right direction, optimal positions as well. But truly, it comes down to just one battle spell.
Usually, yeah. And now it's about to come off of Sanji's cooldown since he respawned. And now he's back to the scene. It's river control for Liquid Echo right now as they start up this Lord. Benny Cutie just bashing away at this major objective. About 10 minutes into game number 2. Purple secured by Carl Teasy, and now Troll looking for another.
Forces the Shunpo, gets the initial kick. This is not looking good. They're trying to chain CCJP down, but it's honestly not even close. He tanks the damage, and Carl Teasy goes in straight into the back line. Oh, the implosion finds one. They got Hoda, and now the rest of them will start to fall. It's not even remotely close.
And in a snap of a finger, a blink of an eye, 4 fall for Twisted Minds. And this is where the cavalry smell blood on the battlefield. Look at that. There's a wave in mid with the Lord, an enhanced wave down bottom, another up top. Carl Teasy, deathless. I bet he missed this.
Yeah.
I bet he missed this.
He's like, this is like the good old days. And Sanji, he's just standing there menacingly, finds the opportunity. Cuffin tries, but honestly, the rough waves ain't going to connect on anybody. Final Slash already coming out as well. And now that's Carl Teasy just auto-attacking Troll. And that's just the end of the game. That's it. That's all they wrote. What?
This is what they call in the streets a liquid stampede. Under 11 minutes, Liquid Echo finish the game in sweep Twisted Minds. With a bit of nostalgia on the side, why not?
Yeah, why not? What a game coming out from the side of TLPH. They walk away, they're looking hyper comfortable. This is why they have been world champions before. This is why they are one of the favorite teams.
GG will play the Twisted Minds. Again, a lot of lessons learned from game 1. Here in game 2, they tried to do a lot. Again, even in the face of adversity, even when the odds are against you, again, they put on a show. I gotta say, in the 11 minutes that they put up against Liquid Echo, I'm pretty entertained.
I am too. This is one of the few games where it's not slow paced. It's all about how do we gain more momentum against our opponents.
And it's just not what an entertaining villain is supposed to do. Like, you just want to see them go. It doesn't matter if they win or they lose, but they put on a show.
Is this TLPH's villain arc starting today?
By defeating one of the villains in MPL MENA? Maybe. This is what Manjin Faldas calls the revenge tour.
The revenge
tour? They've lost so much in the past year. They didn't even make it to M5 to defend their world title. And here they are, playing like it's 2019, going game after game, play after play, finishing under 11 minutes.
Can you hear that in the back? You can hear people just screaming the name of Carl TZ, the man. I mean, if he's not MVP, I don't know what to say.
He's got to be. He's got to be. We're moments away from hearing from the GOAT himself. He's on stage right now with Mara Aquino and the Wood Sandstorm. I wonder what kind of questions you got, because my mind is racing, Gideon. My mind is racing.
Hey, who knows? MSC skin, Ling, Carl TZ, it's happening. I hope it happens.
Well, we'll hear from him now.
Here with us, the two-time world champ, Carl. Congratulations with that sweep. We almost thought that you were gonna stick with Baksha, utility junglers, like you normally do, but you surprised us with that Ling. I know Assassin is your comfort hero. So how does it feel that now Assassins are viable?
Masaya lang po sa feeling na nagagamit ko na yung mga hero na di ko pa nagagamit dati. Tapos parang nakukulangan pa ako sa performance ko. Feel ko mas kaya ko pa talaga eh.
He feels really good that now he's able to use the heroes that he wasn't able to use before because it's not part of the meta. But he feels that even though he's used Sling, he's still a little bit short with his performance. So he thinks he can do better.
I mean, look, honestly, looking at the game from my perspective, he was doing pretty good against Twisted Minds, and it was an uphill battle, I want to say, for Twisted Minds, but he looked incredibly comfortable, I have to say. But I have one question for you, if you don't mind. Now, the MSC title, that's the one title that you are missing from essentially cementing yourself as the GOAT. Do you agree? Is that the one thing that you're just focusing on right now? Is that your only goal?
Yung goal ko lang po talaga, di ko po iniisip yung parang last ko na, parang iniisip ko lang po para sa team manalo, ganun. Tapos, syempre, yung pera din po.
He's not thinking about cementing himself as the greatest of all time. What he's thinking about is the team and, of course, the prize money of $1 million USD. Now, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. All eyes are on you. So we're going to go back to our panelists. Break it down for us.
Carl TZ.
Carl TZ. Carl TZ.
And now we gotta look at him using the assassin. He finally got the Ling. Like, I feel like he was waiting for someone to ban the box here just so that, coach, what else do I have, right? Give me the Ling.
Yeah. I think the Ling makes a lot of sense in this game, knowing that the Roger was up and going in for the Arlet as well as the Kadita kind of gives this runway for the entirety of Team Liquid Echo to pick up this Ling. And then they pick up the Targil as their last pick. I think it's really genius because it now counters the Cho. At the same time, it deflects the Nolan, right? Because if you're Nolan and you're going in for these kind of plays, you're always in that awkward spot wherein, are you gonna go? Are you gonna be focusing on farming? Because even the farm is not safe from the Tiger skewers.
Mirko, if Sanford didn't get the double kill, Carl would have gotten the Maniac.
Exactly. I was actually expecting, oh, is it a Maniac? Because I was looking at the Ling, the whole fight, and it was just really impressive to see, Carl TZ still has that mechanic in him. It's, like they said, it's once in a blue moon that we get to see Carl TZ on the Assassins, and I'm glad it's on day number 1 that we get to see it.
Let's talk about Ling's itemization here, because he went for a Berserker Fury Fist and then a House Claw, and then a GDS, a Great Dragon Spear. Can you guys expand on this? Like, what what's the logic behind this build path?
Well, it's the movement speed that you get from the GTS, which is great because now after utilizing your ultimate, no matter what happens, you're gonna land that stun, knock up afterwards, and also you can get out of harm's way. It's really just a utility build. At the same time, it gives you that damage. It gives you a lot of comfort when it comes to like team fighting, even in your 3-item power spike.
So much, and it's very rare to see the Sky Piercer built up so late. But
yeah, fourth item.
Fourth item, he makes it work still. He was able to get the executes in the end as well. At that point, you know, you already have overwhelming damage. But something else I want to talk about has got to be JP, because the way that he was utilizing the Tigreal was a little bit weird to the normal sense that we know for the Tigreal, right? Usually for Tigreal, you expect him to go for the initiations, to go for a lot of the cheeky little angles, you know, flanks as well. But for JP, it was all about reacting to the plays made by Twisted Minds. All he wanted to do every single time was to peel or to re-engage better. And it actually made him more of a threat.
You're talking about JP, but I want to go back and actually talk about Carl Teasy, because I feel like he's the MVP for this game. In fact, let's check it out, because we got to look at the highlights coming in from our MVP. And again, what a spectacular performance coming in from Carl Teasy. Honestly, game number 1, game number 2. Game number 1, Deathless. Game number 2, same as well.
Yeah, we could see some of the important like 4-blade setups coming up from Carl Teasy. I think it did it twice, and sometimes this is not one of the occurrences, but yeah, there will be times where he is going to be flexing, utilizing his ultimate, and then look at this connection, knowing that Sano is just gonna be in a killable range, and JP even like missing the dash, which is, you know, Carl Teasy was laughing because of that. But yeah, some of the plays that we are gonna see is about him just, you know, showing us how Ling should be played. Picking up the 4-blade setup once again to eventually complete the 4K coming out from the entirety of TLPH. I think there will be another play up top if it will be shown. And it's, again, another of those moments where Carl Teasy is just maximizing the potential of this assassin.
And that's why he is our Sony match MVP. 13 KDA, again, not dying at all the entire match. 992 gold per minute, almost hitting that 1,000 mark, Mirko.
Yeah, 929, 68% kill participation as well. And again, the itemization that's very, very unique, right? The Berserker's Fury right into the Haas Claws and then the GDS. So even then, he was still, you know, respecting the members of Twisted Minds even after getting so many kills in the early game. I believe it was 5-0 that he was before he got that great Dragon Spear. And he's still going for the utility, not the Sky Piercer. Still going for the sustain instead of, you know, a lot of people would probably go for the Endless Battle or maybe the Sky Piercer in the second slot there.
One shot, yeah.
Very interesting stuff. But I would honestly say, you know, I want to go back all the way to the drafts. Twisted Minds, if in the second phase, in the first phase they banned out the Moscow, second phase they banned out the carry, right? At that point, and they picked up Roger. So technically they're already trying to deny Benny Cutie. Why not go all out? Why not ban the Claude as well, right? I mean, like, it just feels like they wanted to go and ban out Benny, but they were like, yeah, you know what? We don't need to ban out it fully. And then the Claude came in, and like you said, you know, it is conflicting, technically, the Claude and the lane, because you want to farm both of them. But at that point, I think for the Claude, he was just playing like backseat, you know? On the backseat, just farming weak side.
I feel like, again, this is first day. Teams are still figuring out how much they want to extend when it comes to the banning phase. And for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. Because, again, we're trying our best for you guys. Whenever we're reading the comments, it's good and all. Scanning the QR code is going to have an almost immediate impact. But I got to say, gentlemen, this has been an amazing day, and it's still not over. We have one more match after this that we're going to watch after we come from the break. For now, we're going to have a short break, giving ourselves a breather, because what a game that was. But after this, it's going to be the final match of the day. We'll see you guys then.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Mine is a fail. Alongside me is going to be Mirko as well as Wolf. And you guys are seeing it on your screen. It's going to be Evo's Glory going up against RRQ Akira. Where again, looking at both franchises here, like they've been at it for a while. Mirko, what do you think about Evo's Glory going up against RRQ Akira? I kind of feel like for all the games today, this is the one that could be a 1-1.
You know, it's so cool to see that a classic derby could happen internationally as well, right? Just even without the RRQ,
you're right.
Evo's Glory, the fact that it's Evo's Glory taking on RRQ Akira, you can see them walking up right now. And yeah, I agree with you, LaFell. I feel like for this matchup, for this group in particular, almost everyone can beat each other out, right? We got Evo's Fireflux, we got NIP Flash, and again, Theo as well, just showing swag there. This whole team is having fun, and I think that's what's great about both these teams, right? For Evo's Glory and RQ Akira, they're having a lot of fun here in Riyadh, and that'll definitely be displayed in the game too. I expect some banger team fights from both these teams.
I expect assassins in this particular matchup. Annabelle has been so good at the jungle. I think if there's one player that really just impressed me the entirety of MPL Indonesia, obviously Kyrie and CW, all those Onyx people are great. I think Luke was great, but there was one standout. It's definitely Annabelle. I think Annabelle just really outperformed himself as a rookie. You know?
Yeah.
I think he's got a lot of potential in him, and the fact that he is just performing so well in that region, and now we're going to be looking at him in the world stage. I'm just happy to see him, and I'm sure that he will be bringing out some banger plays.
Speaking of banger, dude, this is the reason why I love now the MSC. We're expanding. We're going international, where before it's just Southeast Asia, but now we're going all over the globe. Now everyone has a chance to enter the mid-season cup, and the Derby Evo's going up against RRQ is, I would say, in terms of MLBB history, it's one for the history books, because this is the one where, like you said, it doesn't happen just in Indo anymore. It doesn't just happen in Singapore anymore. It's global.
It happened in M1. I think that was really what set it apart from the rest, right? That was when it was called the Classic Derby. Unfortunately for RQ, it didn't really go the way that they wanted to. You know, 3-1, come back to 4-3 for Evo's Legends at the time. But now, with a new lineup for Evo's Legends, with the same line of RQ Akira, I'm really interested to see them match up, because I don't think we have actually seen Evo's Glory, or actually just Evo's in general, take on RQ Akira before.
Right.
Brazil, Indonesia, right? We've seen RQ Hoshi. We've seen Evo's take on RQ Hoshi, but not this.
That's right. A lot of exciting stuff also. Like I'm just happy that Brands is back, world stage. One of my favorites for sure. Yeah, Mr. Bombastic.
To be fair, he hasn't been Mr. Bombastic for a while.
Mr. Fantastic.
He's been Mr. Fantastic.
That's right.
But honestly, you're talking about brands. Might as well we expand this to the EXP as well. Takashi going up against Fluffy. We're roughly the same kind of hero pools here.
Takashi has always been one of the expirators that I always look out for, particularly international events, where every time that RQ Akira, I always look at Takashi because he's really good at playing EX Plane. I think that now that Benedetta is also back in the metagame, we're going to see a lot of Takashi Benedetta for sure.
Yeah, so for Takashi, I think the standout has got to be his performance at M4 when he was playing the Benedetta, when he was playing these carry heroes. But for Fluffy, it's actually quite different for Evo's Glory. Back in the day when he was playing for Aura Fire, yes, that was the playstyle that Fluffy was known for. The Paquitos, the Esmeraldas, the damage dealers. But now, he's kind of taken a step back in a way where he plays the Terizlas, the Yu Zongs as well. He plays to playmake for the team. It's all about enabling the rest of the team in the team fights. And it's also a very unique style. Because if Fluffy is up against, some of these players who want to go for the macro advantage, which is clearing up those waves and play in the split push, he can match you even with the Terizla, even with the Yuzong.
The question is he forced on these heroes because of Annabelle?
Not necessarily,
Ooh,
no, because
interesting.
you know usually you would say that, right? But in MPL ID, at the start especially, Annabelle. See, he can play the assassins, but he's not always forced on the assassins.
Yeah.
He plays the alpha, he plays the utility jungler.
Fredrin is
amazing as well. Yeah, the Fredrin is great, the Baksh is great too. And still, you see Fluffy on the Terizlas. It's almost like it's his new style. Fluffy ain't so fluffy anymore.
Yeah, and I think they're also like paving the way for brands to be successful as well. They're just peeling for brands.
And Clockun.
Exactly. Clockun is amazing, by the way. Gotta talk about that guy. But yeah, Annabelle, I think one of the most important traits that he has is his retry. I think he's very sharp with the retribution, very confident with it, and I think that retry battle is ensued in this particular matchup.
But we got to talk about RRQ Akira again. Basically, in their own region, they've been stomping, right? No matter who they go up against, they'll take them down.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I still remember looking at RRQ Akira. The first time we see them, it's like, you know, they're okay. You know, they're nothing too crazy, but they've been expanding. Now it does look like they definitely belong. Like whenever they go up against any team internationally, they do very, very well. So going up against EVO's Glory, if RRQ Akira gets a 2-0, that's going to be quite the statement. Because again, EVO's Glory is the #2 of MPL ID.
Yeah.
RRQ Akira, the champions of Latam. So as a champion, you have this ego, you know?
For sure, for sure. Yeah. Especially the thing is, you're carrying the RRQ banner.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think we've had this beef for a long time. A lot is in the line. You know, I think in an interview as well, back then the head of EVOS, he said like, okay, we can lose to every team except RRQ. We cannot lose to RRQ. So that's definitely something that's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup. The stakes.
Yeah, the stakes are high. And honestly, you guys are looking at the stage right now. I feel like they got to go over to the stage because we got to hear from Sandstorm and Mara before we actually get into the game. I want to see what they have to say for the final match of today.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to start the 4th and final best of 2 of the first day of the MSC 2024 live in the Amazon Arena in Riyadh. We've had 3 sweeps so far, but this 4th game is going to be an incredible one. We have a team rich in history when it comes to Mobile Legends coming up against a regional giant, Mara.
Up next, we have EVO's Glory of Indonesia going up against RRQ Akira of Brazil. Now, we're going to be starting off with EVO's Glory, and it's going to be an interesting story for them. Nobody actually thought that they would make it here. In fact, they didn't expect that they will make it to the pool of MPL Indonesia, because during the regular season, they were 9th place, 9th out of 9, with a change of roster, adding Annabelle, Dreams, Fluffy, Clockun, and of course, the original member, Bronze. Well, they made it all the way to the grand finals, earning their ticket here for MSC 2024.
And the question remains, what's going to happen in their first game coming up against RRQ Akira? Now we're talking about this team, season 2, 3, 4, and 5 champion of MPL Brazil, and of course, the MPL Latin American champion of season 1. You're talking about an enormous potential here when it comes to RRQ Akira, and when it comes to them against EVOS, honestly, I'm not sure, especially with them, you know, having an incredible run towards the end of the playoffs. It's going to be one heck of a way to wrap up our first day here.
And I'm curious, are we gonna see another sweep, or will we sweep our first 1-all? Now it's time to get this game going. It'll be EVO's Glory of Indonesia versus RRQ Akira of Brazil. Panelists, take it.
Well, you asked us to take it, so we're going to receive it. Thank you very much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. Thank you for throwing over to us, because we got a lot to talk about. Because RQ, they're used to the BO2 style format, because that's how they do it in MPL Latam. But honestly, Mirko, even though we know you know a lot about EVO's Glory, do you have anything to talk about when it comes to RQ Akira?
Oh, a whole lot, man, because especially after M4, you know, I was really surprised with their performance. I think before that, we were just like, okay, yeah, RQ Akira are a team, they're really, really good, but internationally, it's always just different. But then M4 came along, and they were able to surprise a lot of people, you know, doing really, very well, and almost, actually taking a game off of Blacklist International back in M4 too. And then in M5, there's a cap, I feel, on them right now. Because yeah, they're capped. They're not F-capped, they're just capped, right? Because F-cap is a different team. But yeah, coming into this, I really hope that they can let go and like let go of all the pressure that's on them.
Yeah.
Every single time domestically they perform like crazy. They're basically like,
they need to have fun.
They're gods in Latam. They can be gods as well in the international stage as long as they forget about all the pressure, about all the expectations.
Because
Just play the game.
You know what they say? In order to get great power, you got to forget about responsibilities.
That is not the quote.
Yep. Public advisory, don't try this at all.
I mean, that's what I do.
With great power comes no responsibility. Is that what you...
Doesn't that feel great, though? But yeah, now we got to jump into the draft. Evil's Glory is going to be first pick. RRQ Akira is the second pick. I don't know, every single time someone says Akira, some sharp noise comes to my mind.
Yeah, it's like you just get a headache all of a sudden, you know? Okay.
Either ways, first ban here, Angela as well as Minotaur. Looks like Evil's Glory doesn't want to go up against healers. They don't want to ban out a Valentina or Faramis as well.
Yep, and this is RRQ Akira special, but this opens up a lot, right? Because the Angela as well as the Minotaur being banned means that Arlott, your Valentina as well as your Roger, definitely gonna be open up. And I don't know if RRQ Akira are interested in letting go of the Louis. I still prescribe against it. And with the Valentina being banned out, Evos might be looking towards either Louis or Faramis.
Agreed.
You know, something that I do want to tell everybody watching back at home, for RRQ Akira, you guys might not know this, but Blink has been swapped in over Louise this season. And it's a bit different how Blink plays the game compared to Louise. You know, Louise is more of a risk taker, wants to be able to find a pick that can actually win you the game, but obviously it could actually lose you the game too. Meanwhile, Blink, a little bit more consistent in that department. So maybe that's what RRQ Akira want to utilize here up against Evo's Glory as well.
Yeah, we'll
Speaking
see.
of that though, that's why we see the Minotaur ban instantly.
Yep. Louis or Faramis should be the ban here for RRQ.
Or let both of them go. Right? Take either or.
In that case, you automatically will pick up the Louis because it's just a stronger... Okay, so you did let it go. I think Louis should be the pick here for Evos, right? Clockun. Dude, Clockun and Louis, that's scary. I hope that RRQ Akira is prepared for that.
You know, like, funnily enough, for Evo's Glory, Clockun's like the CW of Evos.
Oh, they pick up the Ling.
They pick up Ling instead.
Oh, wait. Is it?
I
mean...
I guess so, but
Evos is first pick, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, either ways. We'll figure it out once we.
But I do like the Ling versus the Louis in that case. Okay, so it's Ling. It's going to be Ling for Evos, and I think at this stage you don't want to pick up the Louis because Louis struggles against that. So I think you'll go Faramis instead. Faramis Roger, I would say.
If that's the
case.
case.
Roger.
Wow.
Okay, they're leaving a lot of options open. I think Louis still is good for Evos.
Yeah, I think so too, right? And back to my point earlier, Clockun is kind of like the CW of Evos, where a lot of people just, you know, they talk about how good Dreams is, brands, especially Annabelle, Fluffy, but a lot of people still forget about Clockun despite his amazing performances in MPL Indonesia with the Loyi pick. Obviously, that's definitely one of the signatures, but even then, anything, as long as he can carry the game, as long as he deals damage, Novaria is amazing for him. The Valentina as well. Even the Faramis. He's just a solid mid laner, man.
I think you go Louis Arlott here for if you're Evos. The other option is Faramis Edith. As
Do you
it is
consider the
open.
Terizla here?
Claude for brands and Terizla. Oh, this is a big shift. Okay, now I gotta say, I don't understand Evos.
Well, I do, right? So I agree. I think this shout outs to LaFell, by the way, as well.
Am I on?
Terizla. Yeah, you are on.
Okay.
Just gotta shout out LaFell here for that Terizla pick as well. But the Claude and the Ling. So when you go for the Ling, or early on already, you want someone to really just set up for it. And Terizla has been one of the ways that Evo's Glory have been able to enable Annabelle on the Ling. So something safe in the gold lane as well. That weak side that we were talking about for the Claude. This is how they like to play their compositions. Ling on Annabelle. How they actually try to balance out the farm with the Claude, because that's one of the main concerns for you, I believe, Wolf, is the Ling goes and invades very early on through mid control and through XP control. So it's all about winning the XP matchup, the mid matchup as well, and now you're probably going to see them set up for that. Meanwhile, Claude is just like, all right, brands, do your thing, just play safe in lane and scale up later with the gold lane.
The biggest reservation for the Claude is the presence of the Grok. That is now available for RQ. And then now going in for the backshot. I think RQ Akira have this Claude under control. same doesn't go well with the Ling, however. But because of the fact that they didn't pick Edith and/or the Faramis, RQ might just ban it out. Edith just makes a lot of sense to be banned out here. Baksha obviously is great versus Teresa, so that you kind of nullify the healing factor for that Teresa, so that's a great pick from RQ. I also like the Baksha going up against the Ling because you're great at the early game, but then come the late game, now you have a lot of problems facing that. And to be fair, Evos, they have great late games, so I think they're going to be closing this out with wave clear heroes, like probably Minotaur plus Farsa. So that they can have a bridge to the late game.
I feel like Claude, there's two factors here. One, Brands is amazing on the Claude, and perhaps they want to pick that up early to kind of like make it so that RRQ is staying away from the Faramis. Like, Claude is okay going up against Faramis, so maybe it's like a one stone kills two birds kind of situation where you pick up one hero and then you kind of deny the opposing part from picking the Faramis in the first place.
Yeah. How about Kadita for RRQ? Grab Kadita so that you have control over the Ling.
Technically, the Loi is still up for grabs too, right?
That's right. But you don't want to pick the Loi if you're RQ. That's gotta be difficult. Because that's Claude as well as Ling. I think you go either Aurora actually, but that might be the last pick. So at this point, you pick up Benedetta now for RQ. Or maybe a Yu Zhang. Oh, it's banned out. Yeah. So Paquito or Benedetta for RQ, I would say.
Right, so damage dealing, damage output, maybe something RQ Akira wants to go for. Obviously, with the Baksha and the Grok, the two frontliners already for the team, does make sense to go for something of the sorts for the XP. They don't go for the Benedetta or the Paquito, though. They go for the CC instead. And I agree, I see your face. It's kind of like a, interesting pick. I agree with you. Usually the CC, you want to go up against, you know, the frontliners, the guys who can actually, you can actually punish hard, but there's a lot of damage dealers, a lot of mobile targets here on the side of Evo, so I definitely agree. The CC pick definitely is a bit interesting.
Yeah, that's my initial reaction. And now the Loi is there and the Tigreal, as expected. There is no legitimate CC killer for Evos unless we come to the late game. CC picks up the Vengeance naturally, so that's great versus the Claude. And you'll see later, Link is going to struggle versus the CC. But what Link can do is just to go to the backlines.
Yep.
So you're going to be looking for the last pick for RQ. With this lineup, I think Benedetta is...
they still don't have a mage.
No, they need a mage.
Yeah, Vixana. I mean, Faramis is good enough.
Novaria, perhaps?
I'm not sure about Novaria, you know, up against the Link. Yeah. It'd be very tough to play.
Or Faramis.
They still go for the Faramis, even though there's a lot of reasons why the Faramis wouldn't work here. But again, I respect that they still go for it because it is an amazing hero. Speaking of amazing hero, you know, I have friends, and they are amazing casters.
Oh, you do?
I do. I want to hear their voices, so amazing friends. Please talk. It's your turn.
Holafel, you flatter us, but thank you. You're also an amazing hero. Welcome to Desk at your service. It's Leo and Gideon bringing you this Game 1 in a best of 2, the final match on this broadcast. It's Evo's Glory going up against RRQ Akira.
Yep, this is going to be an exciting one here because, again, I want to see RRQ Akira really make strides here at the International. We always have high expectations, but they always fall just a little short. But considering what the draft is right now, I'm so surprised Farmers wasn't picked up earlier.
Voces de Latam, the kings of Latam, as they're known, had to get that last pick Faramis. Even the analysts are wondering, why is Faramis not being picked? Hell, I think LaFell said, maybe Vixana. Was it Mirko said maybe Vixana? Because that's how far Faramis has fallen, man.
I don't know. I personally think that Faramis is still pretty relevant in this meta as of right now, right? But there are certain conditions that need to be met. But against a lineup of Evo's Glory, where everybody has some form of an AoE, a disgusting amount of initiation, it can get really brutal really fast.
They got a good amount of comfort picks. Again, Brands, the king of the marksmen, picking up his signature Claude, who's able to defend for days. One of the few reasons why they went as deep as they did in the last MPL ID playoffs. Of course, you have Annabelle on his lane. Petra, man, as good as the Carl TZ Ling was in the prior match, this is also a thing of beauty.
Honestly, I would have liked to see him have play the Hayabusa instead, because I've seen him play Hayabusa before, and when he gets like that one kill, this team makes magic happen. Somehow they get that one, and they turn it into two, and now Gusta Lagusta has to deal with a full level 4 Annabelle. He makes it out, but he doesn't want to commit the ult just yet.
Something else to note, you're looking at RQ Akira's lineup. There have been word in the grapevine that maybe Luis isn't playing. Maybe it's Blink, their ever-loyal 6th man. But no. Here he still is, the Brazilian heartbreaker, back on the world stage, playing on that Grok, and he's just holding down the fort, man. Usually when you're a Grok, you're hyperactive when you're rotating, when you're checking in on the opponent's jungle. Here is just, yeah, I'll wait for you, Saigen. I'll wait for you to get your wave back in. Hey, Dreams, how you doing?
Dreams is having the time of his life, right? Just fighting against the Grok to try and hit level 4, but worst yet, Clawquid ends up missing a good amount of EXP, doesn't hit level 4, but we look at the top side, right? Annabelle, he's able to steal whatever camps that he wants because there's such a strong freeze on the top side of the map, and now Saigen, oh no, he walked into the wall, pops down the Nether Realm to keep himself alive.
That is unfortunate. Now Luis spots Annabelle. Let's go. I was just about to say, what was that, Gideon? What was that fumble? Did he miss out on the Shadow Stampede, hence why he had the Netherrealm himself into surviving?
I mean, he might have fat-fingered the Purify into the wall.
Butterfingers.
Butterfingers. Hey, look, I mean, I'd be nervous on my well, technically not even their first match, essentially, in terms of experience, but on an international stage like that, and especially playing on the Amazon stage, it's a little daunting.
It's huge.
Yeah.
You feel like a little speck in this amazing stage that is the possibly biggest we've ever had in the history of our esport. Down bottom, check it out. Takash, Astro Thunder, pushing away Fluffy. I like that lineup, actually. I like that matchup. As the CC, I'm pretty confident. Look at this, a rotation, the diversion by Dreams and Clawquid. Blasting Gusta Lagusta. Minute 0, he hasn't had anything, man. He's struggling.
He may be struggling, but in terms of gold, right, he's not too far away. The only hold on, the wall charge from Luis, and he's pushed out position. He quickly flickers out of there, and now with the power of nature, he should be all right. But Brands, he just uses BMI, manages to go back in position. Great positioning from Dreams, just covering the battle mirror image.
The reason why they call him the Indonesian Nightmare. Always putting up where they need him. Interestingly, that was a good trade of ults. Battle spells, though, I think that's where Evo's Glory won out. This is uncharacteristic of these two teams, Gideon, because look, 4 minutes in, second turtle almost up, no kills from Evo's Glory, who loves fighting, and from RQ Akira, who loves to snowball. Neither of them able to find a grip.
Well, I do think that, you know, this is very much in the playstyle of RQ Akira. However, I will say for Evo's Glory, this is, you know, rather interesting. Usually they play around heavily around Brands. This time around, people are able to express themselves. Like, look at this, Luis. He's getting surrounded by all the members, forced to wild charge out of there as King and Gusta Lagusta are trying to claim back the space. And now Evo's Glory is like, it's totally fine. You can sit on top of the turtle first if you want.
And they're delaying this take. So far, I'm not so sure if that's to their benefit or if Annabelle is just saying, you know what, take your time, guys. I'm still on my purple.
I think it's most beneficial for Brands because he can walk down to the mid lane, pick up some gold, go back to the top lane and lose basically nothing in his lane, and they can just chill out, right? Evo's Glory, as much as they want to play around Brands, they know that he needs resources, and they'll create some space to get him those resources.
And as you just read, it's definitely for Evo's Glory now. All 5 just wailing away at the turtle. Another one secured here, but this time going over to Evo's Glory. So they're 1 turtle apiece still on that pacifist run, Gideon. No kills for either side.
Not yet. Whoa, that was very dangerous. And now in the mid lane, hopefully, okay, it breaks down, as you were saying.
Takash has yet to leave his lane, man.
I mean, I would say he is a little slow on the rotation, but then again,
he doesn't have to.
I mean, the problem is that he hardly, it's difficult for him to push waves, man. It's Terizla, man. You can't outpush that guy.
But he's winning. Look at that turret.
I mean, that's only because they made that initial rotation, right? Like, while everybody was at turtle, we see this fight down on the bottom side of the map where Takashi chunks out Annabelle. As mentioned during the fight, oh wait, Luis, great Purify coming in from Clawquid, but Dreams will still die. The implosion does buy a little bit of time, but APBrens. He can only do so much. A lot of AoE. Great splash from the... Wait, the TP. Luis spots it out. Clockwood! He whips! He throws it the wrong way, and Fluffy's here in the middle of it. He's trying his best as the Netherrealm pops, and now he's only just begging to survive. Please let me go! 1 HP, Body of Smith once again saves his life.
An absolute unit, thick with 14 Cs. At this early on, what's he building? It's a War Axe and a Warrior, but what?
I mean, that's what we've been hearing from the panelists. War Axe, Terizla, they just go hand in hand. Now you get all the benefits of the Spell Vamp on top of the War Axe passive, and now Takashi is going to crack open Tier 1 bot side.
Astro Thunder just keeping up the pressure. He is doing work, man, and because of that, they're about 1,000 gold ahead here. That's amazing. I don't know if RRQ Akira knows that right now is the best time to strike. As soon as they hit the 8-minute mark, oh, Luis, holding out for it. All right, as soon as they hit the 8 to 9-minute mark, that's when they should really bear down on EVO's glory, because if y'all watched any MPLID playoffs, they're capable of coming back. Oh, no!
No, the timing! It's so bad. Gusta Lagusta just walked into the brush. He didn't know that the diversion was going to happen there. But King does secure the turtle in the meantime. And that's the final turtle of the game. Dreams, he's caught out of position. Pulled back even by Sagan with a combo. Wait, hold on. The implosion to turn things around. And now Fluffy with a penalty zone. The yin-yang reactions just won't stop. The Netherrealm keeps them alive. But it doesn't mean that they get to walk away. Clawkun finds another kill.
Whoa, amazing, the turnaround by Dreams. When you thought he was the prey, he turned into a predator and just, with a flick of a wrist, took down 2 members from RQ. Man, because of that, the conversion is through the roof. Look at this. Now, it's them up by about 500 gold.
I mean, they've equalized. They've equalized the economy between the two. And just to add on, Dreams, honestly, he's being that nightmare you were talking about. He's the guy that you close your eyes, you open. Oh, wait, what's that in the corner of my room?
And it's him. He's sitting
just standing there menacingly,
just waiting to hit you with an implosion. And next thing you know, you're 3 men down and you're about to lose a Lord, which, by the way, is about a minute away from now. What's the items looking? Dude, I am afraid of how EVO's glory aren't really bearing down on Tekash. Like, they better watch out for Astro Thunder, because all of this space that they're giving him might bite him in the butt later on, especially if you find Tekash and Sagan in the same spot. Like, we haven't really seen that yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen them just yet. And I think, you know, once we've I mean, the map is a little unlocked for now, and maybe Takashi is going to be able to get into the middle of those fights. But let's talk about the lead, because as much as they equalize, Annabelle is significantly ahead of King. Similarly to how Takashi is significantly ahead of Fluffy.
And I think that's fine, because, oh wait, we'll talk about it later. Fluffy's in trouble!
He can't get out of this one. The poor man just has to close his eyes and just let it happen.
They folded that boy in half. I mean, Body of Smith withstanding, it doesn't matter. You can't do that against 5 angry Brazilians.
I mean, I think he just doesn't want to lose out on that flicker, to be perfectly honest. I think that EVO's glory can really drag out this particular fight, because they're depending heavily on Luis to find the engage.
Yes, they can. And now it's all about the lane control. Conceal here by Dreams. Can they force something? They let go. Little Wanderer scored by RQ Akira. The Lord very low!
He's going to try to step steal. Annabelle gets it. The Netherrealm keeps them alive. And that just means that Dream sacrifices life for hires. Clawkun cannot get out of the situation. This is about to get really bad as now the flicker and the wall charge comes through. Not enough follow-up damage. RRQ Akira back off. They're happy with just 2.
And I think EVO's glory just really threaded the needle there, stealing away the Lord from RRQ Akira. I think both teams just walk away saying, whew!
Yeah. It's, well, I mean, it's a little stressful, I'm not going to lie, and it looks like it's going to be the Queen's Wings purchase for the side of Fluffy. He wants to engage, and he wants to maintain his kill threat.
He wants to keep going, man. He wants to keep going, and I think it's that pressure. It's an all-in engage from EVO's glory, where RQ Akira don't mind if the fight goes longer, which is interesting. It's a switch-up. It's a switch-up between the dynamic, because earlier on, it was EVO's glory who wanted to go longer, but now RQ Akira are hoping, hey, can we slow down a bit? Can we let this Lord simmer? because we're better like that.
Yeah, let's just let it cook in the slow pot in the hot pot just for a little bit longer at this point in time. I think that RQ Akira, once we get into the mid game, like Sagan is going to be a legitimate threat in these fights, considering that EVOS Glory kind of want to like engage at the same time. So here we go, mid tier 1 now under threat. King, he's able to tank the damage for now, and it looks like it's enough to deter the rest of EVOS Glory.
Hold up, Gideon, I just noticed. Anavel rocking the Warcry just now picked up the BOD. Not a single kill just yet. What's going on?
He's been power farming, right? And to be fair, he is significantly ahead of King. Last we checked, he was 1K ahead. Here comes the Wild Truck. Oh, it actually connects. He's trying to get on out of there, Brad. He cannot keep on attacking Takashi. And now with the Netherrealm, all of it being broken at the same time. Sagan is still alive, looking for the opportunity to get back onto it. But Anavel is able to take out King and Gusta Lagusta in one fell swoop. Not close enough, it seems.
Brands was so expensive. It took all of RQ Akira and Tekash just putting a beat on him. Maybe 5 seconds of pure yo-yo action. Look at this. We'll see it in the replay once more. Look at the back line. That's where my eyes were all this time. The huge collapse. There really wasn't much. Again, very ult reliant, very all-in explosion from EVOS Glory. RQ Akira, maybe go one more time. That should change the tone.
I would imagine that it would. Oh my goodness, it looks like a majority of this lead from EVOS Glory actually is from this Ling.
Yep, check it out. So far, again, I think they're in the right spot. They are where they need to be. Again, I mentioned this like 2 or 3 hours ago. As a utility jungler, your items are just naturally cheaper.
Yeah.
So King doesn't mind. He's a king that sits on a paper throne, but it's a throne nonetheless.
Hey man, that paper mache is slowly getting coated with gold eventually, right? Super low kill count game considering the compositions we're seeing from both of these sides, right? 4 to 6.
It's pure macro.
It's pure macro.
Brazil and Indonesia have picked up on the amazing macro. I correct myself. Latam, that is the kingdom that RQ are carrying, man. Not just a country, but a whole region. At least a dozen countries.
At least a dozen countries in there, all combined. Anavel now completing the endless battle. Now going to have some true damage to really start applying the hurt onto people like Luis and even some of the squishier targets like Gusta Lagusta. At this point in time, how long can they actually hold this dance? Because it's getting low. It's getting real low.
All right, that's a 5th left on to the Lord. The conceal by the Indonesian Nightmare. Looking for an engage. Here he goes.
He's going to find
close.
it. Great timing. Steal from Anavel. The implosion perfectly timed as Sagan tries with the Netherrealm, but it's already too late. And it's going to be the Blade of Tempest taking out Sagan with the backline. Brad, so expensive. Anavel has to carry this, has to secure these kills as Clockwood takes it. Doesn't mind. You can try and outplay this. Gusta Lagusta at 1 HP will try his best. Finch points. He doesn't find him. He doesn't actually want to go because Takashi, the bodyguard, keeping him in check. Literally 1 HP. Gusta, you gotta try. No, he backs away. They let him live. They let him live to send the message.
All right, 2 for 3. Plus the Lord going over to EVOS Glory. Again, I'd say this is very, very scarily similar to the very first Lord.
It is. It does look very scarily similar. I mean, I like now that RQ Akira, they're very together. Last time, it was kind of all over the place, but now...
together.
Yeah, they are. They target acquisition.
Yeah.
They all are going for the same targets each and every time. If they spread out their damage, I don't think they would have gotten the same results.
That's right. So now, they just have to be more together.
They have to be more than just one.
They have to be a singularity.
It's gonna get to that point, right?
A Latin American singularity.
The Latin American singularity.
Because
I like that.
They're so good at it, right?
It's true.
And anyone from Gusta to Tekash to Saigon could have hunted down Anavel.
Is anybody going to protect Fluffy here? Are they just going to... Oh, Fluffy, he's going with it. And now, with the penalty zone, Netherrealm already comes out. They've already lost their temp HP. They got to get on out of there. But now Anavel in the middle of 4. The conceal comes out. He finds 2. They give him one more. No, he's out. But now in the backline, Takashi as well. So close, but Brands, he survives this time. The big difference maker is here.
Gideon, they did not heed our words. They were less than together there. They were pretty spread out. Again, one more look. They were together where it mattered for Anavel, and then they were spread apart, dispersed when they couldn't have afforded to. EVO's glory divided and conquered, man.
Yeah.
End the 10. Say what you will about that scoreboard, but the map has turned blue. The EVO's fam are happy.
Yep, and look at Annabelle. He's just tanking damage just for fun. He knows that
I can hear the theme song now, man. I can hear the EVO's fam theme song.
Oh, boy. I mean, at this point, I think still, RQ Akira, they still have an opportunity, but they need somebody that can force out that Bladed Tempest as early as possible and still take care of Brand. So, hold on. Target
the
acquisition.
Indonesian Nightmare is on a roll, dude. He forced with a single... to be fair, he flickered, and Implosion enforced such a response.
And that's what you want, right? That's what we want to see from EVO's glory. And hopefully they can keep on rinsing and repeating the process. Maybe if they can buy 100 seconds or so, but Lord already spawned.
Okay, to be fair, 100 seconds is plenty time in the world of MLBB. Look at the ults and the resources from RQ Akira as they make their way to the Lord, approaching half health. King rolling out like the Autobots.
Oh, and he's trying his best. Where's the Nether Realm? It's going to be popped soon, but now coming back in with the Lycan Pass, they're holding it for as long as possible. They've already broken everything. They lost their temp HP so fast, and now Annabelle breaking apart the backline. Lycan Pass keeps him alive. Oh, great movement from Gusta Lagusta as he takes out Annabelle. Brands TPs into the backline with the help of Clockwood to find the trade.
As beautiful as it could have been for Gusta Lagusta to clean house, they forgot that the king of marksmen, Brands, is still here, and he's the one who comes in claiming their heads, and that just straight up opens up this Lord. Annabelle's 15 out, give or take. Oh, the fact that King is down makes us all the more an EVO's glory Lord.
Yep, EVOS, again, they've done a really good job at securing these neutral objectives for a majority of this game. But worse yet, I think that RQ Akira are banging their heads against the wall. It's like, what do we do against Annabelle? Like, he almost guarantees jumps in after the temp HP from NetherRealm and gets 2.
And that's why I think we get the answer to why do we not see Faramis. Prior to this matchup, Faramis only showed up 3 times across all Stream A games. We used to see Faramis in 100% of games, Gideon. This is a new age.
It is a new age, and it's more surprising that it only... it's even more surprising that it only takes one person to cause that much destruction. Like Clockwood and the rest of the team decided, we're going to flank. Now, here we go. The Lord already cracking down on towards that crystal. They're going to take their time. Ooh, interesting angle for the wild charge here is Fluffy trying to get... Oh, what the penalty zone? Absolutely whipping. They're out of there.
That's an ult for an ult. A good trade if I were you. Listen up. RQ Akira can still defend. And I think, given their lineup, this is a good position for them. This is an okay position for them. I would rather be RQ Akira's comp than be EVO's Glory's comp stuck in their base.
Also true, their high ground defense is very nice, but RQ Akira is eventually going to come to a point where they're going to have to walk out of that base, right?
Yep, there is a fresh amount of jungle for a take-in, and it's out of their base that they can find these sneaky wild charges, which has been a while since we've seen Luis do something with that.
Yeah, especially when Lois are topping the damage charts as well, right? That's why there are just so many conditions that need to be met. And hold on, looks like the rest of RQ Akira are just going to squat up at this point. No point trying to split push.
Yeah, I think they're just respecting the fact that there might be a huge diversion play from Claw-kun. Again, folks, you might be confused. Louise, Louis. We'll call them the player names, for sure. Unless we're specifically talking about the kits, then that's when the heroes come up. So far, so good. Again, that's a fully built CC we're looking at. And then just one more for Saigen to hit the threshold.
It's about to happen, King. He notices, but he's able to take a good amount of damage. Always finds 2! And now they're starting to take the space. They're not giving them opportunity. As Sakashi is already in backline. Fluffy's trying to slow them down with the penalty zone. NetherRealm finally comes out, and now Brands is dead. Saigen is going to keep on pushing, and here comes Annabelle. Their biggest problem. Winds of Nature is out for Gusta Lagusta. Bladed Tempest comes out, finds one in the kill, and Saigen says, no, you don't have the magic defense. Get out of here.
For the first time in, I'd say, 5 or 6 minutes, RQ Akira actually get a winning trade. They give up Gusta Lagusta for Fluffy and Brands. Thank you very much, or I guess, gracias.
Gracias. Oh, man. Honestly, these teams are like dead even. It's 14-14. We're 20 minutes into the game, the longest one we've had so far.
Obrigado in Portuguese. But you're right, it's amazing how both teams are playing on different axes and they're still trading to the level that they are. Look, oh my God, what a zoom in from our Amazon Arena stage cam. 9-1-2. I almost forgot that we were looking at Annabelle at what, like 7-8 minutes? 0-0-0, and now he's at 9-1-2.
Dude, Annabelle's portrait is so funny. It's so funny.
So
He's like,
Annabelle.
the difference between you and me is about 3 inches.
It's so Annabelle.
It's so Annabelle.
He's known as the jokester for EVOS Glory. He was scouted by the EVOS fam when he started playing at 14. And now he's a ripe core. Check it out. They're starting up the Lord one more time. King trying to pull it out a little closer to their side of the map. Dreams spotted here by Luis. They trade blows. And so far, oh, this is why a Ling is so dangerous when he's in meta. He does more than just clean house. He cleans up the map. Almost with impunity, Gideon. He's able to go split from side lane to side lane.
And the worst part is they also have the combination of Clawhood and as well as Brands. Lodi just TPing the Clawed up to the top side of the map and the BMI back.
Yep, the world's longest BMI. It's dirty. It's almost broken. And now we're waiting for a fight to actually break out. Lord here approaching half health. That's one of the things you actually get with a Grok as well. With a Guardian's Barrier, you're able to control and cordon off the Lord. Oh, the Shadow Stampede with a pull!
Oh, he gets pulled tight on in. Takashi's doing some good damage, but does Fluffy end up, and well, he does end up using that Winter Crown to survive. I thought he might end up dying there, but...
And a Tranche. A Crown, there you go. And a Flicker, I'm rather, sorry.
At the end of the day, right, nobody dies, and we all reset. The biggest problem for RQ Akira is the fact that they're missing 2 inhibitors. EVOS Glory are like, hands off. We'll just let the game do its own thing.
Because they aren't in control of the map. They did penetrate top and bottom. So that's RQ Akira with permanent damage that they constantly have to deal with. It's actually the onus on them to maintain and manage their waves. Lord here, now at 2/3 of its health. Clawhood and Brands just wailing away at it. King with a slight pull. And yeah, this is where you can really feel RQ Akira with the pressure on the map. Like, they're not able to make many moves.
They're just finger on the trigger, just waiting. Come on, show yourself.
Yeah, they constantly have to put up a bishop or a knight next to their king. I mean, literally speaking, so that they don't get checkmate.
Here we go. Brands and Annabelle opting to try and, beat Takashi down. This does prompt a response from RQ Akira to take them a little bit of control, but they notice that a majority of the EVOS members are still holding the mid lane just to ensure that they don't get flanked.
All right, Little Wonder. This is going to be very important for RQ Akira to score. At least they have passive vision. Takashi now!
Wait, Gustavo Gusta is in the middle of that fight as well. Bladed Tempest is out. Does he have the Finch poise? It looks like he does. Takashi is going to start running down Brands, but here comes Gustavo Gusta. Tries to go on in, but Brands outplays him. Lycan pounced Winter Crown into this fool.
Okay, so this is what's painful about that last engage. Could have been amazing for RQ Akira, but it's relatively low stakes for EVOS Glory because, again, they're more mobile on the map. So now RQ Akira have to actually walk their way, march their way into the pit. Now Lord at less than half health.
Yep, Fluffy's in some trouble here. Winter Crown once again already activated. Ooh, great welcoming for Luis, but still creates an escape. Netherrealm is already out, and this might be the moment that they've been waiting for. Gustavo Gusta is chunked low, and Annabelle is going to look. Winter, Wind of Nature popped. He still goes down. Clawhood is able to splash the damage into the backline. Gusta and King are down. 1 minute death timers, and EVOS Glory, they've already got this Luminous Lord empowered, in a matter of fact. Annabelle just chasing them down.
Takashi buying time, but there are just some things that a Netherrealm can't solve. Takashi, Luis, Saigen, they have to defend for their lives. Guardian's Barrier up, just delaying the inevitable.
Oh, the splash damage. Clawhood, stop it, man! He's just harassing all of them. Penalty zone as well, shoving him even further out of the crystal. That's gonna be GG. EVOS Glory in a tight game against RRQ Akira. Take game 1.
Just under 25 minutes. In true EVOS Glory fashion, they took the scenic route, put on a show for the EVOS fam and everyone watching all around the world to take the first game.
Whew. Oh, that was a hot one. But it just goes to show, I mean, they needed a good amount of time.
And 25 minutes was all it took. I mean, GG well played still for the Kings of MPL Latam. Even with the whole Blink and Louise situation, it's like they never missed a beat.
It didn't feel like they missed a beat, but at the same time, they had no correct ideas to actually attack the EVOS draft.
Well, let's hear from our analysts as we go look back at the highlights for Game 1.
Even though RRQ Akira, they were very together, but they didn't exactly hit the singularity point. And it took 25 minutes, but Evo's Glory, they got it.
They really did, man. I think, you know, the question is for you guys, were you guys shocked at Evo's Glory's playstyle?
No.
Are you guys surprised? No, right?
No. Not at all.
I feel like this is just the normal Evo's Glory gameplay that we've always been seeing in MPL Indonesia. They've just been always with this kind of lineup, right?
Yep.
Layering, layering, layering. That's what they're good at. They're like a one trick that likes to layer, but they're really good at that one thing that they do.
They're onions.
They
have a lot of layers, and they make your opponents cry.
I would have thought of lasagna, but yeah, sure, onions.
Onions, man.
Yep.
Evo's Glory are just onions.
Yep. I think the MVP plays that I would say for the side of Evos was when Brands went for the Winter Crown play that we've always just theorized about. Really, really good at utilizing that mechanic, that unique mechanic. And then Dreams and that last Lord Dance was able to just man up against the entirety of RRQ and use the implosion not for a setup, but to actually stop RQ from even getting vision onto the Lord, which was so instrumental to Evo's winning that.
I like how Gideon was like, yeah, try to go through this Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool.
Oh, so many Winter Crowns, by the way.
Yeah, so many Winter Crowns, and really show dividends in this game where you feel like you've got the upper hand, and then they just turn things around. But gotta say, RQ Akira, we were talking about the CC pick, but honestly, I felt like it did well.
Yeah, it did really, really well. I think we figured out in the game itself, we were talking about, you know, okay, the CC, usually we pick it up against tanky members, but in this particular situation, it's always great up against NFL because NFL likes to go for the cross-map play. He likes to go for the mirroring and for the split pushes. So if you have someone there to match up against him and, you know, actually take the 1v1, the duel against him, it's really, really good.
It almost worked, but I think the itemization coming out from Fluffy as well as the entirety of Evo's Glory going for the Winter Crown make it very difficult and very awkward for the CC to eventually have a nice late game. You can see that around the 16-18 minute mark, CC is already like hitting like critical mass and it's just being very difficult for Evo's Glory to deal with. But then Evo's Glory figured out, okay, there's a new meta item. Let's go for the Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool. Speaking of which, we gotta look at the MVP because I gotta say, without even looking at it, it's probably gonna be NFL. We gotta look at the Sony MVP of the game. Where highlights first, NFL. Mirko, talk about how NFL takes his time. He wants to get the farm, he wants to get the items, and then he's gonna get unleashed.
See, he's a very different player on Assassins, right? On Assassins, a lot of players tend to, especially after utilizing utility jungle for the longest time, they tend to kind of lose that assassin instinct. But for Anavel, it's still just a very, I would say, selfish style. But it works as an assassin.
It works?
You want to be selfish on an assassin, and it works so well for Anavel. For the most part, even in the regular season, it's so tough for a lot of teams to actually go up against Evos because when usually you would think, you know, the assassins would actually come in to finish off the job, he sometimes in the early game just farms. Even when everybody's low, he's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna just take my time. I'm gonna farm up. And you can see from the itemization, that's exactly why he chooses to farm. He goes for a very, very greedy build in the Blade of Despair so that he can pull off those kind of big plays in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, 90%, 923 GPM and 68% kill participation. There was a point where he was, what, 7-0? 6-0?
8-0.
8-0. That's how good he was with this particular hero. And of course, we know for sure that the Ling is one of the strongest heroes out there. I think it is criminal for RQ Akira to give both the Ling as well as the Lu Yi.
I mean, again, we got to talk about this because the Ling first pick, like you said, Wolf, it made it so a situation where it's kind of not good for them to pick up the Lu Yi itself. So perhaps that's the idea coming in from Evo's Glory. Once we pick up the Ling, we made it so that whatever mid laner that you're going to pick up is not going to be looking good. So perhaps that's the trap. And I kind of feel like RQ Akira, they should see this coming now. The Ling is a problem.
Even though it's a trap, I feel like, again, they had so many different opportunities to go for the ban on the Lu Yi. Because in the second phase, they completely ignored it. The fact that they gave the Ling in the first phase, and it passed through the first phase is like, all right, Evos were like, okay, we're just going to go for some other prios.
That's right.
But then they got another prio, so why not? Just add on to it.
I think overall the draft was with Faramis as well as the CC. It makes a lot of sense in the late game. Kind of good versus the Claude because you have the CC with the Vengeance as well as the Grok. However, the Louis was definitely a problem, not because of the Louis itself with the first skill, second skill, but this time it was the ultimates that really just made it difficult for them. You saw how Clockwood was able to utilize this hero to kind of, psych the entirety of RQ Akira. And we did say that Louis is one of Clockwood's favorites.
It is.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, folks. Like, you guys gave very good insights, but you guys are giving insights inside of the studio, inside of the game that we just saw. I kind of feel like we got to go to Eterna, our Aces ROG reporter, where she's looking to talk to Team Liquid. So, where are you at? What are you guys talking about?
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and beside me we have Team Liquid Echoes JP. Now, that was your first ever match here for MSC, and it is on one of the largest scales and largest sizes of the international stage. How did you feel after that match?
We're so happy because our first game is 2-0 sweep, and this is our first time in Riyadh, so we're so happy to be here.
It was a very dominant match too, right? 2-0 against Twisted Minds. I'm pretty sure they are shaking right now in the group stage. But of course, one of the things that I really wanted to ask is the fact that Carl Teasy mentioned in an interview that he promised to bring you here, JP, with their team. Now that they brought you here, do you have any messages for them?
Thank you, bro. I hope we win this MSC 2024.
We hope you do too. Good luck as well coming forward, and we hope we get to see you in the knockouts. Thank you so much, JB, for your time.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the support.
All right, we're sending it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Eterna. And I got to say, JP knows how to keep it sweet and simple. It's like, thank you. It's great. We love Riyadh. We love Riyadh. It's been amazing so far.
It really has, man.
Food is good.
I've been enjoying my experience.
Yep, Mali is great.
Mali is great, yeah.
I love it. I love all the food that I've tried. I love you.
I love you.
Now I'm uncomfortable. But the thing that I'm comfortable with, we talk about game number 1. It's going to be amazing. Do you guys feel we're going to see adjustments coming in from RQ Akira for game number 2?
No, they're going to be picking up the same thing and going to play the same way. No, just kidding. I think
now that you say that, they might pick up the same thing. It's like, you know what? It's just an execution issue. The trap is fine.
Probably. But I think the best thing here is that just don't give a lot of comfort heroes for Evil Story. Claude as well as the Ling and Claude and Louis all together. They're just really just brands as well as Cloggins heroes. It's always criminal to give these kind of the champion teams their comfort pickups.
True.
Maybe just take away one and give out the other and answer it from then on.
Again, right, for Evo's Glory, the way that they can actually make this kind of composition work is, well, for the Assassins, they go for a winning lane in the XP. Right after that Terizla pick, they ban out 2 XPs. It was Yuzong in the Arlet this game. And then in the mid lane as well, picking up just a winning matchup in the mid lane. And they actually did that because of the Lo Yi being left open, and it was a Faramis and Grok. Clear speed, yeah, Faramis and Grok. But when it comes to that skirmish, trading power, it was Evo's. And that's why they were able to create so much space for Annabelle to farm up. If any one of those lanes gets stopped by another winning matchup coming in from RQ Akira, it would be a pretty solid way to adjust.
Simple question for the both of you. You only have one ban. Do you ban out the Louis or do you guys ban out the Ling?
Yeah, I would buy the Louis. Because Ling is a little bit manageable. I can go for a Tigreal. Louis amplifies the entirety of the team. Ling is just, as our good friends from the caster desk would say, singularity. Singular.
He's just singular? He's the one,
Yeah.
Maybe he's just one with everything. Maybe he's like a pizza.
Yeah, but then again, Louis is very together, man. It kind of,
So for you, you would ban out the Louis. What about you, Mirko?
Yeah, Louis. I
you
agree.
ban out the Louis?
I'll ban out the Louis too. I think even though I have been talking about the nerfs on the diversions, I think a lot of the teams, a lot of the players, the top tier players have been able to make it work. So Louis just adds so much value onto the team. I think even the Claude, the setup that they had for the ambush up top was because of the Louis diversion.
I would say Louis should get a therapist skin because I feel like that's what she is. She's really just a therapist. Whenever people want to break apart, she's like, nah, fam.
More together.
More together.
Very
together.
Even more together, make it into a singularity. Maybe that's why. I mean, I don't know. As Asians, we don't see therapists a lot. Maybe that's why Louis is very strong here.
That's why we get a
Louis.
therapist? No, I just rely on my Louis to keep it all together.
What about you?
I talk to you. That's
You see, that's a bad idea because I have a therapist.
Well, I tell you things so that you tell your therapist, and then the therapist will tell it to you.
You're the middleman.
You're the middleman.
I don't know how comfortable I am with this one, folks. I mean, you guys can talk to us in the comment section. If we need someone to talk to, can we talk to you guys? Okay, probably not. Going back into the game. Game number 2. RQ Kira, we were really thinking that this could be a 1-1. Game number 1, it went to 25 minutes. So ban out Louis, first step, and then if the Ling gets through again, I feel like is the least of the problems because one of the things that NFL is pretty good at is the Hayabusa as well. So one of the problems, if you take one problem, NFL's like, yo, I got a lot of picks, fool.
Yeah. Technically, even the alpha could come out, right? I mean, this is the signature pick. This was the pick that actually gets banned most of the times. Not the Ling in MPL Indonesia in the playoffs especially. So a lot of different picks you got to respect from Evo's Glory. I definitely understand the problem for RQ Kira when they want to go for these respect bans. They're kind of already capped by how many power What is a power hero? When you're talking about Evo's Glory, that comes to mind because almost everything for Annabelle seems to be a power hero. This kid is amazing, man. He's a prodigy. But even then, brands respect this Moskov.
Yeah, and also like I think if I'm just gonna be considering all of the options, maybe the real power pick is the Turizla because it kind of is the glue that ties it together. Like if you pick up the Turizla, you now have access to both side laners to have greedy picks. Like you can go for Moskov or Claude for brands, and then you can go Assassins for Mr. Annabelle. But then again, Turizla also has great combination and synergy with Fredrin, for example, with a ton of CC that then activates brands in the end. So I think when we're just talking about power picks, maybe it is a Turizla for Evo's Glory.
I mean, to be fair, he did make a lot of plays. And one thing that I do want to talk about, looks like this might be the new build for Turizla in case you guys are Turizla players. Go for the War Axe, go for the Queen's Wings, and then after that, freestyle. Do what you guys need to do.
Do what you want to do.
Go for the Winter Crown, man. Winter Crown is cool.
Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool! But now we're going straight into the drafts here. RQ Kira are going to be the first pick. Evo's Glory is going to be the second pick. It looks like RQ Kira, you know what? We heard the Louis, that's why we banged the Ling.
Yeah, but again, they're on blue side, so this changes everything, right? Because they were on the red side, I would say the Loyi ban would make sense. But now that they're on the blue side, hey, ban out the Ling, you get a chance to pick up the Loyi. You're forcing Evo's Glory to ban it out by themselves here as they swap.
What could happen is that if they do give up the Louis, there's a chance where Evos picks up the Nolan because Faramis will not be open, Vexana will not be open. You're stuck with the Louis. They still Arlet, and then maybe pick up Edith to go with it, or Arlet and Faramis maybe. You know, there's a lot of options. Although, I still feel that Louis is still a power pick, so let's see how that goes.
I agree. I think RQ Kira should be able to utilize it as well, man. In the mid lane, Sagan, he's always a team player, so if they really do want that singularity, if they want to be very together, the diversion certainly does help, but they will take away another global presence hero. So 3 heroes that have a lot of pressure on the map, man. Very good mobility with Angela, Ling, and now the Moskov. Really trying to take away that 4-1 formation that Evos love to play with.
All right, so if Evos, okay, so that's a Roger. Loyi is there for RQ. The natural answer afterwards is Arlet, I would say. And then you pair it up with probably your jungler already, if you're Evos, like Fredrin Arlet. Looks really good going up against that Louis. But we'll see. Again, another assassin could be good. Like, or maybe Turizla should be the priority, right? So Turizla plus Nolan, somewhere along those lines. Oh, Valentina instead. This will not stop Evos from picking up the Louis, but they might reserve it for the 3rd pick. Right, so maybe they won't go Assassins now. They go Fredrin Arlet actually for Evos with this kind of comp.
This is interesting. Valentina is a very strong pick, which has a very good win rate here in the ever since wildcard. But the thing is, do you go for Valentina over a Louis? Maybe RQ Kira. They already know certain picks is going to get picked up so that they can steal away the ult. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. And right now, technically, it does work in favor of them with the Valentino pick, right? The Edith comes out later on if the Loyi does get picked up in the first phase, last pick in the first phase. That'll be trouble for RQ. But as of right now, that's a good ultimate. One of the best ultimates to take as a Valentina in the early game. The Primal Wrath to be used up in the neutral objective fights.
Yeah. I wonder if there will be a chance where Lolita is going to be the pickup for RQ Akira. However, the Fredrin now not being taken by RQ is very interesting. But then, like we said, Loyi could be the third pick for Evo's Glory because they're not pressed in that situation, already knowing that Valentina is up. RQ without the Roger, do they take the they still pick up the Grok and the Turisla, so they have revealed their hand. Evo's still pretty much a Louis game for them.
Yeah, it should be the Loyi. It should just be that pick for Clockun. But another way that they can take this draft is maybe possibly an X-Borg. That's something that Fluffy has been finding a whole lot of success with, especially now considering, you know, there are a lot of tanky, beefy boys on the side of RQ Kira. It's already a different ball game at this point. So, interesting. X-Borg was actually the prio pick for Fluffy for the longest time in the regular season, and then they started getting banned, so he had to move over towards the Turisla, and then the Yuzong. Yuzong could also be a pick here. We haven't seen Yuzong in the first phase for a while. Right. I don't think we've seen it at all today.
Yeah. I mean, it has been banned. It's just it hasn't been picked up at all. So, again, right now, looking at the picks, they pick up the Vexana. So far, looking at RQ Kira going up against Evo's Glory, I would say the first 3 picks coming in from RQ, it looks a little bit more solid because they already have their front line. So we can imagine how the setup is going to look like. They just need to build their comp with more damage compared to what Evo's Glory has. I guess it's a mix-up. You got some setup, you got some damage, but I kind of like the first 3 picks coming in from RQ Kira.
Oh, that is interesting. The Vexana, I think that they just won't pick up the Louis anymore, especially because there's Terizla. And usually when there's like Terizla and Grok, you know that this is a frontline kind of composition where Vexana kind of flourishes. It's a front-to-back that RQ might be looking for.
Ooh.
And I really like this Nolan ban because we did say that Nolan is a valid pickup for Evos eventually.
Yeah, the Nolan, any of these assassins that could come through, but they're going to actually ban out the carry and the Natan. So perhaps look for...
Force them into a Beatrix?
Beatrix, yeah.
Forcing him into anything that can't go for Purify and Flicker, right? So you're kind of forced on just like a Flicker. Brody, Beatrix, those kind of pickups.
Yeah. There's this argument of the Irithel. Maybe if Evos will not get another crowd control
I don't think so as well. I feel like Irithel takes too long. Like
she doesn't even do well in the late game.
Here's
from
the thing,
my experience.
Like if you want a goal leader that skills, perhaps just pick up a Beatrix.
Yeah, for sure.
Even
there could be a RQ can pick up an assassin actually. That's their last pick.
Yep.
Hayabusa looks really good, but that's also true for Evos. But this time, Edith Vexana looks already super duper good. So maybe they'll just pick up Barrett or X-Borg, Minotaur. This
wow.
Edith going to the EXP.
Okay, so trying to just utilize the Annabelle pick for last.
What is a burst hero that can pierce through the Minotaur? So
maybe they pick up the X-Borg jungle or Dyaroff? Who knows?
Beatrix. How about Leslie though? There's not much.
Great in lane, yeah.
There's not much dive for Evos.
But if the Hayabusa comes up, right? You go for Leslie and then the Hayabusa last pick. I guess that's why they're hiding Annabelle's pick here.
Yeah, I think you're left with Beatrix. No choice. And then what else is... Like, Frederick doesn't look really nice. Baksha maybe for RQ. Let's go back to the Baksha.
I'm just worried they don't have that much damage. You know, you're really hoping for the Grok as well as the Valentina to really bring out the damage. So... I mean, a lot of control. A lot of control. Is just that when it comes to the damage, the Valentina kind of has to carry this one.
I don't know. For me, it definitely feels like for Evos, they can actually go for something crazy here, like a Lancelot. If they don't go for Hayabusa, they could go for the Lancelot. We have seen Annabelle play this before as well. If they can't find any other assassin, they usually go for the Lancelot, just for the retry battle as well. Knowing that you already have a Minotaur, an Edith, and a Vexana, you want to have more prio when it comes around to the neutral objective. So I'm guessing either utility jungler, or they could go for that Lance.
So the juggler should be Barrett's. I think Lancelot should be good here. How about a Joy? I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh yeah,
saw that in Wildcard. I think it was Chibi.
Yeah, but there's Valentina. Yeah, they go X-Borg. Okay.
X-Borg jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, like again, look at RQ here. They're very tanky. Makes sense.
Are.
Speaking of which, looking at both these drafts, I don't know, looking at like Evos as well as RQ Kira. At this point, even I'm not so sure what's going to happen between the drafts coming in from both teams, but let's see the oneness of both our casters casting this game. This is gonna be the final game of today, so casters, take your space.
As one we shall. Thank you so much, Lafell, Mirko, and Wolf. Going into the final game of today's broadcast, welcome to Game 2 of RRQ Akira versus EVOS Glory. Once again, it's Gideon and Leo at your service.
This time around, the compositions are kind of interesting. I have to admit that RRQ Akira, they're bringing in some, again, we said 16 Cs on that Rizla before. Now it's way more with the RRQ Akira lineup.
I couldn't think you could go beyond 16.
Right.
And here they show us. That is definitely Takash, looking to be one of the frontliners alongside Luis and King, because that's what you need right now against EVOS Glory's lineup. But here's what sucks, right? Since they are red side for the Kingdom, here's what sucks. Since EVOS Glory is red side, they got to pick up the Xborg, which will definitely shred through what's left of King, Takash, and Luis. When Dreams is done with the Minoan Fury.
Oh, yeah. I think that's not even the worst part, right? Because even if they do start the shred, let's talk about like the raw peel that they have in Clawhood, in Dreams, in Annabelle. I mean, Fluffy is by far the worst one when it comes down to the peel and initiation. Kind of depends on the situation, but regardless, right? That's just so much to get through. And unless RRQ Akira can find these big wombo combos, I think it's very possible, right? Like, I'm looking at Sagan, I'm expecting a Minoan Fury steal.
It's very rare that we actually see Valentina with so many ults to steal. I'm looking at 3 minimum, right? 3 juicy ults for Sagan to get to. And let's not forget to talk about Gusto Lagusta, right? Gusto Lagusta, what he Gusto want to do here is to find a spot where, wait. That's a lot of damage on a Terizla at a minute and a half in.
It's fine. It looks like both went for like the hyper early rotation to try and hit 4 as soon as possible, but they both did not hit it. It's this wave here. They went 1 wave earlier just to fight for control.
All right, back to what I was saying, man. Gusto Lagusta, what he wants to do is to get Branch into the defensive position early to compromise that Blazing Duet intro later on. Right now, maybe they just trade blows. Maybe they just farm out of their minds. That's the best way to go, but check it out. Turtle fight now, early on, Luis from the back.
Yeah, but here we go. Instantly, Clawhood is able to get on out of the Minoan Fury as well. The Eternal Guard has just dropped down, but that last Insanity is doing more than enough damage to start melting the members one by one. 2 already down, and RRQ Akira, they've flicked so many flickers, in a matter of fact, have been expended to dodge that raw damage.
If only the game ended at 2.5, that was it. RRQ Akira wins, right? If all you need to do is take a turtle and kill 2 opponents, then that's it. But how do you translate? That's the question. I think that's what RRQ Akira had trouble doing in Game 1.
I agree, yeah.
They had a good control of the early to mid, and then eventually they forgot, oh wait, Annabelle is just snowballing out of control. Now, though, they're on to a great start. Gideon, how often you see 3 minutes in, 2 kills up, about 2,000 gold ahead. How often do you get this?
I mean, I'm probably the wrong person to ask this question to. I'm from a region where it's pretty often. It happens all the time. But here comes the rest of the team. Great last Insanity to dodge for a majority of that damage. But without that Faraga armor, it does mean that RRQ Akira can walk up pretty freely.
There you go. King just stealing away, paying the iron price from Annabelle's farm. And here's the thing, man. Usually you see an Xborg in the jungle, you go like, oh yeah, it's one of the more sustainable, low-cost junglers. Nay, I say to thee, nay. You need more items to make a difference, because if not, you're a one-time last Insanity kind of hero, because after that, you're nothing.
Yeah, this is starting to sound like Hooverstank real quick, man. But I think that for the most part of it, EVOS Glory should be able to control the tempo, right? The onus does feel like it's on RRQ to make things happen fast in this game.
Yep. So now, I think they're poised to do just that. I think they can force out certain responses, given that Turtle has spawned up top. And no, I don't think they see this. I don't think they know that the river is rife with RRQ Akira troops. Like, river control at this early stage of the game isn't as important as it is like in a Lord Dance, but with rotations like this, oh.
Look at the blitz. Look at the blitz. So fast. They clean it up without any issues whatsoever, and they instantly utilize the rotation, the help of the speed, river flow. There's no direct term for it, but essentially the buff that gives you extra movement speed when you're heading back to your lanes once you're done with the neutral. And with that being said, they even bother walking into EVOS' Glory's jungle just to scout out the positions, right? It does give us an idea that RRQ Akira might want to, well, turn up the tempo a little bit more. Oh, Sagan, he might be in some trouble here. Force the flicker away. Doesn't get hit by the Fear King. Is able to peel them off just in time. Now, the scouting mission, the recon is done.
As Mr. Wagner would say, it's the fear. It's the fear that's keeping them in check, because that could have definitely been lethal for Saigon. Now they clap back, forcing out one from Annabelle, popping his immortality.
Yep, that Bandit's Rage is looking so very good, but now Annabelle, he can't get out of it. He lost everything, all of his resources. Firaga armor on top of the early immortality, all down the drain.
And with that, RRQ Akira just grow their lead even more. Gideon, we're looking at 3,000 head. 3 for 3 now, not even 6 minutes in.
I think this is just a great hard read from the side of RRQ Akira, and Luis, he's doing so much on this Grok, something that EVOS Glory might have to think about, but when do we expect EVOS Glory to actually bounce back?
Here's the thing, in game 1, they were playing with a jungle Ling, right? They were playing with a core assassin in the jungle, and the slower it goes, the better it is for them. But now, I don't know, they're just really waiting on brands. They're waiting on brands. I don't know if Clockhoon is the right person to look at. If you're looking at like a mid to late game power spike, sure, Vixanas are great. Clockhoon is a very talented individual. But just looking at the tapestry of skills that RRQ Akira is able to bring out at any point in the game, it's so hard to see how EVOS Glory could win in the late game, man.
Well, here's the thing. My only concern for RRQ Akira is that they have no means to protect themselves against CC. No, I'm not seeing enough purifies here. I'm seeing a lot of flickers.
There's zero purifies, actually.
That's the thing. And that's why I feel like EVOS Glory, they could really punish somebody here, if not for Luis. The Bandit's Rage already out. Fluffy is able to get out of there with the help of the Primordial Form. But now, Annabelle, he's trying to breathe. Let him go. They won't let him escape the damage. And even Dreams is forced to flicker on out of there. Brands is going to unleash the Blazing Duet to say, no more. Please stop. This is my offer to you.
They don't ruin that boy.
Oh.
Annabelle has been having a rough 7 minutes, man.
He has.
And there's nothing EVOS Glory is putting on the table. Again, I'm going to say it now, in before, this just turns out to be an anime protagonist arc wherein in the early episodes, he gets beaten down and then he learns a lesson from some authority figure, and then they figure it out. And who that is, I'm looking at brands. Again, I mentioned it earlier, it's got to be brands. It's got to come from brands.
Until he gets that Trinity build, you can just see that brands, his damage is like, it's just tickling them a little, right? There's just not enough time to buy as of right now, considering that Gusta Logusta is just chunking down these towers.
But here's the thing, Gideon. RRQ Akira ain't gonna stop to wait until Brands gets his Trinity. There's no honor here. There is just violence.
It's just raw violence.
Wait, where's he at now? He's at, oh, he's just at 1. He's just at DHS.
Yep. I mean, Brands is having a really rough time here. I think that maybe RRQ Akira, if they can secure this next Lord, and if they can break open an inhibitor, they can set up for a checkmate angle. And that would be very surprising to see, especially against EVOS Glory. They like to play slow, but most importantly, they trade very effectively. Right now, they haven't been able to get anything back. Oh! Luis with a flicker and the wild charge. Gusta Lagusta capitalizes on the combo, and the rest of them, oh, wait, no, it's actually pretty good. The Eternal Guard does help Fluffy find one, and they get a double off of it. Clockhoon able to capitalize himself. Good wombo combos.
They were way too together there. They were more than
together.
They were more than together, because again, that wouldn't have happened, and that wouldn't have been as bad as it was if it wasn't for how clumped up they are. And again, I don't blame them. A wild charge in as deep as that, but you do face off against the last Entity that popped up perfectly, and then the fire missiles, and don't even mention the Primal Wrath. That's what allowed for the gap to be closed asterisk. You're still looking at a 7K gold lead.
It is a 7K gold lead, and this very first Lord is going to be very important to steal for EVO's Glory, right? To buy some time. And now the burst comes through. King gets it. The Eternal Guard comes down just a little too late.
It was a mile within a light years gap between RRQ Akira and EVO's Glory. The Kingdom versus the EVO's Fam. The eternal battle that never ends. You guys know the name. You guys, I'm not even gonna say, but you guys know.
You just feel that vibe, feel that energy. You just know, as Leo says, it's coming to that point. It's getting to that checkmate angle.
Yep, we're close to it. And I was gonna say, if they do find that, again, that Lord take into an inhibitor push, I'd give RRQ Akira maybe a 95% win rate. Like, that's gotta be it.
I mean, the guest coin odds are not looking good for some people here, is now they're gonna start knocking on their door. Let's see how much they get off of this, right? Because we're expecting out of tier targets, tier 2s, be gone.
Clean, but the inhibitors, that's what makes the difference. Anavel gonna get his Pyrago armor popped. Does have an immortality. Fire missiles off as he backs away.
Yeah, he ended up, well, I mean, he ended up losing his Firaga armor, but that's kind of a good thing. He doesn't take the damage of Bennett's Rage. Now he just put back his armor on once he gets back to base, and oh, what a dirty trick. Luis just slowing down the Lord to synchronize these waves, and now it's a huge wave crashing down by the inhibitor. The Eternal Guard does come down, but it ends up getting blown to bits straight away. EVO's Glory maintained the high ground defense.
Interesting small micro decision there done by Saigen. He stole the Primal Wrath, turned into a Fluffy's Edith for just a second, hoping to time out the Primal Wrath armorless form so that he would get extra CCs. But that would only be if they barreled down that turret and then won the fight. But again, they played a defensive play, and much respect. That's discipline.
Yeah, honestly, both of these teams are like extremely disciplined. We haven't seen too many coin flips, honestly, from the side of RRQ Akira. I feel like I've seen more coin flips in game number 1 from EVO's Glory, to be fair.
But those were coin flips that were necessary. They needed to do that to be able to put Anavel over the top. And now, again, now that they're on the back foot, what are we looking at? Oh dear Lord, I did not expect 12,000. That's 12. Is that 12,000?
No, that's 7,000.
That's 7. All right, cool.
That's 7,000.
My math is off.
Don't worry, but honestly, a 7,000 gold lead, it's getting pretty bad, right? We're on the cusp of it, like, being an overflowing lead for RRQ Akira. And
I was
in
looking
25
elsewhere.
seconds. Oh, you're looking elsewhere? 25 more seconds, 20 seconds actually, until the next Lord does spawn, and we do see the corrosive side purchase from Brands. Hopefully that buys this team a little bit of time.
That's a third item right there. Is it? Is that the Trinity? Can we say now that the King of Marksman is online? But who's he gonna find in the back? Best case scenario, Gusta Lagusta. But Gusta Lagusta can just flicker out of there and he's still an item up.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that anybody can CC him. Luis, Takashi, King, Sagan, like anybody can hurt Brands until he gets his situationals, right? We're waiting for the Winter Crown, right? We're waiting for the Winds of Nature.
That's 4 sources of CC, you're right, Gideon. He's overloaded. He's overloaded. Check it out. That's 1, 2, 3. That's it. Yep, definitely. So he's built into his Trinity compared to Gusta Lagusta, who is on his way to his 4th core item after the BOD.
Man, this is like a really unfun game for Brands, right? Like, he's just waiting for things to happen. He's waiting for RRQ Akira to make a mistake, and everybody else on the side of EVO's Glory just wants to take a traditional front to back. But as soon as RRQ Akira grab you, they hold you, and Gusta Lagusta just pushes you over.
And now the Lord. Oh, here we go. An early Last Insanity from Anavel. Not going to save this inhibitor, though. Just need one more hit in. Ooh.
That's fine.
They're not going to force it. I love the discipline, though. Proving me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically as good as gone at this point, right? Anybody can just walk up, auto-attack it. It's basically going to break. You can take the wave, sure, but at the end of it, it's going to go down. Sagan finds it, and now the rest. Oh, Last Insanity coming up from Anavel, and Dreams might be in some trouble. He flickers out of there, but the penalty tone from Takashi is going to tell him, hey, no, we don't want you to leave just yet. Last Insanity stole it from Sagan, able to find one, and Brad, oh, he ends up getting blown up by Gusta Lagusta. Wait, no, this can't be the end game. This can't end just like like that, EVO's Glory on high ground defense duty once more.
Oh, it's just Luis who's very low. Everyone else from RRQ Akira fresh, ready to fight. Underneath tier 3 in mid. Annabelle still keeping his Firaga armor.
Oh, he's trying his best. He needs to get that armor back up to use the last set and clear the waves, but they can take their time here. Takashi, he's taking a lot of damage, has to use the penalty zone to get out of there.
That's a DPZ if I've ever seen one.
Big DPZ.
They do have a minute to wait until an enhanced Lord spawns in the upper quarter, and I think that's fine. At 14 minutes, when the Lord does spawn, it'll be about 15. I think they're still good. Now you're looking at, okay, can't confirm, this is 10,000 gold, right?
Yes,
10,000 in between. I think they're okay. I think they can afford to wait for this Lord and then go for the GG push. So now, right now, I'm calculating in the absence of our real-time win rate AI, about an 80% win prediction rate for RRQ Akira.
We need to get a graphic for that. Leo's prediction win rate right on screen at some point in the broadcast. Now, I think that, yes, I agree with you that they kind of need to rush this down, though. As soon as that 22 seconds expires, the Lord is up. Hey, start working at it, right? Get EVO's Glory to come out of their base, but they can't drag it too long. Because keep in mind, EVO's Glory, once they hit 42K, the 42K mark, then they can pretty much go toe-to-toe with RRQ Akira, with the exception of no situational items to swap out.
But they are far from it. Again, 5 seconds from now, there's no way you're farming up 5K. There's no way.
Let's see how long RRQ... I mean, who would have the big shutdown at this point? Hold on. The combos are coming up, and Fluffy loses his immortality straight away. Minoan... Oh, the motivational roar is going to keep him alive, but Annabelle doesn't mind taking his time with this. Building up that heat is a good idea, but without an immortality, this can get dangerous very fast.
Oh, he might go for the Gambit here. Might go for the last standing retribution. There's a knockup.
All right, the Minoan Fury and Flicker is out. And RRQ Akira, they've got smiles across their faces. They know for a fact that EVO's Glory, without that big ult, without that battle spell, and an exposed crystal, this is going to be the GG push.
Lord's going to be spawning up top. Worst case scenario, RRQ Akira pops all inhibitors. That's minimum, all right? Minimum. Best case scenario, it's over. I can only imagine what's going on through EVO's Glory's mind. Again, number one is wave management, right? Clear the waves, make sure minions don't crash in. They know that they're gonna lose both inhibitors. Best case scenario is they might even get the punish. Now, you ask the question, who could they pop the piñata on? Who could they shut down? Because they spread out the kills very well.
They do, and here we go. The end game might just ensue faster than we would like to imagine here. High ground defense for the side of EVO's Glory as this Lord, penalty zone actually getting on top of Fluffy. Fluffy can't get out of there. Quickly flickers away, even using the Primal Wrath as well. Minoan Fury coming out from Dreams, but that means RRQ just push backwards and then re-engage into this fight. They're trying to zone them off, but there's not enough minions to make it work. The raw sustain from Dreams with that motivational roar is keeping them in this game.
RRQ Akira keeping EVO's Glory within an inch of their life. 17 minutes in, 8-2. You're looking at a, now can confirm, 12K gold lead. Man, this is why they call this match the oldest time matchup, man. It's a rivalry that spans regions. I mean, sure, same franchise, different team, but who'd have thought that RRQ Akira, not RRQ Hoshi, would put off a fight as good as they are against EVO's Glory?
People are going to be talking about this to their young ones when they go and tuck them in for bed. Oh my goodness, where did that Firaga armor go? Sagan has so much damage. What was that?
I mean, after a wild charge plus a few right clicks, a few basic attacks, and again, with the 12K gold lead notwithstanding, best believe that Firaga armor is going to pop, but good news, at least he still has his immortality. So, you know, no harm done.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. And I think at this point, as much as I would like to say that the checkmate angle has been achieved, I think that RRQ might need to actually roll the dice a little against EVO's Glory. If not, how else are you going to risk it for the Mystic to close out this game if nothing is happening? Very minimal interactions between the two. The most is that you get resources, but you need to go above and beyond if you want to close out this game.
All right, so here's one possible theory, right? One possible solution. They bait out these big-time CCs and then use the Purify. I think that's the main difference between these two lineups, right? These two comps is EVO's Glory invested in Purifies. RRQ Akira invested mad dollars into Flicker. So what if they're able to nullify that advantage and bait out these engagements from RRQ Akira and purify and then punish?
I think the biggest problem is that EVO's Glory's comp doesn't hold space very well. They're good at taking and backing away, right? Giving and taking all the time. But RRQ Akira, they're very good at taking and sitting on top of the space, right? So that's when the BMI needs to be, well, hopefully not in a visible spot, because that means RRQ Akira are going to start creeping up. And once King is on top of that BMI, I'm sure as hell the Brands does not want to take it back. But here we go. The Wild Charge looking kind of good here. King still has a good chunk of his life, but in the back, Takashi just threatening from every single angle. They do not want EVO's Glory anywhere near the pit.
That's right. I was going to say, even if the wild charge has been committed by Luis, there's still a penalty zone waiting, cocked and loaded, plus a flicker. I'm pretty sure EVO's Glory is aware of that, plus a flicker. Now, we're waiting for more to come in. This is about to go ahead and collapse.
Oh, here we go. They're going for the rush. Oh, Dreams flickers in with the Gnome Fury as well to catch all four, but really not enough damage. Last Insanity doesn't connect on the right targets, but Takashi finds four! BMI into the back line, and quickly, winter crowns are being popped, but it's too late. The damage has been done, and RRQ Akira will run down the last remaining members of EVO's Glory.
Astro Thunder live in Riyadh, about to go ahead and end this series at 1-1.
You can never count out Latam. RRQ Akira take a game from EVO's Glory. GG, well played.
On this very broadcast, that is the first series to actually go the distance. What was it? 25 minutes. 25. Game 1, 25 minutes. Game 2, shy of 20?
Yeah.
And then we end at 1-1.
Yeah, and it had one of the lowest kill counts we've seen thus far. So minimal people were dying because all they were doing was trading immortalities.
Chef's kiss. What a performance by Tekash, also known as Astro Thunder. I asked him at M4 about 2 years ago, what kind of moniker you want, man? You've worked so hard and you have developed to a point where you're an athlete that deserves to have a moniker that you call your own. And he says, you know, I'm a big fan of Travis Scott. Call me Astro Thunder, and Astro Thunder just delivered.
He delivers. He's the one that you look for the big engages, to the follow-ups, to everything you need in an EXP laner. That is the man you want to believe in. Holy, what a game this was, honestly.
Not to mention how much he's grown. He's barely just leaving his teenage years, and the last time I saw him he was like 6'1", now he's like 6'8".
He was up to your shoulders, and now he's almost as tall as Luis.
Oh man, amazing work by RRQ Akira, amazing work by Tekash. And you can only imagine really what's going on in the minds of EVO's Glory. Look at, in the room, they're in disarray.
I think they have to rethink it, right? They got to rethink their drafts, rethink a couple of their strategies. We like the new play style initially at game number 1, and it feels like they devolved a little bit to play what they're used to around Brands, but it's tough.
Well, to be fair, it still is 1-1. There's the rest of the group stage to look to. But again, momentum is on RRQ Akira's side. Now we're going to be throwing over to the stage in just a bit. Again, Marakino and the Wood Sandstorm are on stage with Tekash. Again, GG well played to both teams. Now let's go on over to hear from our winner.
1-1 tie game of the day. Congratulations to RRQ Akira, and here with us, Takeshi, congratulations. Now, EVOS has managed to defeat various RRQ teams like Hoshi, Sana, Kaito. How does it feel to deny EVOS a sweep against RRQ Akira?
Yeah, it was half revenge because it was 1-1. But yeah, it's good to win EVOS. But yeah, I think we lose to ourselves in the first game. I think we lose to ourselves because we played so bad in the first game. I choose the pick CC. I think the other pick will be better than CC. So it was half my fault. And yeah, but Anavel is so good at lane. He's so good.
But what's important is that you're able to bounce back and take the win and prove yourself for RRQ Akira.
Yeah, that they did. It was an incredible bounce back. You saw they didn't lose, I believe, a single turret at the end of the day as well in that second game. So very strong comeback from them. Now, I have a question for you. Considering your team's performance in previous international tournaments. How does this result impact your team, and does it boost your confidence going forward in the tournament?
Yeah, boosts our confidence. Our mentality are pretty good. We are very confident. We think we can win Fireflux and Nymph Flash like not easily. It will be a tough matches. But yeah, we are very confident. I think we are superior than our M5 appearance. I think we are superior today, and yeah, you will see.
Very, very strong words from Takeshi at the end there, especially after that 1-1 against EVOS Glory. And that is a wrap for us right here in the stage. We're going to take it away to the studio to wrap up day 1 of MSC 2024.
That's right, and I gotta say, I love the interview coming in from Takashi. He gave a lot of insight where he was like, he picked the CC, and he's like, maybe there are other picks that are better, and NFL's crazy on lane. But let's look at the game number 2.
Yeah, you know, I think first question is, are you guys shocked? Are you guys surprised by EVOS' performance?
Dude, I'm looking at this game.
I actually am.
No.
Yeah, because, well, this is just them. This is how they play in the regular season of MPL. Wait, I've said this before, and that's because they're playing the same style. We were talking about how mid-prio is very important, XP lane as well. If they don't get that mid-prio, if they aren't able to get that lead in the start of the game or actually get space for the jungle to farm, they ultimately crumble, just like we see in game number 2.
Yeah, I think at this point, I probably will not be looking at the draft for EVOS anymore. Like, it probably doesn't matter because I really thought that they had this in the bag. They have a great top position. By the way, Takash as well as Sagan. And this is done off cam. I told you, and this was I kind of called that the ultimate from the X-Borg from Sagan will be the finisher. But the Takash initiation was the one that started it all. It was actually the precursor on why RQ was able to win that match.
And again, it's the same build path, right? The War Axe into the Queen's Wings, and then obviously just the other items to finish it off with the Blade Armor here up against the Claude. And really, even in the late game, you really never saw Brands become the ultimate threat that he beat. Even with the full items, dude. Even with the Winter Crown. And okay, I have a question. EVOS, all of them Winter Crown Wolf.
Yeah.
Are they like overusing it? Because the Wind of Nature, I feel like, would have been a bit better up against the Beatrix. He was one-shot a couple of times too.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think this Winter Crown that was picked up by many members of EVOS was definitely overthinking the meta item that we have. Maybe it worked in the previous game. It definitely was a surprise, but it seems like RQ are really prepared for that. They're not allowing, they're actually forcing the Winter Crowns, forcing the Immortalities. Even the Immortality on both Fluffy as well as the NFL, the X-Borg, they were forced out so easily because of how the Beatrix plays it. Gusta Lagusta was on point with the Renner, and he was able to force out so many ultimates and immortalities because of that.
I gotta say, looking at the draft coming in from RQ Akira, this is like a very meta draft a few metas ago. So maybe it's a bit of a comfort. I don't know. We gotta look at our Sony MVP of the game. And again, we are gonna get to see the highlights again coming in from our MVP. And I believe the MVP is gonna be Takash. Like our analysts did say, honestly, a lot of members coming in from RQ Akira. King winning those retry battles, really setting the tone for the team. But Engages coming in from Takash has been amazing.
There's so many good ultimates to copy here for Sagan, and they will go for the combo again. This will be eventually punished. And the thing for Sagan is that he's not overcomplicating things. He went for the X-Borg as the primary target for the IMU because the X-Borg is always in their face anyways. Like, he's not able to get into the backlines to get even the other ultimates. But then his combination with Takash this time was on point, and I think the reason why we feel like this was the meta from way back is because they're comfortable with it, and you can see it translate into the game.
And it definitely feels like in this meta in particular, right, looking at the team fight meta, the hard commit meta, it's just really valuable for you to get someone like a Yuzong, a Terizla as well, someone that can pin people down in the team fights instantly. It's an instant initiation. It's all about that commitment. And even the X-Borg, I feel like that was a great time to go for the X-Borg pick. You know, there were a lot of beefy boys on the side of RQ Akira, but we really didn't get to see these team fights play out all the way to like the later part. So layering gets a bit tougher for EVOS Glory compared to game number 1, where they had assassins, they could just layer their damage. Here they had to layer their skills on top of their damage for the CC, and it just really didn't work out.
I think the main difference here is that the Edith was picked up in the EXP lane and they went for the Minotaur. If you combine those two beefy heroes together, they're quite passive. And if you combine it with the Vexana, that's even more passive. They're waiting for people to come into their box and punish them. However, because of how fast the side of our Akira played, and Frederick was also very much on point when it comes to like allowing for the Valentina to deal the damage eventually, and then Tekashi was just very active in this game, that allowed them to really just punish this slow meta game from Evo's Glory.
So, based on what you guys have been saying, talking about the layering when you're coming into the team fight, it looks like you got to go Riyadh or go home. Get it, go big or go home. Fully engage. Once you decide to fight.
That's a 2 out of 10 for me.
I'll give that a solid 1.
You know what? Mark your calendars. Because on July 7, the Soul Vessel Series skins, Amon a Vessel of Deceit, as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal. Don't miss out. So make sure you guys grab it while you guys still can. And listen, Mirko, we've agreed, right? Throw out a bunch of 2s, and just like the skin, you're going to get a 10.
Exactly, right? You throw out some of the other skins and you get this skin? Is that what we're heading to?
Our jokes, and then a big skin.
Ah, so the battle will then go ahead and check out the, as Wolf says it's the wrong way, but Amon. Just say Amon, man. It sounds way better. What's wrong with you? Hanabi as well. If you play Hanabi, like me, I don't play Hanabi.
Amon. It's always been Amon.
You and Arashi are the same, you know? When you talk about Amon all the time, it's Amon, bro.
You mean Jace?
Yeah, same guy.
Same guy.
And, you know, shout out to Jace if you're watching. And for you guys in the comment section, is it Amon or Amon or Amon?
Do you say it that way?
I say Amon. Amon. That's how I say it. That's why I don't cast anymore. I'm just a host.
Ah.
It's like, and look at Amon.
That actually sounds good.
Yeah,
maybe you should become a caster.
Maybe I should become a caster?
Yeah.
You know what?
What if it's Kyrie on the Amon?
Kyrie!
All right, you know what? Now you're a Desk Host.
You know what? Here's the thing. You guys want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
If you guys want to hear something crazy, then I'm going to delay it. But what I'm not going to delay is the new hero. Jusin, the new mage hero, arrives on June 29. Well, it's here now. With the exclusive pack, get the hero and the Ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week. It's only 469 diamonds. You guys can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds if you grab it right now. It's only during like the first 14 days, so while it's still up, make sure you guys get it. Do you guys still want to know the crazy news?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still gonna hold it in.
All right. Well, you know, do you want a translation for the Juicin hero for all the Gen Zs out there who wants brain rot?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, there you go, guys. If you guys want to play Juicin because of the Skibidi Gyat, you can be an absolute Sigma by picking it up in the store.
Man, this
makes me feel old, Wolf. This makes me feel old. How does it make you feel?
I feel like I never ever wanna, I wanna tear my ears apart, dude.
You know what will tear your ears back in?
What?
What?
We gotta say, the first day of MSC at EWC, we've hit 1 million plus.
Whoa!
PCU. And again, that's amazing. This is day number 1 as a way of saying thanks to all of you guys for the support that you guys have been giving. We're gonna give an in-game code that you guys can redeem for yourself, well, in the in-game app. Keep on supporting the stream.
Wow.
Stream A, you know, we've done all the games, but Stream B is still going on. It's See You Soon going up against SRG, Selangor Red Giants. Can you guys believe we've hit over 1 million PCU?
Absolutely. I think this was really monumental. Thank you so much for the viewers, for the hype that is hyping up MSC. It's a very important event for us as talents, and very important as part of the community. We're just very happy to hit 1 million PCU the first day, dude.
It's all because of you guys. I personally expected it because I know how crazy you guys can be with all your support for MLBB and MLBB Esports, especially considering, you know, the big teams we're all playing today. Yeah. So keep supporting tomorrow because we're going to have some fire matchups.
So how would a Gen Z react to that?
That was lit.
Slaps?
That slaps. That's a banger. Lit, fam.
Dude. Here's the thing. I did not expect for us to hit 1 million. I expected us to get 3.
First 3? Like 3 million?
3 million. But now let's look at tomorrow's schedule and see maybe we can hit 3 million for tomorrow. So again, for tomorrow, these are the games going to be RRQ going up against Fireflux, EVOS going up against NIP Flash, and then later on it's going to be RRQ and NIP Flash again, and then Fireflux going up against EVOS.
Wow, so we're going to wrap up Group A tomorrow.
That's right.
Straight up with all these 4 matches being played. With Fireflux losing earlier to NIP Flash, this definitely sets the stakes. It's 1-1 RRQ EVOS. I love Nip Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were very clear about wanting to see NIP Flash, both of you. And I am excited for you to see NIP Flash.
You know what? I'm so excited for you guys at home again. Big thanks for over 1 million PCU. My name is Milafel. This is Mirko. This is Wolf. You guys have been amazing. It's not the end of the day. Stream B is still going on. But now, let's actually watch the Kadia play of the day.